this. Bass, tone, tone, bass, bass, tone, tone. Tone, tone, bass, bass, tone, tone. So that's how it goes. Oh yeah, let's do it. You do it after me. I'll be the one to do it first. Oh yeah, let's go. Tone, tone, bass, bass, tone, tone. So now, to create the rhythm, let me do it then. Audience, we support with the rhythm. So let's go. This is how it goes. So, is that fine? Or we should do it again? Let's try it again. That's nice. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. I love the energy in the house. Thank you, thank you. So now at drum citement we have chant. So it goes thus. When I say drum citement, you clap. Drum citement, beat your stress. You play the drum, but if you don't have the drum, don't worry. You can as well clap. You can still clap. You can still clap. So drum citement, beat your stress. Catch the vibe. Drum citement, beat your stress. Catch the vibe. Yeah, let's go. We can go now, right? Yeah. Drum citement, beat your stress. Catch the vibe. 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 Thank you very much. My name is Ola Banjo from Drum Citement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, captains of industries, leaders of thoughts, indigenous African hospitality and tourism experts, custodians of culture, and the vibrant leaders of tomorrow. Good morning. I am Anthony Bamidele, and it's both a privilege and a profound honor to be before you all today as we gather to celebrate two powerful milestones: the 50th anniversary of a legacy that have shaped generations, and also the TMD Youth Summit, a bold investment into the culture that we have believed in. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to day 2 of Africa Legacy Summit. A round of applause for yourselves. Also,
thank you, Anthony.
Okay, I'm not here alone. I am here with my co-pilot. And as you can see, the ravishing, the phenomenal, the delectable Uneko. Please, a round of applause for her.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Anthony. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome to day 2. I need to hear the energy in the room.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yesterday, we celebrated more than just a hotel.
Yes.
Yesterday, if you were in the room, can I see a wave of your hand?
Okay, amazing.
Fantastic. For those of you who were not in the room, something's coming up for you. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. But you are here, and that's what's important. What we celebrated yesterday is a definition of, or a showcase of, when people decide that their hospitality is their identity, and that their identity is world class. Today promises to be amazing. Now, before
we go into the recap,
yes,
I have my people here today.
I can see.
I know I have a lot of students in the house, so I want to see your energy. Of the greatest Nigerian student, yo! Can you see that they are here? Greatest Gbagba! Greatest Gbogbo! Greatest Gbagba! Greatest Shiwon! Greatest Lewon! Greatest Gunwon! Greatest Kulu! Please, a lot of applause for yourselves. You guys are amazing. Talk to your neighbor. Say neighbor. Say my neighbor.
My neighbor.
You will not miss what is coming for you.
Do not miss what is coming for you.
Oh God. Face another neighbor. Say my neighbor.
My neighbor.
If you were to be born in this world again.
If you are to come to this world again.
You will be born in Nigeria.
We
are together.
Anthony,
you cannot run away.
Anthony.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, don't
Anthony.
worry. We'll be together.
Anthony, off your mic. Listen. Gentlemen and ladies, if you did not go to school in Nigeria, just do like this. Just touch your chest, do like this. Don't worry. But if you went to school in Nigeria, I'm sure you understand.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. The energy has been great so far this morning. Did you enjoy drum citement? You don't know what's coming. Now, to advance the course of the day, we will show you a strategic recap of what happened yesterday. And right after that, we will have the pleasure of a renowned journalist and a very fine gentleman in the person of Dr. Ruben Abati, who will come here to offer a proper welcome to our dignitaries. Gentlemen and ladies, I give you the strategic recap of yesterday.
Our greatest export is in the warmth and the excellence of our Nigerian welcome, EKO, Dalu, and all of the great things that we need to be able to continue to express. That cannot be left to chance. It's something that has to be in our DNA. I want to thank the entire EKO family. Thank you for choosing Lagos again and again. On behalf of the great people of Lagos, the young minds that are here, the students and all the practitioners that are here, thank you for the great work you're doing. It's now my pleasure that the African Legacy Summit 2026, with the theme Reimaging the Future of Culture and African Hospitality, duly formally opened. I want to thank you all very much for listening. Please, let's enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much.
Live, breathe, educate, and most importantly, economically empower people.
Culture is to be lived. It is not academic. It is to be lived and actioned.
And those who are conscious of Africa in the diaspora, what is it that we must do going forward to ensure that tourism occupies the place that it ought to occupy in the scheme of things?
Good morning. I wish I could match the energy level of Anthony Bamidele. The energy level this morning is quite different from yesterday. And the whole conversation is about the past, the present, and the future. And today we have the young people here who represent the future. And who will be doing this, I guess, in the next 50 years, since we're talking about sustainability. Okay, let me start. The representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. And then I'd like to acknowledge the owners of EKO Hotels and Suites, Ambassador Gilbert Shaguri, and also Ambassador Ronald Shaguri, both brothers, both owners of EKO Hotels and Suites, who have kept this vision going in the last 50 years. A round of applause, please. The room is, okay. Thank you. And then the executive chairman of EKO Hotels and Suites, Mr. Christopher Shaguri. Mr. Christopher Shaguri. We have to keep the applause going so that the energy level doesn't go down. Then Mrs. Kalin Shaguri Mudaba, Director, EKO Hotels and Suites. Then we also have in our midst Ambassador General Dr. Chief Wallace Williams, His Excellency. Now, one word about Ambassador Wallace Williams. Something changed overnight. You know, I was telling you yesterday about the Egba Kingdom, led by our paramount ruler, the Alake of Egba land, Oba Gbadebo III, who I said yesterday is the father-in-law of Director of Sales and Marketing, Dr. Gbadebo. Now, the Alake of Egba land has conferred on Ambassador Dr. General Wallace Williams a chieftaincy title. And that chieftaincy title is Aṣojú Pàtàkì Ìjàyè Ẹ̀gbá. I'll translate that. Ambassador for Culture and Development Ìjàyè Ẹ̀gbá land. So from now on, you may address Ambassador Wallace Williams as Ambassador Dr. General Double Chief Williams, Wallace Williams. Your Excellency, in Nigeria, when you have more than one chieftaincy title, you are not addressed simply as a chief. You are called Double Chief. Okay, thank you very much. And Ìjàyè, by the way, is a township in the Egba Kingdom. And the leader of that section of the town is the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Ìjàyè. That's the war general of Egba land. And that's Dr. Lai Labode, who attained the age of 50 years also, incidentally, yesterday. Next, let me introduce also our keynote speaker yesterday, who also now has been given a chieftaincy title in Nigeria by the Alake of Egba land. And that's Professor PLO Lumumba, Professor Chief PLO Lumumba. And his own title is Aṣojú Pàtàkì Ìjàyè Ẹ̀gbá sí ilẹ̀ Africa. And that means Ambassador for Culture and Development of Ìjàyè Ẹ̀gbá land to Africa. So Professor Lumumba is an ambassador also of Egba land. Congratulations, Professor Lumumba. Okay, next, Her Excellency Juliet Bino Sutherland. She's representing the Prime Minister of Barbados. She is the ambassador plenipotentiary and extraordinary to Ghana with concurrent accreditation to Nigeria and Liberia. Your Excellency, thank you for joining us again today. Then we also have in our midst Lady Stella Fubara. She is the CEO, Fura Collective, and she was on the panel yesterday. Also here this morning, and thank you for showing up again, sir, is Dr. Mark Dako. He is the Global President of the African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Dr. Dako. And then, of course, I go back to the EKO Hotels and Suites family. The Managing Director, we all listened to him yesterday, welcoming us, and he's also here this morning, Mr. Gassan Fado. Sitting next to him is the general manager of EKO Hotels and Suites, and he has been here for decades, leading processes and operations. He's Mr. Danny Kuporoglu. And then, of course, Chief Samuel Alabi, with whom we're going to have a session later in the day. Chief Samuel Alabi is a company secretary and legal advisor. Chief Alabi, thank you very much. Then we have also here this morning, Dr. Ola Awakan, Director General, Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, the regulatory body for tourism in Nigeria, Dr. Ola Awakan. Then we have the President of the Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, Dr. Aliyu Badaki. Thank you for coming, sir. And then also here this morning is Honorable Toke Benson. Honorable Toke Benson is the Commissioner for Arts, Culture, and Tourism in Lagos State. I thought I saw him earlier, Prince Aremo Adeshegun Oniru, former Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development in Lagos State. And then this morning, we still have with us Chief Nike Akande for the benefit of the students here. She was a Minister of Commerce and Industry in this country twice. The first woman to occupy that position. And she is the Yalode Yalaje of Ibadan land. She's 81, but you know, when you see her, she looks like she's just 50. Thank you very much, man. Okay, Her Royal Highness Irelu Abiola Dosumu, well, okay, she's not yet in the hall. I haven't seen her yet, but she's part of this event. And then with that list, we'll still do more introductions. And then we also like to welcome members of the press who have been very active since yesterday recording proceedings. And then great privilege discussing the future to have students among us because you represent the future. How did Anthony, how did he do it? Greatest Nigerian students! What is the other one? Back, go, go. Thank you very much, and you are welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Marvelous Dada.
Amazing, amazing. Wow, amazing, amazing. Standing on all existing protocol, I'm here to present my welcome address. Wow, this is nice. Let me do it again. A decade ago, I gained admission to study hospitality and tourism. And I did not fully understand the depth of the journey I had stepped in. In those early years, I was uncertain about the field and its possibilities. Like many young persons, I understand how powerful and global this industry is, but yet I could not find a connection. But exposure changed everything. It opened my eyes to purpose, to possibilities, and to potential. But more importantly, it revealed something deeper, that environment truly shapes destiny. I know many persons here that for the first time, you will begin to look into the industry to find solutions that you can align with. You will begin to look into the industry with a different mindset. You will begin to look into the industry with the aim of coming with possibilities that can change the globe. Truly, as African minds, I believe that we have what it takes to change the globe, don't we? We have persons here from federal, state, private polytechnics who the best understanding they have about the industries is within the four walls of what they learn in school. But one of the things we have been able to establish with the summit is to bring you to the practical things that you have seen in your school. And I know that from today, we're going to have many persons that not only will they come and live with excitement, but they will live with the heart to bring a real change. Because this summit exists for many persons like you, I would like to specially acknowledge our distinguished guests, industry leaders, academic partners, faculty heads, supporters, and every delegate present here today. Your presence is a strong statement of commitment into the future of the industry. The Tourism and Hospitality Mentorship for Development Foundation, TMD Foundation, of whom I preside as the president. I know I don't have stature, but yes, I'm the president. We are present in 26 institutions in Nigeria with an active community of over 6,000 youth. Yes, can you clap, clap, clap? Beyond the numbers, our impact is reflected in mentorship engagement, internship placement, leadership development. But yes, I know we did not build this because it is convenient. We build this because there is no alternative. We build this because an entire generation without mentorship, access, and opportunity is not acceptable. Today, the TMD speaks and the world listens. But I am not doing this alone. I have in the house 86 executive leadership. Amazing individuals that are co-laborers with me in this vision. And they are scattered abroad in these premises. I celebrate you and I know I love you so much. Before I take my seat, let me leave you with this final thought. That today is not just a gathering. Today is a statement of what becomes possible when young people become industry leaders and when institutions align with purpose. I want to do something. It is with the deepest honor and something that feels very much like pride that I invite to the stage, and I want you all to turn your attention. The man I'm about to introduce now, he didn't come here by accident. He arrived by design, shaped by years of discipline, by the invisible weight of impossible high standard. Though he's white, he has embodied what possibility means to us. You know, many of the times you read possibilities in book, but there are certain men, you see them, they embody it. The man I'm bringing on stage, when you see him, you see possibility. When you see him, you see what is achievable. When you see him, you see what more can be achieved. When you see him, even though he's white, he is black in his soul. I am bringing on board a distinguished personality. Can we all be on our feet, young minds, please? The general manager of the EKO Hotel and Suites, Mr. Danny. As he walks, you can see hospitality. As you walk, you can see tourism. As you walk, you can see a lot of things. Wait. He's not just a global icon. You know, A man can be full of possibility. When it's wrongly positioned, it will not be seen. He has made it possible for us through the help of the management and his boss, the managing director, to create path for the youth to change the globe. I present unto you, Mr. Danny. Thank you. And that's my time.
Thank you very much,
Danny Q.
ladies and
Puroglu
gentlemen.
is the
Thank
general
you.
manager of EKO Hotels
I'm so glad
and
to be
Suites,
here.
and one of
I would like to tell you that my soul is not black, you know. And I remember a joke, you know, there was this minister, this missionary that came to Africa. You know, he was trying to identify. So he said, I might be white, but my heart is as black as yours. You know, so people were looking at him, so what's wrong with you? Anyways, thank you very much. I want to give you, following the incredible speeches we heard yesterday, you know, and the orators we enjoyed, I would like to give you a piece of advice. If you ever find yourselves locked outside your house, please talk nicely to the lock, because communication is key. So, before I go to my speech, I would like to ask you one more favor, please. I want you to take your phones, yeah? And I want you to put your light on and lift it up like this. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And I want us to wish EKO Hotel at 50 happy birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Thank you. Happy birthday, EKO Hotel. Happy 50th. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I will try to give you my speech without looking at my notes. But you know, I'm not that good. Trust me, I'm not that good. Yesterday, I was so inspired by Professor Lumumba. It was unbelievable. You know, 10 minutes. The most chronological, logically following speech I've ever heard without looking at a single note. Prof, thank you so much. Thank you so much. What can I say also for Her Excellency the Ambassador? An unbelievably emotionally attached speech, an emotionally delivered speech. You know, that's how we communicate. That's how things remain in our minds and remain in our hearts, when we emotionally connect with the audience we are talking to. If we come as a preacher, if we come as a teacher, if we come as a lecturer, nobody will remember anything. Even if I don't remember anything that Her Excellency said yesterday or what Professor said yesterday, I will already have an emotional connection with them. And of course, with our ambassador, you know, this emotional connection. These people have good intentions for me. These people have good impact in my life, and I will follow them. I will do what they ask me to do. Thank you very much. So, good morning again, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, industry leaders, colleagues, and especially all the young people that we have today, from schools, from institutions, young entrepreneurs. Give yourselves a big round of applause, please. You are here because you want to build a dream through hospitality. So welcome to day 2 of Africa Legacy Summit at EKO Hotel and Suites, as we celebrate 50 years of history, resilience, reinvention, and growth. And standing here is emotional for me, to be honest with you. Because when I look around this room, I do not see just delegates. I do not see the people that didn't have anything else to do this Saturday morning, okay? But I see people, I see possibility. I see future general managers in you. I see future entrepreneurs. I see future hotel owners, future leaders who may one day build the next great African hospitality branch. And I must tell you honestly that I didn't start the journey thinking that one day or imagining one day I would be standing here in front of you as the general manager of one of Africa's most iconic hotels. I was born in Greece, a small country with huge hospitality spirit. I grew up around hospitality even without recognizing it and realizing it. In Greece, hospitality is not an industry first, it's a culture. It is how people welcome you into their homes. It's how they feed you before asking questions. It is pride in making people feel seen, safe, and cared for. I want to give you a little bit of mythology, to be honest with you. In ancient Greece, hospitality was a goddess, and she was the daughter of Zeus. And at that time, we had what we call anthropomorphism. So many times the gods were coming down from Mount Olympus where they lived, and they were mingling among people. This idea of anthropomorphism is not something that is different from what later in our history became in Christianity, when we had Jesus coming to earth and live among us. So what happened is that people did not know who the stranger that was knocking on their door was. So they had in their heart that the person that is knocking on your door and is looking for your hospitality might have been a god. Yeah? So it was always in their heart to open their door, give hospitality, offer their house to them, because they did not know if this person might have been a god. My last born son is called Orion. Orion, of course you know Orion from astronomy. Orion in ancient mythology again was a gift of God to an old king, where Zeus and Poseidon went one day, knocked on his door, and he offered them hospitality. And because they were so happy with the hospitality they received, they asked him what he wanted, and he told them that he did not have a child. So when the gods left the following day, outside his door he found a baby, and the name of the baby was Orion. So hospitality in my culture is something that goes beyond an industry, beyond something that we do to earn money. Okay? It is something that is inside us, and we express it through hospitality and through giving our guests our best. So many years ago, I arrived in Nigeria. At first, Nigeria felt loud, intense, unpredictable, and overwhelming. And I can tell you this, 25 years later, sometimes still feel the same. But when something happened, what happened? Nigeria stopped feeling like a place I worked in and started to feel like home. So what kept me here was something deeper and deeply familiar, the warmth of the people. Because despite of all our differences, Greeks and Nigerians understand something important. People may forget the building, they may forget the food, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And that is hospitality. And over the last 25 years at EKO Hotels and Suites, I have watched this hotel evolve almost like a living organism. I have seen periods of glory, and I have seen crisis. I have seen economic collapses, political transitions, power challenges, floods, global pandemics, staff struggles, guest complaints, moments where we thought, how are we going to survive this? And yet, here we are, still standing, still growing, still relevant after 50 years. Do you know how difficult that is? In hospitality, surviving 1 decade is difficult, but 5 decades, that's legacy. And legacy is not built by perfection. Let me repeat that, because young people sometimes, especially this, the Gen Z idea, you know, they think that success is something that will never fail. And success is something that will happen today. I'm going to have 350 million followers, and I'm going to be successful. Legacy is not built by perfection. It's built by consistency. It is built by resilience. It is built by getting up when things go wrong. It is built by learning how to lead when there's pressure, criticism, uncertainty, and sometimes even loneliness. And if I'm honest with you, leadership can sometimes be a very, very, very lonely place. People see the title, they see the suit, they see the stage, but they do not always see the sacrifices behind it. They do not see the sleepless nights, the difficult decisions, and the responsibility carrying thousands of employees and their families on your shoulders. The moments when everybody expects answers from you, even when you yourself still look for the answers. And this is important for the young people here to understand. Hospitality is not just glamour. Actually, far from it. Hospitality does not have a lot of glamour on the day-to-day affair of it. Maybe you can see beautiful restaurants, luxury suites, celebrity guests, but behind every successful hotel are systems. There's discipline, standards, structure, and people that work relentlessly 24/7, 365 days a year to make things happen. One of my favorite quotes is coming from a book that is called Atomic Habits, and I'm sure you have heard of this book. And the author there of the book says, we do not rise to the level of our goals. We fall to the level of our systems. So you can have whatever goals you want, you can have as many manifestations as you want, you can pray in the morning, in the afternoon, in the night, you can do whatever you want. If the systems are not there, not much will happen. That quote, to be honest with you, changed significantly the way I think about leadership, because talent alone is not enough. Passion alone is not enough. Motivation alone is not enough. What changes organizations and countries, and I'm mentioning again, and countries, are systems. When we look, and I go off script at the moment, when we see successful countries, you will always see successful systems that have been put in place. And no matter the political cycle, no matter who is in charge, who is in power, who is not in power, who are their allies, who are not their allies, the system continues to operate and work. Strong systems create consistency. Strong systems create trust. Yesterday we spoke about trust, and I asked Prof, what builds trust? Strong systems build trust, because it is not the personality that will influence the trust. It will be the system that is there, and the personality will come to augment and advance the trust. Strong systems survive even when the individuals leave. So if I am the person that keeps EKO Hotel, let's assume, in place and the operations and things like that, if I leave, what happens? Does everything collapse? God forbid. The systems that we have built are there to continue the operation and the people that will take over from us. And Africa must understand this deeply if we want to compete globally in tourism and hospitality. Because, let me tell you something very clearly. The truth is, Africa already has the beauty, the culture, the talent, and we know all that. What we have struggled with is converting that potential consistently into world-class experiences. And I say this because I believe this continent is sitting on one of the greatest untapped tourism opportunities in the world. I'm not saying that to ginger you, or Africa in general is the El Dorado, is the last frontier. And if we don't understand that, I don't know. When I look at Nigeria, I see the same raw potential, and I see growing up around tourism in Greece. It will be a pity, and it will be a failure. As I say, when you are 18, somebody can call you a talented person. When you are 80, you cannot be a talented person anymore. Either you have realized your potential, or you did not. So we cannot be talking about Nigeria and constantly talking about the potential, and the potential, and the potential, and the potential. It's like the 80-year-old talented person that eventually will take the talent to their grave. Pardon me for saying that, but it is very important to change and make potential into reality. Clap, please. I want to tell you that people travel to Greece today not only because of the islands. They travel because Greece learned how to package identity, culture, food, history, emotion, and experience into something unforgettable. Let me put something into perspective for a moment. Greece is a country of roughly 10 million people and has tourism one of the central pillars of its economy. Last year, Greece received 40 million tourists. Can you hear the number? 40 million people. Tourism represents between 20 and 30% of the national GDP. 1 in every 5 jobs is dependent on tourism. So that means 20% of employment in my country, Greece, that is country of birth, not country of, depend on tourism. Meanwhile, Nigeria, with more than 220 million people, extraordinary culture, world-famous music, Nollywood, cuisine, coastlines, business, creativity and entrepreneurial energy is still only scratching the surface of its tourism potential. And that is really the point, not comparison. I'm not trying to draw comparisons, but I want to show you the possibility. Because if Nigeria fully unlocks its tourism ecosystem, the economic impact would be transformational, not only for hotels, but for aviation, for transportation, restaurants, entertainment, agriculture, small businesses, infrastructure, employment, foreign exchange, and not only Africa, not only Nigeria, but the whole of Africa. The potential is there. The systems must follow, and honestly, I believe Nigeria can do the same. I believe Africa can do the same. And imagine an African tourism fully activated. Imagine seamless travel across African countries. It was addressed a lot yesterday. Imagine safer cities, cleaner environments, better infrastructure, better storytelling, better branding, better training, better customer experience. Why should the next great global hospitality brand not come from Lagos? Why? Why we should always be looking at a brand from America, from Europe, to come and put their name above for us to get credibility and to get approval from our visitors from abroad? Why? Why EKO Hotel cannot be the brand that people will say, I'm in London, I'm looking to make a reservation, I'm not looking for a Marriott, I'm not looking for a Hilton, with all respect to them, but I'm looking for EKO Hotels. So why not from Africa? But if we are honest, and forums like this must allow honesty, there are elephants in the room. And I would like to address some of these elephants. Infrastructure and total visitor experience. A tourist does not experience a country only inside a hotel. So no matter how good EKO Hotel is, this is not the only experience. They experience the airport, the roads, the traffic, the cleanliness, the transportation, the safety, the power supply, the efficiency of movement. Countries like the United Arab Emirates, for example, transform tourism by engineering a seamless visitor experience. Nigeria must begin building tourism corridors with cleaner, safer, more efficient visitor ecosystems around key hospitality zones. So it doesn't need to be the whole of the place. It can be areas where we say, okay, that's where the tourists we want to push them towards, and they will feel all these things. Security perception. I'm not talking about actual security. I'm talking about security perception, because that's very, very important. International perception often matters more than actual statistics. And tourism is emotional. Visitors must feel safe before they even book a ticket. Many countries have successfully transformed global perceptions through aggressive destination branding, stronger tourism policies, cleaner urban management, and consistent positive storytelling. Rwanda is a typical example. I don't think a country that had 850,000 people slaughtered in a civil war is more safe and is perceived as more safe than Nigeria today. So it is a matter of how we tell the story and how we project the story. Colombia, they have massive amount of tourism. If I think of Colombia, the first thing that might come to mind was drug cartels and drugs and people killing themselves. But no, they have a massive tourism potential. So the story they tell about security and how the tourists are feeling secure there is very, very, very important. Of course, we spoke yesterday, and it was extremely extensively addressed, the issue of visa restrictions and poor infrastructure connectivity. The visa in Africa is something that is killing Africa, and it has to stop. Europeans don't love themselves so much. The French hate the Germans. I can tell you that. The British don't like the Europeans altogether. Okay, the Norwegians think that they are very, very, very important and very whatever, you know. However, there is something that is called Schengen. And 25 countries can be accessed without visas. When you arrive by plane, you don't go through customs. You just exit as if you moved from one Athens suburb to the next Athens suburb. And the same is when you come from Paris and you arrive in Athens, it's like you moved from a suburb of Paris to another suburb of Paris. So very, very important. So this traveling across Africa is very important and it needs to be addressed. Rwanda is a powerful example of how the visa restrictions and all these kind of things were simplified and then have developed their tourism so greatly. Africa needs easier visa systems, stronger airline partnerships, and more direct connectivity between African cities. The next thing that we also discussed yesterday, sorry I'm repeating also for people that they were not here yesterday, we're talking about weak destination branding and storytelling. We had yesterday Lady Stella speaking about Dubai. Dubai is a story. If anybody wants to hear something, it's a story. And it's funny sometimes when you are in Dubai and you look at the skyscraper and you look to your right and you see the desert. And you see the skyscraper and you see the desert. And you say, what are these people selling? Really, what are they selling? You know, as far as I'm concerned, they packaged a tourist destination. You know, the packaged inspiration. I want to go to Dubai. To do what? Really to do what? They are there to take your money. That's all they are there to do. And they have created every opportunity for you to put your hand in your pocket, bring out your money and give it to them. Why can we not do the same? So Nigeria is globally famous, but not globally packaged as a tourist destination. In Greece, we are selling emotion, lifestyle, history, and hospitality. Thailand sells warmth. Dubai sells ambition. Nigeria must consistently market its music, food, fashion, creativity, festivals, business, tourism, and culture with one coordinated global tourism identity. And this is extremely important as well. You know, the global tourist identity. What are you saying? What is the narrative? It has to be one. It cannot be this year, that next year. It could not be the same here in one exhibition. We go to ITB Berlin, we tell a story, then we go to WTM, we tell another story. You know, it is so important to have a coordinated global tourism identity. The next one that comes also behind the global tourism identity is the limited preservation and monetization of heritage assets. Africa is sitting on extraordinary cultural and natural assets that remain underdeveloped, underprotected, and underpromoted. Historic sites, coastal zones, festivals, museums, ecotourism destinations, and heritage experiences should be major economic drivers. Countries like Morocco and Egypt transformed heritage into global tourism engines by preserving identity while monetizing what they have. It is not accidental that Cairo opened a museum that cost them over $1 billion. $1 billion, one museum. You know, why? Because they know that this museum is going to bring multiple of billions of dollars back. So, let me move on and say, okay, yes, it is so important for us to see people like Egypt, you know, how they transformed heritage into global tourism engines by preserving identity while packaging it professionally for international audience. And then we want to see the inconsistent public policy execution. I'm not a critic of the government or anything like that, but I say that one of the frustrations across the sector is that many excellent tourism initiatives are announced, but fewer are fully implemented. Investors and international partners need consistency, continuity, and long-term performance and confidence. Tourism development requires disciplined execution over many years regarding of political cycles. So whatever the government is, if we start something here, then for the next 20 years, no matter who is there, this roadmap and this blueprint needs to be followed. I will go to the next thing, and I will say skills, service, culture, and professionalism. Hospitality is ultimately about people. Countries like Singapore invested heavily in hospitality training and service excellence until it became part of the national identity. Africa must elevate hospitality education, mentorship, leadership development, and service culture if we want to compete globally. Because tourism growth is not accidental. The countries that succeeded treating tourism as a national economic strategy, not as decoration, not as entertainment, but a serious driver of jobs, foreign exchange, infrastructure, and global influence, these are the countries that benefited from tourism. And there is another uncomfortable truth that we must speak about openly if we are serious about Africa's future. And this is the lingering effects of neocolonialism. Far too long, Africa has exported raw value and imported finished value. We export resources, culture, creativity, and talent, yet too much of the wealth created from Africa potential still ends up benefiting systems and economies outside the continent more than Africans themselves. Even in tourism, we must ask difficult questions. Who owns the narrative about Africa? Who controls the global booking systems? Who finances the major projects? Who owns many of the international brands operating on the continent? Who profits most from Africa tourism? Neocolonialism today is often more economic than political. It can appear through dependency, through unequal partnerships, through financial pressure, through imported thinking that tells Africa to continuously look outwards for validation instead of inwards for confidence. And let me be very direct, Africa will never fully rise if Africans do not begin building, financing, owning, and trusting African systems, African brands, African airlines, African institutions, and African tourism ecosystems. That does not mean isolation from the world. Partnership is important. International collaboration is important, but partnership must increasingly become balanced partnership, not dependency. Countries that transformed themselves understood this. The United Arab Emirates invested aggressively in national infrastructure and national brands. Singapore focused relentlessly on developing its own systems and talents. Rwanda intentionally shaped its own identity and governance models instead of waiting for outsiders to define it. Africa's next chapter will require confidence. Confidence to tell our own stories, confidence to invest in our own people, confidence to create standards that compete globally. Confidence to stop seeing Africa only through the lens of problems and begin seeing it through the lens of possibility and ownership. Africa is no longer asking for a seat at the table. Africa is building its own table. Because ultimately, no continent develops sustainably when too much of its value creation is directed from outside the continent. Potential is common, systems are rare. And that really is why this summit matters. And that is why I want to especially recognize the incredible work being done by the Tourism and Hospitality Mentorship for Development Initiative. And of course, I have to return the compliment to the President, Mr. Marvelous Dada, for the wonderful work that he does. Congratulations. Because what they are building is not just mentorship, they are building bridges. Bridges between education and industry, buildings between dreams and opportunities, between potential and execution. And that is exactly what Africa needs more of. At EKO Hotels and Suites, supporting initiatives like that is intentional. Because as we celebrate 50 years, we are asking ourselves an important question: what happens after us? Who carries the torch forward? Who protects the standards? Who improves the systems? Who modernizes the industry without losing our humanity? Because technology is changing hospitality rapidly. Artificial intelligence is coming, automation is coming, digital transformation is already here. But there is one thing that technology will never replace, and that is the human connection. A machine cannot genuinely care for a guest, a machine cannot create warmth, a machine cannot build emotional memory. At the end of the day, people will always remain the heart of hospitality. And to the young people listening to me today, I want to leave you with a few things I have learned over 25 years. Number one, do not chase titles too early. Chase competence. Become so good, so dependable, so valuable that opportunities begin chasing you. Second, your attitude will take you further than your talent. I have seen extremely talented people destroy their futures because of ego, laziness, or lack of discipline. And I have seen ordinary people become extraordinary because they were humble, consistent, and hungry to learn. Number three, learn to endure difficulty. This generation sometimes wants immediate success, but real growth takes time. You must survive uncomfortable seasons. You must learn patience. I think it was yesterday that Lady Stella mentioned that as well. It's not the immediate gratification. What is called delayed gratification is very, very important. And equip yourselves. Make yourselves so strong and so knowledgeable, so capable that you will not find a glass ceiling on top of your head that you will not be able to penetrate because of lack of knowledge and understanding. And finally, I would say never stop evolving. The moment you think you know everything in hospitality or in anything in life, you are obsolete. And stay curious, travel, observe, listen, read, learn from everybody. We have an unbelievable tool in our hands at the moment, which is the internet. We have AI, you know, we can learn anything. We can find any information we want. Use it, use it, use it. And that's the beauty of this industry, that we're always learning. And perhaps that is why I still love it after all this time, because hospitality, at its very best, is not really about buildings, it's about people. And I think I have said that many, many, many times, and it's something that I want to leave with you, that hospitality is about people. It's not about creating, it's about creating memories, creating belonging, creating hope, creating experiences that connect human beings across cultures, backgrounds, languages, and nations. And in a world becoming increasingly divided, that may be more important now than ever before. So today, as we continue this summit, I encourage you to ask yourself difficult questions. Challenge ideas, build relationships, think boldly, but more importantly, think about the legacy you want to leave behind. Because legacy is not something we inherit automatically. Legacy is something we choose to build every single day. And despite all the challenges we have discussed today, I still believe deeply in Africa. I believe the world is waiting for Africa, not for the Africa of stereotypes, but for the Africa of innovation, of culture, of resilience, of creativity, of warmth, and of leadership. And when that Africa fully rises, tourism will not simply follow, tourism will power this transformation. Thank you very much, and welcome once again to our summit. Thank you so much.
begins with a vision to do more, to reach more, and to create something that outlives the moment. In 2023, at the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, that vision came alive. With just about 300 students in a room, the Hospitality Business Summit was born. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't grand, but it was intentional. A space where young people could learn, connect, and begin to see possibilities beyond the classroom. Then came 2024. The vision grew from a campus gathering to a bigger stage. At the Marriott Hotel in Lagos, close to 1,000 young minds came together, curious, eager, and ready for more. The conversation was expanding. The impact was becoming visible. And by 2025, what started small had become something undeniable. At EKO Hotels and Suites, over 2,000 students gathered in one space. The energy was different. The room was fuller. The vision was louder. But beyond the numbers, something more important was happening. Lives were being transformed. Through institutional visits, we reached students across different campuses, bringing the industry closer to them. Through virtual mentorship sessions, we connected them with industry leaders, opening their minds to global possibilities. Through leadership trainings and retreats, we built not just attendees, but leaders. Opportunities became real. Students secured internship placements. Young professionals found direction. Scholarships were awarded across hospitality, tourism, aviation, and travel. Talent was discovered. Excellence was recognized. From cooking competitions that showcased skill and creativity to awards and recognitions that affirmed the journey so far. We were not just hosting events. We were building a community. We were shaping an industry, and the world began to take notice. Recognized by the Institute of Hospitality as the largest youth gathering in hospitality and tourism in Nigeria, published in different global magazines. We understood one thing. This was bigger than us. And now, 2026, we evolve from Hospitality Business Summit to TMDU Summit to the African Legacy Summit. A new name that reflects a deeper purpose, a broader vision, a continental movement. This is where Africa's future in hospitality, tourism, and travel is being reimagined. Where young people are not just participants, but pioneers. May 15th and 16th at EKO Hotels and Suites, Lagos. Another chapter begins. This is not just our story. This is a story of growth, a story of impact, a story of transformation. This is Africa's legacy.
Congratulations, TMD Foundation. Yesterday, we enjoyed the wisdom of elders in no small feat. And today, we would like to do the same. Yesterday, we were told that 50 years ago, when EKO Hotels opened its doors for the first time, it signified that Africa is ready. So today, 50 years on, we would like to cement our position on the global map. And one sure way to do that is to listen to those who have gone before us. And as Africans, we value the voice of elders. Speaking of valuing the voices of elders, two proverbs come to mind. One that says, you cannot have more used clothes than an elder. Have you heard that one before? And the second one that says that a young man can walk really fast, but an old man knows the way. Have you heard that one? It is therefore for this reason that we have graciously asked two of our elders to return with something we've called a wisdom charge. Are we excited? Are we excited? Awesome. One thing I do not think will change for us as Africans is the value of respect. So I would like you to please engage with me as I make welcome two of our elders who were here with us yesterday to return for a 10-minute charge, unscripted, to charge us up. Students, are you excited? Fantastic, especially for the benefit of those who were not here yesterday. So please, rise with me. Please rise as I invite number one, the indefatigable Ambassador Wallace Williams. Yes, distinguished Pan-Africanist, diplomat, and military ruler. Please take your seats, sir, to one side. Gentlemen and ladies, I need that excitement. I need that energy. Thank you. And secondly, one of the most respected, the most poignant voices on the continent on matters of leadership and governance, a respected scholar of the public law, Professor P.L.O. Lumumba. As they take their seats for 10 minutes to give us the wisdom charge by the elders. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. But first, let me congratulate my single chief. Chief?
Thank you very much, Double Chief.
Thank you. Last night was a great experience.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, we became chiefs of Egbaland, and we are so excited. I don't think we slept, but we were also more excited to be here to engage the youths. Yesterday, we covered a lot of things as Pan-Africanists. We actually showed how culture can develop the continent, how culture can develop even Nigeria, as Danny said. And by the way, Danny, I don't think you're Greek anymore. I think you're fully fledged Nigerian. Give him a round of applause. Yeah. You know that culture is a driver for this continent and even for Nigeria. And why I'm saying this, Nigeria, as I said yesterday, is 36 states, but effectively it's 36 countries. And what could be unlocked from driving culture and exposing it to the rest of the world, where you have the north, south, east, west, 200 or 300 languages, I think it is, and so many tribes to be able to offer the world. Nigeria could become the model for that transformation. Your thoughts?
You know, I have listened to Danny, I've listened to Marvelous.
Yes, by the way, congratulations to Marvelous. Please give him a round of applause.
And Danny, when you talked about mythology, and you talked about your son Orion, and you talked about Zeus, and you talked about Poseidon, and you now talk about culture, I was imagining to myself what Nigeria can do if you are in Yoruba land, you go to the Hausa land, you go to the land of the Igbo or the Ibibio or the Kalabari, what can be done and what can be an attraction, not only for the outside world, and I can't agree with you more, that in most of Africa, our idea of a tourist is a British, is a Chinese, is a German. So that if a Kenyan or a Togolese or a Beninois were to come to Nigeria, even when they claim to be tourists, we don't think they are. And I think that is the kind of thing that we want to deal with.
Yes.
And I can't agree more. When I hear you saying that Greece received 40 million visitors last year, I'm told by the director of tourism that the statistics in Nigeria are not even reliable in that regard. It tells me there is a lot of work to be done. And when I see young men and women here, and you talk about training, the question is, do the young Nigerians here know Nigeria? Can they market Nigeria? Yesterday, we saw a young girl who hails from South Korea. Perhaps she's traveled to more Nigerian states than your average Nigerian. The first thing that we must do is to charge these young men and women, know Nigeria. Because when you know Nigeria, you can market Nigeria. And when you market Nigeria, you market Africa and her culture.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And since this is an engagement with the youth, we need to ask the youths individually, what are you doing to explore and expose and promote Nigeria? They are so talented in digital systems. So instead of spending your time and your social media, chatting, do you know in China it is disallowed to do, all this social chatting? What they train them to do is utilize what they have to improve and promote China. So they learn skills, they learn that from the social media that they've got, talk to each other about promoting themselves, acquiring skills. So for me, the youth of Nigeria with so much talent in digital assets can now look at what can I make use of this piece of tool to ensure that I promote Nigeria, I promote hospitality, and do, as you rightfully said, what this young lady has done. Go to your sites, look at your mythology in your area. These are things that people want to see. Danny talked about experience. It is the experience that people come to a country to look for. And that is, what do the Ibibios do? What does the Igbos do? What are the Hausa culture, the Yoruba culture, which is so strong? As you know, now we are Egba chiefs, and we are going to have to go home to Egba land quite soon and be promoters. No, seriously, we have to.
Ambassador, let me just come, because we are in the EKO hotel system.
Yes.
And one of the things that I look forward to, and it gladdens my heart, when you talked about the branding aspect of it.
Yes.
And I'll be asking the young ones in the audience, when we grew up in East Africa, the books that we read were by Nigerian authors. If you are not reading Wole Soyinka, we were reading Flora Nwapa. If you are not reading Flora Nwapa, we were reading Eleki Amadi or Chinua Achebe. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. If you are not listening to anybody, you are listening to Fela Nicola Pokuti. How can those be curated so that when we move out of Lagos and I'm in Port Harcourt, there is an eco-hotel system in that part?
Yes.
And when Danny talked about El Dorado, I do not know whether Marvelous is around. Marvelous, can you speak to this so that you break it down?
Yeah.
He says Africa is the next El Dorado, the land of gold. But we can wish it all we want, but it must be built. In fact, as we walked as you walk here, there's a statement, Africa will not rise, Africa will be built, which means that we must roll up our sleeves and create Africa.
Yes.
So you young men and women who are here, you who will be around holding all factors constant, when you see Nigeria and you see Africa, do you look forward to the day when, if you are in Ouagadougou, in Burkina Faso, there is an eco hotel, homes and suites? That when you are...
We are rebranding.
We are rebranding for the next 50 years.
For the next 50 years.
So,
yesterday.
I mean, the possibilities, and I think somebody talked about, is it Stella, is it... somebody talked about the Africa Continental Free Trade Area.
Yes.
And Danny has just talked about the ease with which you can travel from Bratislava in Slovakia to Lisbon in Portugal. Can we do that? You government officials, can the administration of the government of Nigeria, so that the next big announcement by President Tinubu as he seeks his second term, the next big announcement is that Nigeria is visa-free. Yes. You imagine what could happen. Absolutely. You imagine what could happen. In 1 year only, these young men and women will be able to travel across the continent of Africa. And that is what we are yearning for.
Yes. So, Prof, I think you have hit a very good point there, because you and I are working towards borderless Africa and visa-free Africa. We are putting pressure on governments to ease the travel so that intra-Africa trade and the young people can travel and experience, because it's all about experience. Because when you go to these other countries, you'll be able to see what systems they put in place. Look at, you said, and everyone talked about Rwanda. We've been to Rwanda several times. You will not believe that they slaughtered 850 people between themselves. You cannot tell yourselves now in Rwanda that you are a Tutsi or a Hutu. You are Rwandese. And coming up will be the same thing. So Nigeria has to do almost the very same thing. We are all Nigerians. Doesn't matter where we come from. You've got to get rid of your elders, and sorry, it's not us, but your elders who believe in, I must look after my clan, it is my brother, however he got there, that's it. No. Try and ensure that you intermarry, that you interrelate, and that you are a Nigerian first. Then take that to the rest of Africa, take that to the rest of the world. Preserve your culture, yes, because that is what you will attract people to come and see in your environment. But start thinking outside the box. I am a Nigerian. We have so many things within Nigeria. And you promote each other's culture. These are things that are elementary for selling your country, promoting your country. I am a Nigerian because I am a Nigerian. That is first what you say. However, it happened, but I am a Nigerian. And you sell that. The beauty of that is when people look everywhere in the world, Nigerians excel. Yesterday I spoke about brain gain instead of brain drain. So you youths have to become the pressure point against governance and say, this is what we want. This is what we would like to see. Own it, sell it, market it, demand it. It is most important because it is your future. If you don't get up like Marvelous Dada and make demands of the country and the government to tell them to be engaged, and I like what Danny was saying, the government has a responsibility. The Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Trade must partner with the brand that we have here and sell it. We talked yesterday about taking that brand to the Caribbean, and we rebranded yesterday and called it EKO Hotels, Home and Suites. Why did we say that? Because we feel at home. And if this is how you feel, that is the experience that we got. Yes, Danny talked about the fact that, you know, the government needs to partner more with the hospitality industry and to ensure that they realize the potential of $1 trillion in the hospitality and creative economy to start with. So all of you youths should now find a niche, tap into some aspects of the hospitality value chain, see what you can do well. I like the drummer who was here. Let's promote him. Let's promote just that simple drumming lesson. Somebody should take a camera, take what he has done, and do drumming lessons to the rest of the world. Everybody talks about the talking drum. So therefore, Nigeria has become known for what? Teaching lessons in the talking drum. And what's his name? Exceptional? Is that what he called himself? Drum excellence. Drum excitement. get people excited, because already we have taken over the world with music. We have taken over the world with fashion. We have taken over the world with soon enough eatery.
But Double Chief,
yes.
Remember we were only given 10 minutes. And I can see
Joke
Silva here.
Yes.
When we talk about culture,
yes,
as we must conclude, because our 10 minutes is up, I suspect. But look at Nollywood.
Is our 10 minutes up, by the way?
Yeah. Nollywood, I'm talking about culture and Nollywood.
Yes.
Today, there is not a single household in the continent of Africa and Africa in the diaspora that does not interact with the production of Nollywood. I'm meeting Joke here, but I know her. Olu Jacobs, I know you because I see you on a daily basis. And to me, how then, for example, EKO hotels, can Joke not be your world ambassador? And we have these young ambassadors like Marvelous. And the next thing I want to see is EKO Suites and Homes in Nairobi, Kenya.
Yes.
In Kampala, Uganda.
Yes. Yes.
In South Africa after they have changed their minds. But you can see what we are talking about. The possibilities are amazing. So thank you very much. I think our MC is very cleverly telling us
to leave the stage.
Leave the stage.
No, please.
And leave the stage we will. Thank
you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please do not yet leave the stage. Please do not yet leave the stage. Professor and Ambassador, please do not leave the stage yet. Thank you. Thank you. Those were some powerful instructions, and we would like to at this point invite the Managing Director of EKO Hotels, Mr. Gassan Fadol, and the General Manager, who we previously heard from, Mr. Danny Kiopologlu, to offer our appreciation, along with the Director of Sales and Marketing, Dr. Iyaduni Gbadebo. And as Africans, we come bearing gifts. So consider this appreciation. Over to you, MD.
Professor, this is the least that we can do. This is just to appreciate you, to tell you thank you. You are an inspiration to us. You are not only a father figure, you have become a part of our family. So thank you very much for your presence. You honored us. It's a privilege.
Ambassador, without you, this would not happen. That is for sure. And we thank you so very much for opening your heart and opening your mind to something that you had no idea what you were coming to, who you were coming to meet, you know, and we appreciate you and we thank you so very much. This is nothing, just to say thank you and for you to remember us wherever you go.
God bless you. God bless you. And if I can take a moment of your attention, please. There is a message from the First Lady, please. If I can take a moment from you, please. There is a message from First Lady that is going to be on the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I congratulate the EKO Hotel PLC on their 50th anniversary celebration. 50 years in any organization is not a small feat. From the days of the EKO Hotel Inn to EKO Le Méridien and now EKO Hotel PLC. 50 years. that is a golden anniversary celebration. For any organization to have evolved from the use of just a huge marquee in the old banquet hall, which was really outside of the premises, and where I believe houses the new International Conference Center. I remember vividly that was where my husband celebrated his 50th birthday. Then he was the governor of Lagos State, and it was a big celebration. I remember vividly, and the marquee did well. It hosted all of us. I remember the band that was invited in the day. It was Lagbaja, and it was a big celebration, and that was the biggest hall at that time. And then I remember, even as First Lady, I've used the old banquet hall, which was the hall that was inside the hotel premises, to host a lot of events. And in that hall, I celebrated different events there. I remember the rebirth of COUSO, which is the Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, in the year 2000, and the subsequent hosting of the annual National Women Conference has been in the EKO Hotel PLC. Then it was in EKO Hotel PLC, but it did meet all our needs. We were able to host a 3-day event, and not only that, the environment, and I think what must have done it for EKO Hotel PLC is where it is sited, because then we can see the sea, and then every amenity was just available. And not only that, I hosted the Musical Youth Fiesta for about 10 years. That was to host young people, about 5,000 youth from all over Lagos State, and also some selected churches in Lagos. And it was a huge event. And also the memorable 50th birthday anniversary. My 50th birthday anniversary was celebrated 15 years ago, also in EKO Hotel. And that was the rebirth of the new conference center. And I remember asking the owners of EKO Hotel, I said, when are you going to do the official opening? They said they don't need to do it, that the birthday just did it for them. So, and I have hosted the flag off of the elderly support program for Lagos Central Senatorial District when I was senator. And the food, we have not even talked about the food and all the restaurants that are there. And it's just been like a second home for most of my work. Even in the Senate, where I've done the Lagos Central Senatorial District constituent meeting, even at the end of my tenure in the Senate after 12 years, I hosted at EKO Hotel PLC. And hosting of my husband's birthday colloquium has always been there as well. My husband's 70th birthday celebration was there as well. That would be 20 years interval, with EKO Hotel growing in leaps and bounds, I would say, because EKO Hotel is a hotel that kept evolving over time, growing with whatever the time and season offers. And it has hosted a lot of shows, especially during the festive season, Christmas time to be precise, Easter, a lot of activities that, family members can come to. And it's just, let me talk about the food as well. I love the food. Is it from the Sky Restaurant? We did some birthday celebrations there for my husband as well. And also the food from the Chinese restaurant. Also, they have basically everything. Up till now, I still order food, and I'm glad to celebrate you and to wish you another 50 years and I hope I'm still around. I guess the next 50 years when you celebrate the centenary of EKO Hotel PLC, only God knows what EKO Hotel will be called then. But I believe that EKO Hotel will see better days, and I believe that the best is yet to come for them. I wish you more success and happy celebration.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the first panel session, would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Jeremiah Oluo.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are we all doing this morning? Hope you're having a good time. My name is Jeremiah, and I welcome every one of you to the first panel session of Day 2 of the African Legacy Summit. Now, we're going to be having a wonderful and insightful conversation this morning. And that is setting our standards for global appeal, the role of training and mentorship. Now, I just want to tell you guys that you are in good hands. We have amazing panelists, resource people that are well prepared to share great insight for these conversations. Now, before I bring them on one after the other, I want us to come to an agreement that when I introduce them, that you welcome them with a round of applause. Do we have that deal? Do we have that deal? All right, thank you very much. Now, please, with a clapping ovation, welcome the first panelist in the person of Mrs. Clara Chinwe Okoro. Please, let's welcome her. Let's welcome her. Please, let's not stop clapping. Now, quickly, I would like to call on the second panelist in the person of Dr. Ola Awakon. Please, let's welcome him. A round of applause, a round of applause. And now for the third panelist for this amazing conversation, we'll be welcoming Mr. Oladipo Sadibo. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause as well. Please, a resounding round of applause. And the last of the first panel session, but not the least, is the person of Mrs. Damilola Adepoju. Please, let's clap for her. Let's welcome her. Now, I would like us to just get right into the conversation. Let's go into the deep stuff. I believe that you will all agree with me that Africa is not lacking culture, particularly Nigeria. We're not lacking the vibe, we're not lacking the location, we're not lacking the stories for global positioning when it comes to the hospitality and tourism industry. But, you know, with all of the potential, it doesn't translate consistently all the time to measurable industry success. So my question, which is one question for all, because I want to get your thoughts one after the other, bullet thoughts, is how can training and mentorship change that narrative? So I would like us to begin from the far end, and then we'll bring it back here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I think it's really an honor to be, amongst this great audience, sharing my thoughts that are part of the passion that has defined my life with hospitality. How did I begin to, evolve into who I am today in this industry? I used to be a broadcaster. I had a TV show that ran for almost 17 years. And within that space, I did a lot of travel globally. And then one year, I had done France in a stretch. And I said to myself, what was it about Europe that made you want to come back every year? And it occurred to me that it was the details in discipline. So every year I came right about the same time. The train left at the same time in the morning to take me to the airport. The cost wasn't the problem because it stayed consistent for those 10 years in a stretch. My Uber driver would come to pick me the same time because he had programmed my timing with him. And I began to make those observations. So it wasn't about money or lack of it. It was the mindset. And I felt if Africa could evolve in the same manner, there's nothing separating us from what I'm viewing in this. So I began to learn. You talked about training and mentorship. I began to learn these ways. And so in 2014, I was in Gambia for a summit. I preferred to stay in studios and take walks to see my environment. And it was a light bulb moment. I've never seen the kind of beauty around me. But in my mind, this was a waste. Nobody was seeing it outside the world. The way KLM would market France to you or Air France, and it became a destination in my mind, was an ultimate. And then that was the birth of my company, My Beautiful Africa. I felt this continent was too beautiful to, remain stagnant just within its people who didn't even understand the value. And I said, okay, I'm going to do my trainings. I'm going to unlearn, to relearn the things I've been told about the continent. And I'm going to use technology to position our continent to the world. And that was the birth of what we call the Tourism and Technology Summit Africa series. We would utilize technology to digitally deliver Africa to the world. And that's what I want the young people to take away today. Technology is the niche that can move us from where we are to where we want to be.
A beautiful afternoon to the distinguished personalities that we have in here. I'm excited to see that this conversation will be happening in the midst of thousands of students that we have here, because that's the future. For me, it is an incontrovertible truism that mentorship and training will go a long way in changing the narrative as far as tourism is concerned, in not just Nigeria, but in Africa. To corroborate the fact that culture, has been said, and even tourism asset is being said that we have a lot of potential in not just Nigeria, but in Africa. I say it everywhere I go to that Nigeria is a microcosm of stories. And when I say Nigeria is a microcosm of stories, I pick it from the aspect of what do we have to tell in every aspect of our cultural assets, in every aspect of our heritage, in every aspect of our tradition and culture, there are stories. And if you look inward into Nigeria before I go to the larger scope, which is Africa, if you go to Ile-Ife alone in Osun State, you will see that in Ile-Ife, for 365 days, they celebrate festivals. And that is just in Ile-Ife alone. Just a day is left alone without celebration. If you're telling the stories of those festivals celebrated in 365 days, then you see the stories that are coming out of Ile-Ife. We've not talked about Osun State. We've not talked about Southwest. We've not talked about other parts of Nigeria. Then if we now go out of Nigeria to Africa, then we say Africa is a macrocosm of stories. And if we're putting together these stories with concerted effort and intentionality, then we know that we have what it takes to rule not just the continent of Africa, but to rule the world. But all of this has to do with our intentionality to use tourism to drive this narrative. And how do we do it if we are not investing in mentorship and training of our youth? For me, I grew up in a slum of Lagos that is called Ajegunle. And growing up in Ajegunle, there's something that I got myself, infused into. I am fully into the arts culture as far as Nigeria is concerned. And one thing that's been consistent in my journey so far, before I got to where I am today, I am a storyteller myself. I'm a poet, I'm an actor, I'm a dancer, I'm a choreographer, I'm a journalist, and all of this I cover. So for me to explain who I am to people, I tell people that I am a Jonathespian because I cover all of this scope. It's my word. And another word that I coined that has made me to move forward, that I want to push forward to the youth here, to the students here, is what I call passion-sistency. Passion-sistency is gotten from two root words, which I coined, passion and consistency. If you put this together and you work towards your passion and you drive it consistently, I tell you that even if you think you're not getting anything in return today, there's somebody that is watching you tomorrow that will give you that opportunity for you to shine, not just within Africa, but in the global society. So for me, occupying the position of the Director General of the Apex Tourism Regulatory Agency of Nigeria, which is the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority, it's an opportunity for me to use tourism to transform the narrative, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. Because recently, I just got appointed as the board chairman of Africa Travel Commission, which means that I will be relating with the DGs of tourism across African continent. And one of the major things that we're doing from the agency, from the authority, is to use storytelling to transform this narrative. We are creating, which will be launched by the grace of God by the end of this year by Mr. President, the first of its kind tourism dedicated streaming platform, so that the stories that we say Nigeria carry, the stories that we say Africa carry, can be told to the international society, and we can have the tourism sector, this tourism industry to transform the economy of not just Nigeria, but in Africa. We are doing a whole lot, and I tell the students here that please be available for mentorship. Please be available for training, because when opportunity comes and you don't have the required knowledge or training to carry on, then you may just be lost in the river. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. I think I just want to continue from where he had stopped. So he talked about microcosms, and for me, I think that the need for training starts with the consciousness of understanding the moments when culture is being defined. And I think my charge will be specifically to the TMD, the amazing guys. I think you guys are doing really well. You need to celebrate yourself. And that's because, for me, I think that it all starts with the academic environment where we all started our lives from. I always make bold to say that the first exposure that most of us have to tourism was through school excursions. And what you see is the memories were there. Some of us wanted to go to Erinjesha Waterfall. Our parents, we didn't have the chance to go. And when we got to the particular stage in life where we wanted to relive those memories, those were the things that came right to mind. And they are driven by some basic human truths that we need to really be able to turn into drivers of economic growth. Number one is the fear of missing out. In Nigeria, it is very big, right? The very fact that we had to beg our parents to support or fund those excursion trips, and we missed out, right? Those are sort of things that actually form or help us to, make those decisions to want to explore certain destinations. So ultimately, it starts with rituals. That's the way I see it, that it's not just about the destination, it's about those rituals that we're forming every day, right? And that's my charge to the TMD youth, because you don't have to wait until you graduate. You have to look at the moment you are in right? And capture those cultural moments and then find a way to tell the story in a way that it turns to drivers of economic growth, right? Personally, I've had to work across different sectors, fintech to be specific, payments, and I think the major highlight for me was how I was able to see the intersection of technology as well as, intersection of technology with hospitality. Everything is smooth, everything is cool, everything is nice until money is involved, trust me. Because at that point, the only language is the language of trust, transaction integrity, and at the end of the day, you find out that culture is not just what happens when the lights are on, but the many things that happen when the lights are off, and we have to be prepared for that.
So I come personally as someone who didn't start out thinking they would be working in hospitality or tourism. I started out in accounting, and one day was working for an operator, for a hotel operator, and saw growth happening all around the world. I was sitting in the US, seeing growth happening all over the world and not seeing much at this operating company in Africa. And I said to myself, oh, I want to do this. I want to be part of the growth story of Africa. And that started my journey to business school, to coming back to Nigeria, to working for a consulting firm, to working now in the role that I am in. And I just want to tell the youth that it is a career. It is not just a means to an end. Working in tourism, working in hospitality, it can be a career. There's progression. It's up to you to understand the different ways that you can interact with this industry. It's working in the hotels, but there's also many support systems that create an ecosystem for hospitality industry to thrive, and there's many places for you to plug into. So see this as a career that you can build on and that you can use as a leverage to be a tourism ambassador for your country, for your continent. When we talk about training and development, I think it's also up to the industry to make sure that we're investing in the people, right? Because tourism, hospitality doesn't exist without the people. You can have beautiful buildings, you can have all of the infrastructure, but if you don't have committed, passionate people who are educated, who are empowered to seeing this as a way to express themselves, a way to make income, a way to build a career, then you don't really have a tourism industry to promote. And so we need to also invest in education. We need to invest in innovation, research. We need to empower our people, and we need to develop them to be leaders for tomorrow. And I'll leave it at that, because I think that's where we're challenged as the African industry. We're not doing enough of this. And that's where sometimes you see that there's a skills gap, because if you've not educated your people, if you've not trained them, if you've not developed them, then of course you're not going to find the right people to fill the positions that are available. So that's the charge that I think we need to also have, is putting the youth in mind, because that's the future. That's how we're going to grow forward.
Now, before we take the second round of questions, I would like us to do something quickly, which is to conduct the live audience litmus test. And this will greatly shape the second question. Now, in this very room, we have a lot of youth, students, and young professionals. Are you guys here? Okay. Now, I want to ask this question to you guys, and then I'll bring it back to the panelists. And you can only give me 3 replies. Either high, moderate, or low. Now, I'm going to say if you are for high, then you reply with high, right? And I will say if you are for moderate, you say moderate. And then if you are low, you say, you get what I'm trying to say. Now, my question to you guys is, how accessible is training and mentorship opportunity in the hospitality and tourism industry to you, the youth? I'm coming. So now, if it is I want to hear your I. If you are for I, okay. Now, if you are for moderate, wow. And then if it is low, can I hear you? Now, that is from the audience, the future of this industry. the people you want to see here in the next 50 years. And if they feel this way, now my question back to the panelists is, we're going to go back this way, is what can be done to change this scenario, this same situation? What structure can be put in place to help better training and mentorship? Thank you very much.
Formalizing what we have. Like, we have TMD. We have these, numerous institutions that are gathering youth, that are, creating opportunities, but we need to make it more formal, right? And so whether it's at, at the macro level, at individual levels, going to different hotel properties, EKO Hotel, I'm sure, is doing, something great in terms of formalizing a training and development program, but we need to be doing this across board, across the independent hotels, across the branded hotels, and they do that, right? But obviously it's developing them. And yes, it's low, right? Because it's a symptom of the state of development that we're in. We're in developing economies, unfortunately. We're still emerging, and there's going to be challenges in terms of finding, right educated people, finding formalized training programs. But we need to be building on this across the board, and formalizing it is the only way that you can have a sustainable path to internships and job opportunities for young people.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ladipo, your thoughts?
Okay, thanks so much. I think I want to approach this from two angles, right? One is about the knowledge. There's a knowledge side to it, and I think there's a character side to it. I think that for students in hospitality, right, I want to say that, make bold to say that you have the most transferable skill ever that you can ever be proud of as a student. Reason being that most times when we try to define what the next steps or what future looks like, we think about facilities like hotels, but the truth is that hospitality is everywhere. The old thing we call UI UX in product design, trust me, is just understanding humans and their experiences, right? Until you start seeing that at the end of the day, what we're selling is we're just trying to transform feelings, experiences into economic demand engines, right? Then you see that there's really no barrier to how you can or where you can express this this gift or these skills you've amassed. Now, I'll talk about character. And this is from my personal experience, right? Yes, I've worked in payments. I've served, different verticals, businesses within the hospitality space. But I think the biggest transformation for me was the day I decided to join within my own local community, which is my church. I decided to join the traffic control unit. I found out that that was the most difficult job to do because you are the custodian of first and last impression. And we might see hospitality as, what happens in EKO Hotel and all this tourist destination. The truth is that it's all around you. And that is where you actually build a character because, again, it is not fun, it is not easy, right? So there's a part of how do you get to, how do you network with people that have, across different industries where you get to know or be in tune with what the global realities are. That's one side. But I just want to say, do not ignore the character development part of your formation as a student, because ultimately, that is what will actually distinguish you as an hospitality professional. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ola.
All right. I will be blunt and sincere here. For the students who said the mentorship and training availability to them has been low, I want to disagree with you. I want to disagree with you because mentorship is a self thing. For me to get to the level that I am today, I would say that I never had any formal maybe training platform or mentorship platform. I deliberately chose, to look up to people and tag myself along with them to get to where I am today. For the fact that you are seated here, enjoying this process, enjoying this exercise, is an opportunity that you have an avenue and you have that chance to be mentored. So it's an opportunity for you. If you say you're looking for probably a structured platform that you want to enroll for you to be mentored, what is mentorship? It's for you to align yourself with somebody. You've aligned yourself with Marvelous, and Marvelous is mentoring you. You've aligned yourself with Marvelous, and Marvelous has aligned himself with EKO Hotels, and this mentorship is going on and on. It's an opportunity. It's not every one of you, you understand, that the level of passion that you put into mentorship, is what you get back in return. So I want to tell you that don't look out for that maybe training platform or for something well structured before you say you get mentored. For every move you make in life, you are exposed to mentorship, and all you need to do is just to tag along. All you need to do is just to, be deliberate and move with it and be decisive that you want to be mentored. And there are opportunities everywhere. For me, I said I grew up in Ajegunle, and when you grow up in Ajegunle, if you understand what Ajegunle carries, if you want to be bad, you will be extremely bad. If you want to be good, you will be extremely good. So it's a personal decision that I chose, and I aligned myself with people. Before I got to the university, I was already performing on the stage in National Theatre. And what was I doing? I enrolled myself into a professional theatre group. When I was in secondary school, I was the vice president of Cultural and Dramatic Society. When I was in SS2, I was dancing with GSS1, GSS2 students in school. And some of my classmates were laughing at me, see you dancing. But if you ask my primary school friends today, they will tell you that this is what Ola Awakun has been doing from primary school. If you ask my secondary school students today, they will tell you this is what Ola Awakun has been doing. If you ask my university friends, they will tell you this is what Ola Awakun has been doing. And I've been consistent with it, not even without any reward coming to me. But look at it today, look at the platform that I am. Last year or 2 years ago, I produced a stage production of The Mother of the President, Abibatu Mogaji, and that happened to be the first and only full-fledged stage production put together at the Presidential Villa Banquet Hall, and the President was seated and all other cabinet were seated to do that. So for me to have done that, I have actually conquered the stage in Nigeria. And I was also being mentored by somebody, Oriofe Williams, when I was in the university, in Olabisi Onabanjo University, who did a stage production and the then governor of Ogun State, Benga Daniel, was in London and he was invited and he had other events to attend. And he came all the way from London to campus to watch a stage play, Ogidiomo. So he also conquered the stage. So I said, if a mentor could do that, I planned to do more than that. And for me to have the president of Nigeria seated to watch a stage production that I produced, have I not conquered the stage? So it is about being deliberate. There are opportunities if you look out for it. There are opportunities. For me, there's something I'm doing again in tourism. I'm looking at rebranding the tour guiding system, which I think you can also tag along. For every tourist destination that you go to, the person that gives you that experience that either keeps you to come back or wants you to go and never come back is the tour guide. And I say there is no structured pattern for tour guidance in Nigeria, which what we are looking into, and we are rebranding that. You have also opportunity to tag along. If you see content creators that are doing things now, very soon we are going to align with them, and they will be recognized by the government, and there are platforms we are putting together to align. So please be deliberate. Mentorship is a deliberate thing. Just don't wait for it, because Gen Zs of today, you want fast reward. If you stay with somebody, and for those of you who know Oriofe Williams, there are mentors that you stay with, and for months you won't get anything. You'll be the one spending your money. But you are not spending it because you're spending your money. You are spending it because you are investing in your future. Because when that opportunity comes, you'll be able to deliver decisively and desirably for the nation to grow to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm also going to circle back always to technology, which is my forte and my niche. When we talk about mentorship and training, my take is there has to be structures, there has to be processes. because that way you align it with your thinking and your planning. You know, young people have the energy that tends to be everywhere. So if you help them guide it, you're going to achieve much more than just leaving them to try to figure things out for themselves, you know. So about 4 years ago, I approached the big techs, the Facebook, Google, and the rest of them. By the way, Google is the biggest travel aggregator in the entire world. Facebook, there is nowhere you travel to you don't want to upload your pictures when you get there. So people don't understand that there is a whole big trajectory in travel and tourism. The value chain is massive. But when you tell the average African about tourism, they just think it's leisure. You want to enter an aircraft. They actually think you must leave your country to experience tourism. So in essence, when you want to guide young people to understand the big picture of what they can do with their life in tourism, we figured in technology, if we approach big tech and begin to form hubs where we can actually do the practical training. You want to use Amadeus, you want to use Saba, you want to use Trustpilot, you want to understand how to navigate the systems already driving the West in terms of, because it's actually a multi-trillion-dollar industry, but you have to understand the niches and where you can fit in. And then by the time you take the young people here and groom them on how to use these softwares, these applications, these methods, when you have employment available, you already have, you know, a bunch of trained young people to select from. It's now their drive to excel that will make them move from the knowledge they've gained to you to train themselves extra bit with their
I have to say that that is wonderful, wonderful insight. But we are fast running out of time.
Okay.
I apologize.
So essentially, like I said, technology is going to solve a lot of problems. Today, I'm going to leave you with this. Go to Google what happened in Kenya last week. It was an embarrassment for Africa. You saw presidents standing in a doorway, not being allowed into a venue because those people were not trained to handle protocol the way it should. Technology would have solved that.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the panelists once again. Now, just quickly do Q&A. Because of time, we'll be able to take just one question. Just one question. And I can see a hand there. Can we please get the mic to her, please? Just a question from her. Please keep your question brief, no statements, and keep it respectful. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Fioma. And my question goes to us. I've prepared this question before the summit, though the speakers have answered some of them. And my question is that, can there be a system that is laid down in the hospitality industry? And what do I mean by this? When I was doing, I'm currently on my IT, and I can see that because people are rich, they can just say, oh, I want to build hotels, I want to build this, I want to build that. And in some industry, I can't say because I'm rich, even though I don't know any knowledge about the industry, then I will just go and build law firm or hospitals. Why is it that it's hospitality industry that they can come to and just build hotel without even having any knowledge about it? Now, in this IT, there are almost like 100 rooms, and it's just 4 staff that are doing housekeeping. 4 staff. And in house reception, just 2. In fact, the reception will log in customers. They will write down everything. They're the one that will go and off-gen and on-gen. In the bar, they are full of debt. And we came to do IT in this place, we are not enjoying it. In fact, they are making hospitality look as if it's suffering. For me. So that would not even, like, those kind of things. And IT, I can't just say, okay, because I want to go to good places, and I'll just be running to Lagos. I have to go to other places too, to see how they do. So how can we lay systems so that not just anybody can come up and be like, oh, I want to build hotels. What are the systems that we can lay down? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let 2 of our panelists tackle that question. And the person of Dr. Ola Awakon from the perspective of the government, and also Mrs. Damilola Adepoju from the perspective of the private sector. So, Dr. Ola, welcome, please.
Okay, thank you for that question. So I think for me, since I got into office, there is always opportunity for people to be well experienced when they come in for their internship. And I think it is critical, because when you give opportunities to the youth to understand the workings of the industry, then they will be able to deliver better. We're working closely with the private sector to see that we give back to as many youth and students that have, this zeal. Because there are many people who come up who are given opportunity to have internship, and when they go in, there's one thing to be posted for internship. There's another thing to be deliberate about using that opportunity to impact yourself. And when you leave, you'll be able to give back, to the society. So there will be opportunities, and I think we have to connect more, with the private sector to give opportunities more to students to be able to deliver. When they are being sent out on internship to maybe to hotels or to anywhere, because hospitality is not about hotels alone. There are other places, there is aviation, there are other areas that they can, fix. They should be allowed to live with good knowledge of the training, and so that when they leave and they're about to start up, they will be able to deliver better. So, but for us as NTDA, we are working closely with the private sector, with the Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria. I will look into it, and with other initiatives that are being put together to mentor and see that we have a new breed of students or practitioners in the hospitality and tourism sector that will be great and greater than us that are here now. Thank you very much. My door is open anytime at Nigerian Tourism Development Authority for any initiative that is geared towards making you better in the industry.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Amilola, briefly, your thoughts.
Her question is exactly why we need standards. We need structures, we need systems, we need Hello, can you hear me? I said her question is exactly why we need standards, we need systems, we need structure in the industry. It's a form of real estate, right? Hospitality is a very unique form of real estate because it also caters to people. And you can't just build, without thinking about the people who are working in the establishment and the guests that you're servicing. So life safety standards are important, but it's also up to us in the private sector as the practitioners to make sure that we educate the investors who build these hotels, who build these restaurants. The people who have the money, who have the assets to build, they've made their money elsewhere, and they see it as a form of investment. It's just another investment. But if they're coming to you to say, I want to do a market study, I want to do a feasibility study, make sure you educate them well. If they're coming to you to say, can you manage my hotel, make sure that they're putting in the right standards in how to operate the hotel, how to manage the human resources that are operating in the hotel. It's exactly why you need systems, you need standards in the industry. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close this panel session with one of the statements the general manager for EKO Hotel made during his speech. When he said that you can have all the talent, you can have all the zeal, but then if there is an absence of structure, then you struggle. So I hope and I believe that the same thing for our panelists, that they hope that after this conversation, that it will lead to action that would move and push forward the industry of hospitality and tourism in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, your panelists, please. A round of applause once again for them.
Africa is a nation of the brotherhood. Before colonial borders, our rivers ran free with wisdom, interconnected in language, community, and culture. Our brotherhood here was organic. No hard feelings, no competitive spirit, rooted in community, love, and diversity. We are one. The African spirit is an unmatched mystery, carved in dexterity and sacrifice, pledged allegiance and loyalty to unity, love, and memories etched in the sand of time. The mysteries in chants and stories, community and simplicity. Our heritage is love, one that suffers long and prevails in pain. Our leadership once subdued in silence, but we fought. You can call the Magi rebellious, the Aba women lover of war, but we all had one voice. Let my people go. We clamor for freedom like the little child calling for the mother's breast. Africa is a land flowing with milk and honey. Africa is a land of history. Welcome to the brotherhood. Because Nigerians didn't call the South Africans strangers when they were forced to pitch their tents in township, restricted in movement for a factor biological. We made our voice a tool and our hearts a home. The Ethiopian war reminded the world that Africa could fight and resist subjection. Kwame Nkrumah didn't only set the Ghanaians free, he gave Africa a voice. So we were never strangers, just borders drawn between brothers, and each time a nation bled, another nation stood up to remind the world that Africa has always known how to fight for our own. So we were one before language separated us. Racism discriminated us, xenophobic tension divided us, and fear lowered the roof we once called the home. We fought for freedom together. Now we fight each other's for space. When did brothers become strangers on the same land they once defended? Africa is a nation of the brotherhood. Why is hostility and religious tension becoming the new norms? Let's not lose our essence to initiate a second time slavery. You see, this is not just poetry. This is a reminder of our heritage. The love that binds our hearts, the call that named us the land of the free, the battle scenes forgotten, the future scenes conceived, the legacy we uphold, the black energy the world could not receive. You see, this is who we are. We need one another to stand. We need one another to fight. We need one another to fight. We need one another to stand. So permit me to ask, can a nation be built on straws and not sink into the depths of instability? Can a nation be built on distrust and not collapse? Can the dreams of the young be hung on a thread and not be crushed? Can a nation progress without the voices of the young? You see, we are not ignorant of our shortcomings, but we are changing the narratives. Because the giant in us is stamping the earth with ideas and thought-provoking strategies. The system might have failed us, but we are not failing ourselves. We are emerging. This is EKO Hotels and Suites Africa Legacy Summit. Because you and I are leaders from today. You and I, leaders from today, we make Africa whole again.
Hatim El Ghabi is a
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Hatim El Garbi.
Afternoon, everybody. I am so happy to be here. You can't imagine how thrilled I'm. This little baby was very happy to be, because first Nigeria has always been in my list, and I came last night. I mean the night before. I only spent 1 day so far, and this energy is just fantastic. You guys have this energy that is unique. I experienced the nightlife also last night. It's been a very long night, and it's you're very powerful from that perspective. My name is Hatim. I work for the Moroccan Tourism Board. We are a public company who is in charge of promoting Morocco, bringing more tourism to Morocco, tourism and revenue, people and revenue, I mean. I would like to thank warmly EKO Hotels and Dr. Iya for inviting me here. Thank you very much, and giving me the opportunity to talk about Morocco. Normally I promote Morocco. I'm not going to do this today. I'm here to talk about Morocco's tourism journey. Can we, there. Well, few numbers, few facts about Morocco. We are, for a few years now, #1 African destination in terms of tourism arrivals. We hosted 20 million visitors last year. So we're still not on the Champions League level, the Greek, France, Spain, the big players, but we're moving forward. It's going gently, slowly. When I joined the company in 2003, we were hosting 4 million visitors. Now we're 20. In 2014, we reached 10 million, and then now we're 20, and then we're aiming at 26 million by 2030. That's the objective. Tourism brings, obviously, revenue to the country, $14 billion last year. It's one of the top contributors in terms of international currency to the country, and it employs a lot of people. But beyond the numbers, beyond the economics, tourism is a way to stay open to the world for us. I think this is the most important thing. It brings money, obviously. When I talk to my fellow Moroccans who are not from the tourism world, and I say, if Morocco had some natural resource that brings us a lot of revenue, would we like to not host anybody? And the answer is always no. Because hosting people, foreigners, is a fantastic pride to anybody. It's a human behavior. We're all happy to share our beliefs, our customs, our food, show around visitors. Meeting a Nigerian or a Brazilian or Icelandic in a restaurant or a beach in Morocco is a travel in itself, because it's very interesting for him or for her and for me. We're all exchanging. It's just fantastic. So tourism industry is a very positive industry that needs to be embraced by everybody, by all the countries, I think, because it is an industry. People think of tourism as joy, as traveling, as nice pictures. But behind it, from a professional point of view, we manage one of the most important times of everyone, which is their time off. So they need no mistakes. They need it to be seamless. They need to be well done. And for this to happen, you have a whole ecosystem that needs to work together. Different actors. Public sector, of course. Ministries, tourism boards and such, local or national, need to play their role. We need to set policies. We need to set incentives. And we need to lead. But the real engine is the private sector. They are the ones, the hotels, travel agents, tour guides, experiences, museums, activities, whatever. They are the ones who deliver the experience. They're the one who meet the client at the end. They are the one who makes it happen, really. So I was saying that these actors all need to play together, because I strongly believe that all the countries of the world are beautiful. Any culture is very interesting. The challenge is not the beauty. The challenge is to align and to create the collaboration between different actors. In Morocco, we always have been a hospitable country, but we really decided to focus on it early 2000s. As I said, we're only hosting 4 million. We had a national vision by our king, who decided to focus to put tourism as a strategic industry. And the one key happening was first to sign an open sky agreement with the EU. Once we did that, more and more flights started coming to Morocco, more and more visitors started coming to Morocco, and now we have about 80 airlines operating in Morocco. It's a game changer. Once you have more visitors, you have more investment, more brands come, more hotels arrive, and it goes automatically. I mean, it's mechanic, I would say. International hotels, international tour operators, travel agents in the world play a key, because they don't know you. They can do the job. They should do the job for you. They do the job for you. All you need to do is describe your experience. You have places to stay. You have things to do. Budget it. Go to them. They need places to send their clients as well. They know how to talk to their client, and you don't need to make what you think, market as you wish it to be perceived. Just give them the experience. They're gonna make some margin, and they're gonna do the job for you. Airlines, hotels, and all. That's how it works, I think. From a technical angle, air connectivity is definitely key. You have to be connected. How do I get there? How do I come to Nigeria? If I can't find a place, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Makes sense? Easy to understand. And again, once you convince an airline to start a route here, there are different techniques, incentives to establish for this. Once you have the airline who starts operating, it's their job also to fill up the plane. So you don't have to overdo it. You just need to convince them to start coming, and then you let them do the job for you. Distribution is also fundamental, as I said. Distribution to operators, travel agencies. Accommodation, more air seats means more clients need more beds, also mechanical. Experiences and activities are very important, because sun and beach tourism is the only tourism activity, I would say, that could be self-sufficient when they're talking about all-inclusive. But the rest, I need to find things to do. What am I going to do? I need somebody to do it for me. And activities help create the experience. International promotion, of course, this is where you need to invest. This is the money. From the state and from private sector as well, this costs money. Not only by making videos, and because the nice videos, the nice movies, you get clicks, you get views, you don't get clients at the end. So you need to market that, but also, as I said, market it with the partners. You help them, you support them to market you amongst their portfolio. If a tour operator is selling Morocco, Greece, and Italy, I need him to make more effort for Morocco than for Greece. That's the logic. I need to pay him for that. And finally, human capital. Tourism, as everybody said earlier, is a people's industry. So you need to have good trained people. You need to have a mindset of being of service. And therefore, you need to have all the balance between all this to create something, some good industry for yourself. If, again, partners, I think, is important. If tomorrow I want to attract more Nigerians, more mice, more golfers from Nigeria, I need a partner, local partner here, who knows these people, who's going to reach it to them, who's going to tell them, let's go to Morocco. I know Morocco, it's nice Morocco. Even if you see a movie or something in Morocco, maybe it doesn't bring you there. Now Morocco, we have decided to stop selling destinations only in Morocco. We have plenty of destination variety. We decided to switch to more experiences. If you're a surfer, we're going to give you our coastal part, which is Agadir, Essaouira, and such. Culture is from Marrakesh, from Fes. Gastronomy is a little bit everywhere. So when a customer wants to go somewhere, you give him a variety of possibilities within Morocco. First, it spreads tourism all over the country. Second, some industries bring more, some type of tourism brings more money than others. Sun and beach is very good because they have a length of stay that is good, that is long. People stay longer for when they go to the beach. MICE tourism, golf tourism, brings more daily revenue, daily rates. Yeah, that was a quick word about the cost. There was talk yesterday about the investment. We brought last year $14 billion for 20 million visitors, which is basically $700 per client. It costs us $10 per client. $200 million investment is the budget of the ministry as a whole. Promotion, rules, education and all, training. And I think it's very important to see that small investment, in a way, brings very good money. This is where the policy needs to be convinced with. We're still very small in Africa. First, because it's difficult. I don't see Africa as one. It's easy to say Africa. Africa has plenty of countries, plenty of different countries. I don't see any similarity between Senegal and Nigeria, to be honest. There's a different behavior, and the continent is huge. So it's not just easy to make. We're still very small. There are plenty of barriers, as a visa, as we said, as a type of traveling. Traveling is expensive. We have 300,000 visitors from Africa. 30,000 only from Nigeria, peanuts. We have 100,000 visitors from Senegal who come to us. When I see the potential in Nigeria, I think 200 million, to plus 200 million. If we get 0.1%, I'm already at 200,000 and all. So it's mechanic. What I need is more partners here, more people who are going to convince you guys to go to Morocco. Because promoting it, marketing costs a lot of money. This is a big country, and I need to reach just few niches. So this is the technique we use it so far. I don't want to be too long. Just to say that we're still in the process as well. First, seasonality. We still have low accommodation, low number of accommodation. We still need more bed capacity, more not hotels necessarily. We need campings. We need more apartments. We need lodging, basically. We need people where to stay, especially in the peak season. We need to work more on our domestic tourism. Still too expensive. We have the middle class who doesn't travel that much. We need them to travel more during the year, to go a little bit everywhere, and not only in July, August. Talent is very important. Human resources, I think, is very important. We have fantastic schools in Morocco, but we still need more task force. We need more graduates every year, because first we need them because the tourism is developing quicker than the industry, than the educational part. But also we're competing with other industries within Morocco. Other industries, they get our graduates because they're guest service oriented. So they need them in banking, in insurances, in this kind of field. So our first competitors in other industries within Morocco, and of course, hospitality abroad, especially in the Middle East, in Europe. They get our talents and they take them. So that's always a challenge. And as I want to say, you're never going to have it perfect. It's never going to be perfect. You can't wait for things to be settled to start. You have to deal with what you have. We still have harassment, we still have issues, in the security issues sometimes. Tourism is a very sensitive industry. It's hit, whatever something happens in the world, you feel it, even if you're completely disconnected from it. But as you deal with it, but I strongly believe that it's a fantastic industry, and it's always rebound, there's always a good rebound. And I definitely encourage all the African countries, before thinking of Africa as a whole, we have to think individually. Each country should be convinced by tourism, should want to develop his own tourism, and then we're going to find a way to interact in between us. That's the only way I see it happening. So just to finish up, I think the only countries who can succeed are the ones who can align all the elements, the execution in a good time. There's no way to do it. This is how we, Morocco, do it. We are doing it. It works so far. It's been working. We're still building it every day. And I wish good luck to all the countries for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gab. Hello, hello. Okay, thank you for that wonderful presentation. For the benefit of the audience, I'll just like to formally reintroduce Hatim. Hatim Al-Garbi is the director for Africa at the Moroccan National Tourism Office, where he leads the development of the continent as a strategic growth market for Morocco. His current mandate reflects ONMT's ambition to bring a senior, structured, and long-term approach to African markets, focusing on demand development, partnerships, and market activation. Hatim, you've been in Lagos, just to break the ice, because we just have 10 minutes and I just have to run through this session. And by the way, Dr. Yadini would be handling this session, but her voice, so I have to step in for her very quickly. So you've been in Lagos 24 plus hours. Give me a sense of what you have experienced being in Lagos and what you think that we can do differently here in Lagos and perhaps Nigeria to attract as much global tourists as you do in your country, Morocco.
Well, I'm gonna describe my feelings first. I just love it. I just love it, seriously. I haven't seen much yet. I've seen Thursday night where I arrived late. I've seen between the airport and here, so if infrastructure is here, it's good. I think it's very good. Roads are very good. I mean, everything. But I was kind of expecting this from you're a very big country, you're a very big economy. But the people are so nice. Everybody is pleasant. Everybody is fun. The way you speak is pleasant. Your accent, I think it's very, very, very nice. And as I said, I went out last night. And it was extremely, extremely interesting. I've seen different places, so I've seen people out. I have to share that before coming here, the perception in the world, everybody said, I'm going to Lagos, they said, oh, be careful. It's a reality. I don't see why. I don't have this feeling. I don't have this feeling of this danger or anything. So this is something, maybe you have to work on that. And the perception, this perception, we never go wrong. So I'm going to give you examples on how we tangle things. For example, we're an Arab country. In the years 2010, 2015, there were plenty of terrorism and bombings in Europe and all. So people stopped when something happening in Lebanon or in Palestine. They think Morocco is also unsafe. We're very far away. There's nothing to do with that. This bad media, bad press is always gonna be there. So what we do is we do more positive media, and we go on the field altogether. So you have to beat bad media. You don't argue with it. Just push more positive media, and then at the end it's gonna balance by itself. Because people, as long as there is no positive content, we don't know. Second, if you allow me, and that's also a feeling of myself as a tourist. Now I'm in Lagos. I'm still here for another 2 days. I still don't know what I'm going to do. There is no clear things to do in Lagos. There's no highlights. In Marrakesh, if you ask anybody, he's going to tell you, go to Jam El Fna, go to the Bahia, do this, do that. There are few things that any Moroccan will tell you kind of the same, the tourist stuff. I'm still looking for the tourist stuff for Lagos. I don't know it. If I'm asking you, going to give me some private advice. I might ask somebody else, he's going to give me some other things. Because it depends on how each one is perceiving it. I think we need to standardize things and make it as an industry. And this only can do it, I strongly believe in the DMCs, because they design the product. They know what to create according to the profile who's going to visit them. And then it's easy then, once it's clear what you do, it's easy to also market it because you know what you're selling. You know you need 1 week to do this. And then you know what kind of cost it is. The only difference normally is the type of accommodation you have. You're a 5-star, you're in a 3-star. The rest, activities, the days, they're kind of the same. Food-wise, where should I go? What's the nice places? Is there something by the beach? Is there something in the city center? What should I do? And then you go. And even the German travel agent would love it because it's ready. He's just going to add his 30% margin and it's done.
Yeah. I mean, I think these are very important lessons, to take on as a country and perhaps as a state. I was looking at your presentation earlier on. I know that you crossed 17 million visitors in 2024, and now you're doing beyond 20 million visitors into your
almost
country.
20.
Almost 20 million now. It's a beautiful country, and I like what you're doing. But I just wanted to ask, we followed the World Cup, the Nations Cup, sorry, in Morocco. And people talked about how beautiful it was, the infrastructure, the connectivity, and all the things that happened in your country. But I'm asking, Nigeria is also a big footballing country. What lessons can we learn? Because if the numbers are correct, you almost turned in a profit, from organizing these footballing tournaments. So beyond selling beaches and beyond selling wildlife, there seems to be a huge opportunity in sports tourism, if you want to call it that. How can a big footballing country like Nigeria also benefit from that strategic opportunity that sports also present, to host major tournaments and turn it into a huge tourism destination?
Well, I don't see it really as a sport tourism only. It's more, I would say, as event. You have to create events in all kind of fields. We decided to focus on football because as you said, it's a very powerful sport. We organized the AFCON this time, and we're organizing the World Cup in 2013, which is a fantastic opportunity for us as well. We're doing this. These are all reasons to visit, reasons and moments to visit Morocco. So we have plenty all around the year. We have events like this, so professional business in medicine, in architecture business, and whatever business. We want them to come and organize their annual events, their meetings in Agadir, in Marrakesh, in Tangier, and so on. We have cultural events, festivals, music, and all, and I'm sure you have that as well. You have that. You have plenty of things here. Again, connectivity is very important. We have plenty of low-cost airlines that operate from Europe to Morocco. Back in the days, Royal Maroc was the #1 airline. It's not anymore. Now we even opened our national sky, domestic skies, to companies like Ryanair or EasyJet. So we can travel, Moroccans can travel within Morocco with a low-cost airline that is not even Moroccan. So it creates trouble with our carrier, of course, but we use Royal Maroc now more for the long distance, for the US, for China, for Brazil, things that for Africa. Of course, we have this fantastic tool that is Royal Maroc, just connects us to many countries in Africa. And this is why it's a big opportunity for us to attract more and more visitors from Africa, because we have connectivity. It's expensive, of course. Yesterday I was talking about the time slots, of course. But the philosophy I have in the tourism board, at least, is I have to deal with the existing product. We don't build anything. We don't build any hotel. We don't do anything. We don't touch the product. We just liaise the ecosystems, outgoing and incoming for us. We just liaise with, put the platform. We go to the fairs. We host almost 2,000 travel agencies per year for fun trips. They come and discover. You design a stay of 5 days in Marrakesh. You bring travel agents that you want to sell it, to see it, and then you make the movie. That is the promise of the thing. So you have the whole chain that is set, and that's the only way to do it.
Fantastic. So the final question I'd like to ask you before I bring in the audience, I'm sure that perhaps there are a question or two to ask. Okay, just one question. So the final question to ask you basically is, there's a lot of hostility that is brewing in certain African countries now. You see what's going on in South Africa towards other African countries, and there's some sort of prejudice that also happens when people from other African countries get to the airports of other African countries. How do we deal with these prejudices that is driving a level of hostility that is discouraging intra-African travel, which obviously would have a negative impact on tourism across the continent?
I would say this is beyond tourism. This is behavior, or just like I was talking about wars and anything. The things that you can't stop. You have to deal with it. Bad experiences happen, of course. The way I see it is, again, I don't need to be perfect. My police border could be very badly behaving, so the experience with the person could be bad. That person might not come back. But the world is big enough to have more and more. I'm not trying to reach the customer loyalty first. I need to get customers. And then this bad experience might, in 20 years, he might come back to discover a new Morocco. So we shouldn't let ourselves be blocked by difficulties, by barriers. Just like in any business, you start first, and then you learn by working.
Fantastic. So I'll just take one question, and we can wrap up the panel. Just by show of hands, does anyone with a question before we close this panel? Okay. Can someone take the mic to her? Yeah, just here.
Thank you very much, my brother. Now, this is this doubles up, as a question and also as a comment. I wanted to actually leave it to the students.
Sorry,
but since
could you
no
speak
one...
a bit louder? I don't think we can hear you.
Sorry. This doubles up, as a question and a comment. I'd initially wanted the students to speak, but since no one. You mentioned that you're looking for Nigerians to come to Morocco and you're marketing, and that's a job that's brilliant. Now, as the chief executive of the West Africa Tourism Organization, we don't want just Nigerians to go to Morocco. We believe in intra-African travel, and I think it has to be a cooperation. So Nigeria also needs and wants Moroccans to actually visit, Moroccan tourists to visit. So it's going to have to be a partnership thing, and this is what we're working on. So not just Nigerians or other African countries going to Morocco, but vice versa as well. So
Thanks. Of course you do. Of course you do. Just like I do. I have the same logic with any country in the world. Even the Germans or the Icelandics or whatever. When I talk to tour operators and I want their clients to come, they also want Moroccans to go to them as well. It's not my job to do that. It's their job to do that. But it's easier because the players, the actors are the same. So my DMC, who's going to host your tour operator, the Nigerian one, is also have his own clients as well. So it's once you create the liaison in between, we're using the same airline to check this one or the other one, and we're using the same channels to distribute. Of course, I would love, I'm going to give you an example. I'm wearing this beautiful outfit because I love it. And when I shared the picture with the friends in Morocco, I have at least 6 or 7 people who are ordering, bring me one, bring me one. I'm not going to bring to anyone because I'm going to say, I'm not here to buy them things. They should, and I strongly believe the place is fantastic. Go get one yourself. That's my answer, basically.
Thank you, Haiti. It's been wonderful talking to you, and we can call this panel a wrap. Thank you for coming to Nigeria, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your time here.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, would like to recognize the presence of His Excellency Walde Natangwe Ndevashia, the High Commissioner of the Republic of Namibia to Nigeria and permanent representative to ECOWAS. A round of applause, please.
In our world, they say, drink water and mind your business. But at Flutterwave, we make your business our business, providing seamless payment solutions for every one of your customers. Be it the ones who walk right into your store, or those who prefer to stay indoors. Customers that are far, far away, those who are simply next door, and the entrepreneurs in the making. Whether you're a business owner or a customer, Flutterwave is always there to simplify your payment needs. So go ahead, get started on flutterwave.com, a solution that helps your business fly. In our world,
All right. Thank you very much, Hatim El Gabir, for that expose on Morocco, and congratulations to Flutterwave. Now let's get further into the business of reimagining culture, reimagining the future of culture with regards to hospitality, tourism, and travel. Earlier today, during the Wisdom Charge, Ambassador Williams and Professor Lumumba spoke about a few things, one of which was an interconnected Africa that allows us to see the beauty of the continent without the challenges of visa issues, among other things. And today, to further that conversation and to speak to us about tested strategies for designing the future of African hospitality and tourism is a lady who has done the work. She's a destination strategist and she's a CEO of Fura Collective. Gentlemen and ladies, her bio will play next, and then Lady Stella Fubara will come up the stage to give us her short keynote on said topic. Her bio, please.
Stella Fubara is a global executive, destination growth strategist, and CEO of Fura Collective. With over 3 decades of experience across Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and North America. Her career includes senior roles with the Dubai Department of Economy and Tourism, NEOM, Wakanow, Wyndham, Walt Disney World, and Deloitte & Touche. She advises governments, institutions, hospitality assets, and businesses on destination strategy, investment facilitation, tourism development, stakeholder engagement, public-private partnerships, and brand-led growth. Stella is recognized as a leading African voice in tourism, hospitality, destination competitiveness, and cross-border business development.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and distinguished and esteemed youth. I will give the Gen Zs all the opportunity for today. And I'm not actually going to do a keynote speech as it was prepared, because listening to you over the past 2 days and knowing that today is your day, I'm not going to talk at you, I'm going to talk with you. It seems the Gen Zs really like to be heard. But the challenge is, what you're saying does not make sense. So we're going to talk about that today in reality. I listened to your questions and everything as it relates to the future of tourism and hospitality, not just in Nigeria, not just in Africa, but what role you have to play and how you are not really equipped to play your roles. I'm going to draw on a lot that was said by Danny, by Damilola. I picked up quite a few things. And I believe it was, there was a lady, something, CEO Beautiful something. I'm sorry, I've lost the, yes. So I picked up a few things that are also, also in my speech. So let's talk about tourism and hospitality and what you think it means. Danny stood up here and said, there's a glamorous side to it, but there's a lot of hard work and a lot of operation. And as I told you yesterday, what you know in the classroom, what you know in your degrees, it only tells us that you are trainable. It doesn't tell us you have any experience in the industry. I'm going to be a little bit harsh, but I want you to take it with love. You Gen Zs, you like to be cuddled quite a bit, but you have to hear what I have to say. I don't know how else to say it, but be blunt. Someone asked a question here on the panelists to say, people are building hotels or building hospitals and they've never been a doctor or never run a hotel. That's the right way to do it. Investors do not have to be players in the industry in order for them to invest in the infrastructure. Come on, do you have to be a pilot before you buy a plane? You don't. So switch that mindset. You want to go after investors who might not know anything about the industry, but they see your passion and your education and your experience, and they invest in you. Otherwise, none of us will invest in the Gen Zs. Because let's be real, you're not old enough to have experience yet. So what are we investing in? Tourism and hospitality is exactly the same thing. Tourism is probably, I didn't start out in tourism. Like Damlama, I was an accountant. I worked for Deloitte and Touche. I just happened to be seconded to Walt Disney World. And playing in that ecosystem really excited me because tourism captures every infrastructure in the world. You're an airline, you build roads, you build hospitals, you build hotels, you curate entertainment, you're a singer, you're an actor, all is inside the tourism sector. Tourism is every part of the economy, and that's what Dubai got right. That's what Saudi Arabia got right. They realized that in order to grow their economy, there are 9 million people in the entire United Arab Emirates, but they get 20 million visitors in one airport alone. They knew that in order to build their country, to build their city, they needed people to come in. And when you need people to come in, you have to give them a reason. You have to create a destination out of a location. I spoke earlier in an interview about EKO Hotel. EKO Hotel has turned their hotel into a destination. You need to change the name, EKO Destination. Seriously, I bring people from Dubai to EKO Hotel. Why do they like staying here? EKO Hotel might not have the same kind of hotel rooms as they do overseas. Maybe not the same cuisine. But what you can find in EKO Hotel as a destination is, what do you want to do? Do you want to sleep? Do you want to eat? Do you want to have a business meeting? Do you want to be by the pool and entertainment, jazz night, reggae night, get your hair done? One of the best gyms in Lagos is here at EKO Hotel. They've created a destination. That's what you do in tourism. So, realizing that there's Nigeria and there's Africa, and that every destination has its unique selling points, USPs. What's your unique selling point in Nigeria? So you go to Paris and you've got the Eiffel Tower. What do you see in London? Big Ben. What do you see in Dubai? What do you see in New York? Now, what do you see in Nigeria? EKO Hotel. No, but on a more serious note, what do you see in Nigeria? Who said Buckingham Palace? I will say National Theatre in the past. No, guys, no. Reality is perception. The National Theatre has been relaunched. If I do a Google, I will bet you my 1 year salary that you will get less than 1% of the Nigerians acknowledging that the National Theatre has restarted. Me included. Let's not play games. I'm here for reality. National Theatre has been relaunched. Nobody knows what's going on there. Nobody. So let's not, we have to be real. You don't build something. If a tree falls in a forest and you don't create a narrative about that fall, nobody will know the tree fell. So the National Theatre has been recreated. Can I go to France and see a write-up on the National Theatre? No. Nobody knows it exists. So in creating a destination, you create the product, you create the narrative, and you speak the narrative in the voice of the person to whom you want to listen. If I want to talk about the National Theatre anywhere else in the world, it is not the way you want to hear it. In France, I will talk to them the way they want to hear it. in Germany, and in their language, by the way. This is what we did in Dubai. Dubai realized that Nigeria was one of the most populated countries in the world, and they wanted to go after the visitors here. What did we do? We came to Nigeria, we hooked up with as many celebrities as we could that had some originality to them, and we said, we want you to come and experience Dubai at our expense, and then we want you to tell the story about Dubai in the way your followers like to hear it. Now, we are building a destination in Nigeria. We're building hospitality, we're building tourism. How many entities here, EKO Hotel included, has invited foreigners to come and experience Nigeria and go back to their countries and tell it in their voices? Yesterday we met the South Korean girl. She is talking about Africa and Nigeria in particular. She has 4 million and something followers across all platforms. That should tell you that the people we want to come and visit here will listen to a third party before they listen to us. If you tell me that your car is good, I'm not going to believe you until he drives your car and he tells me, because he has nothing to gain from it, so I'll believe him. So as we build Nigeria, as we build our hospitality, we need to find the right people to tell our story in the right markets. You don't do it randomly. You have to do some serious analytics. Who do you want to come and visit here? I don't know the answer to that question. Who does Nigeria want to come and visit here, and why? Dubai did their analysis and said the Russians and the Nigerians are the biggest spenders in the world, so we're going after them. They brought me into Dubai for the sole purpose of driving the entire African visitors into Dubai, because they realized that, and the focus was on Nigeria, that this is where the money is. So for Nigeria, as we push our hospitality and our tourism, who are we going after? You can't go after random now. Usain Bolt doesn't get on the track to train, not having a target to train towards. You must have a target. Otherwise, you are building hospitality products for nobody. What do you want your hotel to look like? Who are you building your hotel? What language will be communicated in your hotel? Those are strategies that you need to know before you build it. So we're at EKO Hotel. If they are positioning themselves for a particular target audience, they now have to curate the products and the services and the offerings towards that target audience. And they do that quite well for events. So when an event is taking place here and they know the kind of people that are coming in, you can see the hotel shift a little bit towards that target audience. But for those of us who don't own hotels, but we're still in the tourism and hospitality business, how are you doing it? As a tour guide, you have a bunch of Chinese coming in. Did you hire a Chinese interpreter on your team? Have you done that research to understand what the Chinese like? A particular destination made a mistake a couple of years ago. They opened up their visa system. It was free visa for a particular country. And they said, just come and visit us. And they now projected that based on that country's visitation, travel was going to grow by 10% every year. The first year was true, and it actually happened. The tourism from that country skyrocketed. But thereafter, every year, it was dwindling. And they were like, why? What happened? They didn't realize that that target audience they were going after, they are what we call bucket list travelers. They go somewhere one time and they don't come back. Big mistake. Meanwhile, the country have finished changing all their signage and their wayfare to the person's language, and they had to do about turn. The other thing about developing hospitality and tourism is, again, it's all about understanding your target audience. There was another group of tourists. If you're going after the Malaysians, do you know that the Malaysians only like to buy tourism goods from stores that are run by people from their country? So when they come to your country, they fill the plane, they've come to your country, they're not buying anything. How does that help anybody outside the hotel? But they will buy if they go to a store and they can relate to the half or partial Malaysian that's in the store. You guys keep me honest when I need to wrap up, please. I get carried away with tourism. And so I've mentioned to you several different parts in the ecosystem. So as youth, where do you want to fit in? You can't do or be everything. And you need to follow your natural skills and your passion. Because at the end of the day, in this tourism and hospitality business, if you do not have the passion, I give you 1 year and you're out. Because by the time the customer has screamed at you, just 2 or 3 times a day, you'll be demoralized. So what part of the ecosystem in tourism and hospitality do you want to belong to? Decide that now, and decide it based on where your passion lies. If I didn't have a passion in this industry, I still wouldn't be here today. The other most important thing to remember in hospitality and tourism, and where culture seeps in, I stand by it and by the testimonial of many people who have visited many countries, that Africans have the greatest sense of hospitality in the world. It is our culture. I have to use Akwa Ibom as an example. It doesn't matter the age or the designation of the person. You walk into a room, you're walking on the street in a supermarket, they are greeting you, they're looking you dead in the eye like they know you. So take advantage of the culture of hospitality that we have as Nigerians and infuse it into your entities, and then decide, what do you want to do? It can't be random. And finally, it must be collaborative. There are 5 functions in hospitality and tourism, probably more, but neither one of these fingers can pick up a spoon on its own. We've got to do it together. Airlines cannot sell seats without having the hotels to put the people in, without having the tour package people developing the tour package, without having the tour guides. We've got to be collaborative. We have to work together. Thank you so much.
Wasn't that something? Please, for Lady Stella Fubara, a huge round of applause. We have to do it together. And interconnected Africa starts with us actually connecting the dots. Thank you. Thank you. Another applause for her, please. I once heard the saying, the art of making strangers feel like family is the definition of tourism. Have you heard that one before? And I found it fascinating, especially as it concerns our next conversation. It is the conversation around community-based tourism. The panel that is coming up will be speaking on how local communities are shaping the future of hospitality and tourism in Africa. To moderate the panel and, of course, introduce the panelists, I would like you to please make welcome the host of Real Talk with Kike, Madam Kike, hold on, I want to call her name just how she likes it, Mrs. Kike Atonda Owo Abati, the energetic, effervescent, gorgeous, where's she in the room? All right, all the way here.
Thank you, Ned, for that wonderful introduction. And many thanks to Lady Fubara for that wonderful submission. And I truly agree with you that we truly need people to tell our stories in the right markets, in the right room. Again, I want to welcome everybody in the room. Excellent afternoon. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, and fellow advocates for African excellence. Before I take my seat this afternoon, or before we proceed on my second session, let me once again acknowledge our gracious hosts, EKO Hotel and Suites. Yesterday, I described EKO Hotel as my second home. Today, I will simply say, few institutions have shaped the hospitality landscape of this continent with such consistency, capacity, and of course, competence. And no organization can stand up to EKO Hotel and Suites. I say that, as we say in Nigeria, with my full chest. But behind every great hotel are the people, the chefs, the receptionists, the cleaners, the managers, and of course the security guards. EKO Hotel has employed over 50,000 staff. And as we look forward to the next 50 years of this institution, I believe that EKO Hotel deserves another round of applause for the vision for talent development in the hospitality sector, and of course for the next generation of young Africans to see hospitality as a dignified, rewarding, and aspiring career path. I think that is very important for me to emphasize that many times our parents tend to shape our career path to being a doctor, to being a lawyer, to being an engineer. But I believe what EKO Hotel have done or are doing is the fact that they are putting the blueprint out for parents to start on learning certain career paths. And of course, I believe the success that we've seen thus far is enough for us to understand that it's a rewarding career. For that, please let's give EKO Hotel another round of applause. For those who missed yesterday's conversation, let me reintroduce myself. I am Kikelo Matondawo Abati. I'm a consultant. I'm, of course, a journalist. I'm a wife, a mother, and of course, the moderator for the second session. So yesterday, we examined how to invest in authentic African experiences. Today, we will shift conversation to focus on the soul of those experiences, the local communities, and of course, how to create and sustain and enable those institutions. Our theme today, how local communities are shaping the future of hospitality and tourism. I will anchor our discussion with a guiding principle. Tourism is beyond destination. It's about the people, how we extend hospitality, preserve them, and of course, more importantly, our heritage, and make strangers feel at home. And let me use this opportunity to start introducing my distinguished guests, or my distinguished panelists, I beg your pardon, to the stage. The first panelist, please kindly help me welcome Dr. Moji Davis with a generous round of applause. Dr. Moji Davis is at the forefront of agritourism in Nigeria, merging agriculture and hospitality, and of course healthcare in ways that challenge conventional thinking. Many thanks, Dr. Moji Davis. Let me welcome Dr. Beatrice Ige. I would like to refer to her as Dr. B, as a fondly call her. She's redefining the intersection of wellness and hospitality. Can I have Mr. and Mrs. Oyewo? Please help me welcome the remarkable pair behind Revive Beach. Mr. and Mrs. Oyewo, please. And the last but not the least, I have Mr. Ademola Oduwole. Please help me welcome Mr. Ademola Oduwole to the stage with another round of applause. Do I have Mr. Ademola in here? Awesome. He's a thinker and a practitioner who have also asked difficult questions about tourism. Now, I think it's important for us to now dive straight to the issue at hand. Thank you. Many thanks for being here today, and I must say, thank you so much for lending your voice on issues that affect us all. We've heard many speakers today, throw a lot of light and insight on things that we need to start changing, embracing our own stories, and of course, reshaping the future of the tourism in Nigeria. But I would like to start with Dr. Moji Davis. They say ladies first, and Mrs. Moji, you build farm resorts and work with rural farmers. Let me ask you straight. If a tourism comes to you, takes pictures, eats our food, sleeps on our beds, but the local community sees them or see no road rather, or no new road, maybe that's the word to use right now, no new job, no new school, have we really succeeded in tourism when you have that perspective on the issue at hand right now? Or have we just created a beautiful cave that we just like people to see on the surface without the in-depth being treated? What's your take on this?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and I see it as a great privilege to be here this afternoon. I bet I'm the only farmer on this panel. Thank you for having us. Tourism has to connect both the tourists and the local community. And that is what we are trying to shape in the agri-tourism space at Extra Large Farms. It's not just about people visiting a resort or a hotel, and it's even beyond the experiences they live with, but the impact that has on the community they visited. How many jobs are created, from the tourism activities going on in that local community? How many lives are being impacted? How much of revenue is being driven into that community? And what is the overall change that is impacting on that community as a whole? So it's very, very important that we begin to note that. And that is why we are promoting farms as destinations, not just a place for production of food, but a destination indeed that people can visit for their recreation, for their wellness, for education, and package all that together to promote agri-tourism. And it's not just, like I said, for the tourists that are coming in, but most importantly, the local communities that feel neglected and would ordinarily not have been able to come out and showcase what they have if we hadn't brought in the idea of agri-tourism into the sector. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that insight right there. I have a follow-up question to that, but let me quickly come to Dr. B, as I would love to refer to you right now. Going through your profile, I can see that you've traveled around the world. People globally, people no longer just are looking for a beach. They want a spa, a retreat, a place to heal, because there's a lot of challenges out there in the world. So how is that changing the hotels and resorts from your own perspective? And do you see Nigeria paying attention enough to that healing part of tourism?
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here at the African Legacy Summit, and thank you for that question. And what you just described is what we're calling wellness tourism. And wellness tourism is transforming global hospitality by shifting travels that were seen as luxury and leisure into an experience centered on health, longevity, beauty, mental wellness, and holistic transformations. So you see, travelers now are asking for aesthetic treatments. They're looking for spa treatments. They're looking for preventive health care. They're looking for holistic treatments. And hospitality brands, like I would say, are now evolving from an accommodation partner into a wellness ecosystem. Travelers are now asking for more of, no longer just booking destinations, but they're now asking for health transformation. So yes, I do see Nigeria becoming one of that particular global shift we're seeing now, because a lot of customers, a lot of people are asking for more services than just the regular tourism that we're seeing. And you see a lot of people coming in, like from my business, I've seen a lot of people from West Africa coming into Nigeria because they want to get a certain type of treatment on their face, on their body. I mean, the wellness tourism is a big market. And we've seen countries like Thailand, Turkey, UAE, Switzerland, South Korea, who have done this global shift. You can see they've also integrated medical excellence, tourist luxury, and I mean, it's just fantastic, I can tell you that.
Awesome, awesome. Of course, it's fantastic. But when you look at the situation at hand right now, still at you, Dr. B, you know, you make people feel beautiful on the outside, but what people feel inside is a different thing entirely. Hence the reason why I emphasize on the word healing, because I believe that many times we pay attention to the outer side of us. In a country where people are still currently traumatized, stressed, they are in traffic, anxiety, name it. The list is endless. I just want us to keep it real as much as we can. You know, do you see wellness as a tourism, as a way to heal the soul, not just the skin, not just the outer part of looking beautiful? Quickly, what's your submission on this?
I do see it as a way to heal from the inside. First of all, you must look at it as a holistic approach. Even when I see patients, I'm not just looking at their outward appearance, I'm also looking at their inward appearance. It's not everybody that you want to inject or do a certain type of treatment for. It's sometimes they just need mental wellness. And if you have all of these things going on in Nigeria, you know, the country has a lot of things. I do tell people it's still the 1% of the 1% that is still able to, you know, get into some of these facilities that we're talking about. Yes, it is possible, especially if there's good government intervention in whatever we're doing. I remember from the last panel, I think it's, her name is Damilola, she said, we need to start creating sort of like, what do we call it? We need to start creating standards to some of these things. So if we want to bring in a true holistic approach to these things, we have to bring in the government. We can't do it by ourselves. And thank God that some of the government officials are here today so that they can hear from people that are in the private sector. We need more government intervention.
All right, many thanks for that submission. I was going to touch on the private sector, but thank you for, you know, ending your submission on that. So let me come to you, Mr. Jide and Mrs. Derin. When going through your profile, you looked at a stretch beach in Lagos, which some people see as dirty. I apologize, I try to keep it real. They see it as rowdy and forgotten. You know, I must ask you, we can build something beautiful here. That was the moment, the spark, and that you believed in. But with all of that you have done thus far, have you seen any change in how we do things and how we see things when it comes to tourism? Quickly, first to Mr. Jide.
Okay, thank you very much for that and the opportunity to actually tell a little story here today. Revive Beach, which is what you're talking about, it was inspired from the point of view of trying to do something different in the environment here in Nigeria. The inspiration came from two different ideas. Firstly, we love to host, and Derry and I, we've set up Revive as an African expression to be able to express hosting guests at Revive. Secondly, what we've done differently with the community there is that we've been able to build in our own way, which is setting up a company to actually build the entire Revive with a prefab structure, and that inculcated the community in the whole construction process as well. We've been able to share ideas of how, you know, hospitality should be in Nigeria, and so far it's been great. Yeah, that's that.
So if you say it's been great, you love to host. Derry, I would love you to add to the submission he has just given when it comes to you handling the experiences. Because what is that most touching thing that you think a visitor that has ever come to Revive Beach have ever experienced that they say, oh wow, this is different from every other African country that I've been? Something that made them just say, oh, you know what, I'm coming back here. What's that one touch that you think you've been able to establish in Revive Beach?
Thank you very much. Hello, okay. Thank you very much for that. One thing I would say is the human connection.
Can you please hold the mic closer?
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. It's the human connection. So it's beyond just the location, it's beyond just the aesthetics, like the word you use, experience. And it's really how you make people feel. People never forget that, right? From coming into the space, how you're being welcomed, the things they give you to, like, they give you fresh coconut water the moment you walk into our space. They give you coconut water. So you're sipping on coconut water the moment you walk into our space. The second thing is we are giving you cold hand towels. So, you know, we go beyond just the space into making you feel, you know, connected to us. Another thing we've been able to do is within the local community, one of their major business there is fishing. And we inculcated fishing into one of our experiences at Revive. So our guests come in there and they can fish with the locals. I didn't grow up fishing. I never fished until I got to that part of town. So it's one of the experiences that we do offer there. So that's what we've been able to do so
That's
far.
awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I'm trying to manage time right now. Mr. Demola, my question to you right now is, sustainability has become a buzzword, especially in Nigeria. Everyone uses it a lot, sustainability. I think I've heard the word sustainability on this podium more than 50 times since yesterday. But in the African context, where many people are just trying to survive, you know, what does it really mean to you, that word sustainability? Does it mean fewer tourists, or more rules, or more infrastructure, you know, something more creative? What's your take on this in the sense of finding a balance with the word sustainability?
Okay, I don't think it's enough time. When you're saying manage time, it's not enough time. So very quickly, I want to talk about two things. I'm going to be blunt and I'm going to be nice. Let's go to sustainability. There's economic sustainability or environmental sustainability. Which are you concerned about? Making money or saving the turtles? You can't have both. You
I think both are important, really.
I'm sorry?
Both are important.
Okay, but you got to tackle one first. Please, let me talk about this thing. Let's deal with the wholesale situation before the retail situation. I always say this to people. I love what Danny said. You can have an 18-year-old with talent, but an 85-year-old with talent, there's nothing left. I think, I'm going to say this is where we got to be blunt. Anyone who's over 35 or 40 now, I think we have failed Nigeria. I'm being honest, we have failed Nigeria. The hope now is on those who are 35 and under, which is these people right here. So for all the young people in the audience, please clap your hands as loud as you can, because you truly are the future of this country. Honestly. And here's what I mean. A lot of us are gifted and talented. I heard the young lady speak up here. She fixes things in Dubai and a bunch of other countries. By the grace of God, I'm one of those who, I don't know, we didn't choose to, but we built the tourism in Fiji. I designed the tourism industry in Fiji, Tanzania, Mauritius. This Rwanda they talk about is so nice. Rwanda has problems, they won't tell you. Lady called Kandi Basomingara, head of Rwanda tourism, came to me and said, listen, we have an issue. We're bringing people, but we can't keep them because of a service level. So we spent a decade building other people's countries, but who's building Nigeria? That's the issue that I have. So let's come now to the wholesale side with the owners of this hotel. This is a phenomenal hotel brand. A guy named Otto Stelik started Portier Hotel in 1984. 4 properties. They sold it years later for almost $200 million. Here's my take with this EKO Hotel, and this is for Danny as well. We have to aggressively leverage the EKO Hotel brand. So, which means we have to go out, if it means acquire property and put it there. Why is Coca-Cola number 1? Not because it tastes good, because it's everywhere. That's why Coca-Cola is #1. The way to make a quota #1 is to get out very quickly out of a comfort zone and begin to establish aggressive in other countries. We can acquire, we can do franchising, I can help you out there. But we have to get out of a comfort zone. Why? Because we who are over 35 will fill this country. Now, to go back to what you said about sustainability, listen, it's about local community ecosystem. Everybody must have a little value stream. Go by this thing. I heard about a dance called, I think it's called, is the bata dance, where people do this kind of little movement. The drum has someone that makes it, the gear has someone that makes it, the shoes has someone that makes it, there's someone that captures it. That's our ecosystem there. So, what I mean is, there's not enough time to discuss this thing. Wholesale is, we need to fix Nigeria first. Nigeria does not have a brand. Nigeria has a reputation. Until we change Nigeria from a reputation to a brand, we will keep on failing. So, in my opinion, and as I always said, the job of the tourism minister is to rebrand Nigeria. The moment you do that, everything else falls in place. And that's when we have to do the wholesale first before the retail. So the blunt side is we have failed the younger people of the future, but the nice side is there's a lot we can do. For those of us who are gifted, who fix other countries, we need to come back and we're going to fill this big real estate called Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ademola, for that insight right there. So I'm coming back to you, Dr. Moji. You know, bringing it back to rural areas, because rural areas are often, seen as backwards by city folks, but you see gold there. What is that one shift, that mindset shift, that policy or investment, that could turn a sleepy farming village into a thriving tourist destination? I know I'm trying to imagine what will make you, take such a decision. And I would like you to balance this from another perspective as well, because imagine a grandmother now in a rural village, telling her that she should open her door to visitors who she has never seen, villagers, and she has never heard of, how things are done in the city. How can you find a balance to changing that narrative of future, of family future, so to speak, in all of this?
Okay, thank you so much. From the space where we're operating from, what we're doing is to redefine tourism from another perspective entirely, where you don't see farms as just a place where they grow food. And you don't see the rural communities as just villages. And then we have the opportunity now to present our heritage in the most natural form, but with a touch of international hospitality. So if we're saying, what does the grandmother who has a mud house or something so what we've done is not just
heard of tourism.
Who have never heard of tourism. So we built an ecosystem. It's undoubtedly the largest in Nigeria at the moment, extra large farms and resorts. So what we did is to create a very, very beautiful environment. Imagine an EKO hotel in the midst of a bush. It's a farm, but it offers international hospitality. The rural communities are also employed in the ecosystem. They have their part to play. The local Gary fryer, the local palm wine tapper, the local brick maker, the farmers. You wake up in the farm, for example, and the first thing to see, you come out from your room. Yes, you're coming from a very beautiful, modern room, but the moment you take a step out into the environment, you're either feeding rabbits, or you're relating with the ostriches, or you're going to the palm oil section, or you're frying gari, you're frying granite. So we are, infusing the rural into the urban and putting a touch of international hospitality for it, so that it becomes a win-win for everybody. Now, what is the change? What is the mindset change that needs to happen? Number one is about, how we present ourselves as a nation. Many countries that we are hyping today in the Gen Z language, they are not even 1/50 of where we are as a nation. But we take joy and pride in talking about other nations, so positively, and we talk down on our own. Let's begin, in Yoruba language, they say, Ile Latin Keshorode. What is it that you have in your country? Take pride in it. Your ordinary groundnut. I see a lot of people visit our farms And just the process of frying groundnuts, they are wowed. Some people have never seen how that you harvest palm fruits from the tree. It's phenomenal. We open the farms for excursions for children. They come, and many of them do not even know that cucumbers don't grow from up. You know, all those basic things, we begin to wrap experiences around it, let people experience it, and most importantly, let it empower, you know, the rural communities as well. So from the government aspect, I think the major thing that the government can do is to give us this basic infrastructure.
All right, many thanks for...
Give us an enabling environment for us to perform better.
Thank you. So, listening to you right now, my next question to you, Dr. B, is, you know, just thinking about what she just said. I'm of the opinion that we have herbs, we have healers, we have warm hands. You know, hearing Dr. Moji talk about even when visitors come into the hotel room, they start doing certain things with our environment and all of that, infusing all of that to our environment and what we have already going on. But when a rich diaspora, you know, a real diaspora Nigerian now that needs surgery, they fly to India, they fly to Turkey, you know, why not here, Nigeria? What's missing in our country? Is it trust? Is it the facilities? Is it the marketing? Or is it something deeper when it comes to infrastructure? Because I really still do not get why Nigerians are still crazy about going to Turkey, going to India, when we have, you know, brilliant minds. You know, one of the speakers yesterday spoke about, you know, brain gain, not brain drain. What do you have to say to this?
Thank you very much. First of all, it's just a mindset shift. I would like to really say that a lot of people are actually beginning to realize that Nigeria has this talent, especially in the healthcare. You're seeing people from Europe now coming into Nigeria for major plastic surgery. Most of the plastic surgery hospitals are fully booked till even December, if you don't believe me. Yes. So actually, we don't even have enough facilities. That's even one of the problems. We don't have enough facilities to cater to the numbers of Nigerians and also the diasporans coming into Nigeria. You can also see the mindset shift for, like he said, Nigerians, we need to start telling our story, a better story to the outside world. The stories we're hearing about the healthcare facilities are poor. They say we don't have good healthcare facilities, we don't have doctors, all our doctors have left Nigeria. I mean, if we keep sharing that narrative, then nobody is going to come to Nigeria. So it's a mindset shift. I'm a doctor, I want to be in Nigeria. And I know so many doctors who want to be in Nigeria, they want to practice in Nigeria, they want to make a living in Nigeria. It is left for our government to make us stay here by giving us more tools, more infrastructures, and helping us to grow our career. So yes, the diasporans, you're right, they go to different countries, but I will tell you something. When it comes to body plastic surgery, I'm telling you, they're started shifting back to Nigeria because we are giving them what they want. We are seeing the black skin, we understand the black people, we know what structure they want on their face, on their body, and we can give it to them. It's not a Caucasian man or a white man that can do that. It's us, black people. We can do it.
All right, thank you so much for that insight right there. So quickly, let me come to you, Mr. GD. Government often build big, slow, expensive projects, you know, that takes years of constructions, and yet sometimes, you know, before some people passes, they would even not see the building. Let's keep it real, you know. But you build, revive beach faster, and you know, smarter. If I must say, if you could sit down with the governor of Lagos State or the commissioner for tourism and arts and culture, what is that one lesson or that blueprint that you think that you can share with them that can be of added value to the tourism industry in Nigeria?
Thank you. So basically, in Nigeria, we are usually of the opinion that the only way to build is to use the traditional way of concrete and blocks. What we've done is we've created an alternative way to build, which I was trying to explain, the prefab way of building. Now, once you say prefab, everybody thinks it's low-grade shipping containers type of building. What we've done is an automated system, almost like an IKEA way of putting a house together. It's called steel framing. And what it's done is giving us an opportunity to build much faster, stronger. And what we're even seeing now is when people don't want to build on too heavy, on really loose soil, our type of construction ends up being a very good alternative to what is available. We can go up to 2, 3, 4 floors high, and it's the way we built Revive. Basically, we put up buildings in 9 weeks. It's very strong. It's premium finish. So if I had the opportunity to actually sit with the government, I know that in Nigeria it's kind of tough sometimes to change people's mind about what they know, but I'd like them to also see from the perspective that an alternative way could be the way forward to mitigate against the deficits in housing in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much. This will be my last question because we can see they've been ringing the bell. They're telling us to leave the podium. So let me come to you, Mr. Ademola. You know, with all that we have heard thus far here, I think that it's important for us to put a balance to this conversation by touching on the magic hand. And where am I coming from this? I'm coming from a place of change. Let's talk about that one thing you think that Nigeria in particular needs in terms of change, that one policy, that one mindset, you know, one piece of infrastructure. You know, many of the speakers today have touched on that. So find a balance to this with your submission regarding African tourism, again with the words sustainability and inclusiveness, if that's the word to use right now, with your submission. Quickly.
So let's go back to brand and reputation. The first thing, we have to build a brand. Move from reputation to a brand. The second thing, I can hear about the infrastructure. I said this before once in a session. If you go to an empty warehouse and you lock up the warehouse, but before you lock it up, you take a jar of honey and you pour the honey on the floor and you leave the warehouse for 3 months. Listen, people, if you come back to the warehouse, what are you going to find on the floor? Anyone? Ants. Thank you, young people. Ants. Who invited the ants? Tell me. What infrastructure was there? That's what tourism is. You don't have to invite people. If you have enough honey, storytelling, aesthetics, people will come find you. Now, in terms of infrastructure, there was no infrastructure for the ants. A country like Mauritius, they had the oldest airport. They waited for enough people to come before they built the airport. In this country, we do that all the way around. We go and build things, but there's no one to come. And we call every single airport international airport. Not one flight has landed yet. So we really have to change our mindset about how we listen. That's where branding comes in. You have to find a way to begin to tell a positive story that people believe, and that's how you build your brand.
All right, thank you so much for that quick submission. Right now, let me come to this audience. You know, I don't want to take more than 2 questions because of time. So if you can indicate with your hands up, or if you have questions for my panelists, please. And please don't run commentary. Just go straight to the question you want to ask. Thank you. Anyone, please? I'm not sure if I can cite anybody. Yeah, okay. One is where? All right, please, can you take the mic to her? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's been a great privilege to be
Please speak louder.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been a privilege to be seated in a room like this. So I would like to ask, seeing that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow, and we are also encouraging all of us to build ourselves, grow, and take over in the next 50 years. I want to ask, how can we position ourselves to get these mentorships, training, to be able to lead in that capacity when the time comes?
All right, Mr. Ademola, I think you should answer that question.
Very quickly, you have to equip yourself. Either read many good books or read a good book many times. You have to equip yourself. There's no shortcut to success. You have to learn, you have to position yourself, you have to equip yourself. So that's the first thing you have to do. And then, oh, thank you. And the next thing is ask questions. They said earlier today, there's AI. Back in our days, we didn't even have cell phones. Everything was connected. You have a lot of things at your fingertips. Don't wait. Don't even wait for permission. Just do. Just go out and do it. You can apologize later, because if you get it right, they'll praise you. So just go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My last question will be with, please,
Hello?
can you bring the mic?
Hello?
Okay, you have the mic already.
Hello, yes.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Loretta Togono Bikested, simply Miss B. I want to beg this audience and the panel. I don't want to rush what I want to say, but I want to be very brief, because we have said a lot of things in the past 1 or 2 days, and the panelists, everybody has said so much. I want to say I'm very excited to see a lot of women on this panel. I'm a young woman advocate, and I love to train young females. I've been doing it for the past 25 years. And I want to ask the panelists and everybody, there's so many things to ask, but I just want to rush this. What can you do? Because we are talking about community. We have talked about TMD is trying to do what the students have not ever found, and they have found it in TMD. We have all sorts of poaching going on that we can't continue with that. And what can brands like Revive Beach do to take in women, especially, so that the idea and the image we have of women in the industry can also change? Because these are women on the panelist stage now that role models for the young girls that are here today.
All right,
what
thank
can
you.
we begin to do?
Thank you. Derry, let me come to you quickly. What's your take on this?
Thank you for that question. I must categorically state that deliberately we have more women employed at Revive than men. But like he said, a lot of times we fail to equip ourselves. So before you attract a certain position, you need to equip yourself. You need to come with something. You need to bring something to the table. So it's one thing for you to clamor for, oh, women, but what do you really bring to the table? So you need to equip, you need to empower yourself. You need to self-train yourself. Like he rightly said as well, we have no excuse. Everything is readily available to us these days via AI, internet, Google, call it whatever. But come on, if you are ready to work with Revive, Internet Revive, you can catch me later. Thank you.
All right, many thanks to my distinguished guests for all your submissions thus far. I pray that we'll bring that change to all the conversation that we're having right now, and we'll get a better and greater Nigeria in the coming future. Thank you so much. Again, congratulations to EKO Hotel and Suites for the 50th anniversary of celebrating excellence, and of course, looking for a better future for the youth of the next generation. Thank you. All right, I understand that Dr. Moji has a gift to present to TMD, so let's use this medium to quickly do that.
Thank you so much. Marvelous. I must confess that I'm honestly surprised at what you've been able to do, and because today is talking about mentorship and training, and because today particularly under the Global Agritourism Network is the World Agritourism Day, the 16th of May 2026, we at Extra Large are offering to take up 1,000 students from your force and give them mentorship in agritourism. Someone mentioned about the youth of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Everybody already knows that agriculture is the business of tomorrow for Nigeria. So we're ready to host you at our farm and give you the training required for 1,000 people. Thank you.
This is DJ Q.
Thank you.
I knew when the hotel was born.
During Festac, I was a young boy, a young volunteer, so I had the privilege of being around a few of the activities. Every time we remember Festac, we would say, "We really you all welcome to Festac 77." There was loads of traffic coming towards Lagos Island.
Festac was a wonderful time. The EKO Hotel was here. The top people stayed here. The heads of state, government officials from other countries stayed.
When I first came, I came to this hotel. I was a young man, 26 years old.
In the 70s, it was then known as the Holiday Inn.
There were still many bushes around this area. There were a lot of palm trees.
It was something like a bungalow they are using, building an hotel.
We had 650 rooms and we used to have 85% occupancy.
Everybody forgets how we started. One hotel, 2-star, 3-star Holiday Inn. All of a sudden, you have an empire. The ground feeling that you get when you get in here, it still feels like larger than life. That's magic. You can't explain that.
When you are in EKO hotels and suites, you are actually on a global territory.
I met President Bill Clinton at EKO Hotel.
This hotel was our head office for FIFA. Presidential candidates. This is where all of them met to decide who will be the president of the country.
When Abiola died, the American embassy came here.
The only real entertainment hub in the state. They built one of the best event centers.
Those are the stages that introduced people to the world.
MI, Wizkid, P-Square, Rugged Man, the Wyclef Jean. The bigger the event, EKO Hotel must host it. The client books you and they tell you the venue is EKO Hotel. That's a big deal. This is what EKO Hotel does. To sell a show 50%. Quality venue, quality performer.
You want to experience the cuisine. You want to experience the fashion. You want to experience the art.
Then it has to be EKO Hotel. My first thing about EKO Hotel was always the size of the swimming pool. Just always thinking, man, that's a big pool. This institution reflects life.
You are thinking wrongly before. When you enter into EKO Hotel, you think rightly.
To EKO Hotel, I think they deserve to earn their flowers now.
I congratulate everybody for building a venture that is called EKO Hotel.
Big respect to you guys.
EKO Hotels have contributed a lot into the development of my personal life. It was the place where I met the love of my life. You want me to cry now?
How do you explain the function of a heart? You can't explain it. It beats, keeps you alive, it's in rhythm, and that's what we have here.
If it happened and it was big and it didn't make a stop at EKO Hotel, did it really happen? If you've not done a gig at EKO Hotel, then technically you never start.
This is DJ Q. This is DJ Q.
Fabio. Let's go. He dash me money. Hey, I go down for Lagos. I call already. Hey, so I have a go club. What do you say? Where all the babies? Where they club? I say she's me for. What do you say?
If not,
hey, see,
I need to sing song.
I'm a King Kong. Let's go. 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 Oh my God. Let me do. Hey. I'm talking people in the house. Let's go. One time. Let's see. No, you keep so okay. No, can I want to say they lost. I want to see the best dancer. I want to see the best dancer. I am motor, motor, they can't hear the car. Go for the citizen, I shall go bastard. Abanaya. Why? Because I'm on the one, sometimes I funk a kid on skin. I'm a danko. Let's go. Basitabaya, Basitabaya, Yarina, Basitabaya, Basitabaya. Oh my God, see, I'm in the Bible.
I go Calabar, I see God's will like that yo. He dash me body. I go get that for Lagos. I call Lorenzi, say I don't have a people club. Where all the babies, say where they call say I did club. I say she's me for. If not, now me they sing song. I'm bad like King Kong. Yeah, Calabar. Yeah, Calabar.
You know she's from Akwa Ibom. 500,000 for you. Please, where's my queen? Please. Go and meet the face of her queen. We'll give you, make a transfer for you now. She was singing my song word for word. Are you ready to second? Open your legs. One hand on your waist. One hand on your chest. Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, what? Oh yeah, what?
MC Galaxy.
I want to see you. Let's go now one time, everybody. Are you ready now? 1, 2, 3, 1, go! Let's go! Come on! Second. Let me hear you sing it.
Where my baby up?
What you say?
Where my baby up?
You say?
And she comes second. This one on you dance. We call her second. Open your legs.
One hand on your waist. One hand on your chest. Hey!
Oh yeah, second. It's a yo poker. It's a yo poker. Ibaria Ashe.
I want to see the best dancer. The best dancer. The best dancer. Ella. Oh yeah, you come. Hey, come. Bring her. So you, come with me. Come with me. Come.
One hand on your chest.
Oh yeah, second. Oh yeah, what? Let's go.
Second. It's a yo poker. 101 Imaga. Imana Tia Maga.
What's up?
Where my baby? I never over.
You know my head. Take you second. If you second for me, I go teach you my language. Imana love. It's not the way. Baby, now my husband.
I want
what is my name?
MC.
I said, who's the best?
I want to second.
Who's the best?
Oh yeah, open your
Who's the
legs.
best?
This one now
Who's
when
the
you
best?
dance.
Who's the
One
best?
hand on your waist. One hand on your chest. This one now my second. Mandela people second.
Oh my God!
Mama people second. Little people second. Nigeria people second. Yeah, anyone know? I won't go with that. Be my father. Mama won't go with that.
Please, the event is not over. We're just taking a break. Who is your winner? This one. This one. This one. Is he the winner? 300,000. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Gentlemen,
yeah. And he won't fed me duro.
When you hear the kick, when you hear the kick, when you hear the kick, when you hear the kick. Here comes Big Dan Jazzy, original producer. Excuse me, I'm a LA. Keep rocking like that, too. Here comes the WC, original Black Diamond. Excuse me, I'm a LA. Keep rocking like that, oh.
Yeah, she said make a wife but I get too many girls I know feel life and I did die for anything where she wants I go buy for first time we a sight it just be like say make a bite no not to fight I go take my time to decipher
Hey Jago, hey Jago, hey Jago, hey Jago.
They press money before. That's right. Me self go press for sure. Wọ́n ti gbẹ̀zọ̀ mi, ó tẹ̀ka ti gbẹ̀zọ̀ mi, má lọ gbẹ̀zọ̀ mi, ọmọ tí mi náà gbẹ̀zọ̀ mi. Ọ̀sùpọ̀ mi jago, high fashion jago, fígò mà kí n ṣe wàásù. Ẹ jago, èmi lè yan jago, ṣùdí lè yan pàṣẹ, dáko mà kí n ṣe wàásù.
Morning comes too early, coffee in my hand,
emails in my inbox, deadlines I must land.
Last night never ended, still rise again.
Another busy morning, another race to win.
Fast, sunlight out the way, every step I'm taking, starting up my day.
Clocking,
the morning done begin.
Clocking,
everybody clock in.
Clocking,
before the sunlight hits.
We rise, we move, it's clocking time.
Oh,
the wall switch and circles, the piano but the taku. Answer every call, my tones I recall. The power of today, everybody go shout, yeah!
Out to make it flow to shout. Every room must go. Yes, you'll never see my face, but I make the confidence flow.
Yesterday was crazy, serious for again. Everybody morning, we begin again. Clocking,
the morning clocking. Everybody clocking. Clocking, clocking. The fathers in the way. Fingers rising. I'm surprising every moment day. Clocking, clocking. Chin up, clocking. Clocking, clocking. Clock it up, clocking. Clocking, clocking, clocking. Yes, the work is stressful. Oh, the hours are long. Oh, this place is our clocking, 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 clocking. We get things done, we don't give excuses. We get things done, we don't give excuses. We get things done, we don't give excuses.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Esther.
I've been looking for you everywhere, sir.
What's the problem, Esther?
I have an issue with the bill.
Talk to me,
I just purchased about 10 items. I've already punched it, sir.
Esther, you bring this to
You
me
were not
now?
in the restaurant,
What did I
sir.
tell you
I'm
about,
too
boy?
sorry,
Don't bring it
sir.
to me on the spot.
were
Shame
not
on you,
around,
Esther.
sir.
I'm
I'm too sorry,
disappointed
sir.
in you now. Carlos, go. Now you pay for it. Go. Go, leave my parents now. We get things done. We don't give excuses. We get things done. We don't give excuses.
This clipping.
I don't need clipping, don't you understand? Can't you hear me? You just shoot yourself on your leg now. You fool me once, I'm shy. You fool me twice, shame on me. You see me shouting on you, yelling at you, you know I still like you. I still love you. The moment I stop talking to you, you know I am done with you. I'm done with you, please go. Leave my office now.
We get things done. We don't give excuses. We get things done. We don't give excuses.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
I am not happy with the way we have been sending emails. Can someone remind me what a SWOT analysis is?
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, strengths, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, strengths.
And when next you are sending your emails, don't forget to cross your T's and dot your I's.
We get things done. We don't give excuses. We get things done. We don't give excuses.
Alex Ohere, tell your people, nobody is running from today's morning meeting. I want to talk about my theater shows and what everybody is doing to sell these shows. You know I put on international standard shows. So Oi, get one of those sheets and put everybody's name in. I want to see what everyone is doing. And Annabelle, you're supposed to be sitting here checking these emails. And where is that LA? Get your skinny ass here. I need to see GM.
We get things done. We don't give excuses.
Oi! Shut up! I want all the chairs at the mezzanine of Jasmine all move to Iris corridor. Do you understand? Isaiah! When you walk in, go to a border foyer, you will see a noble line against the wall. Take it to second floor. Do you understand? Fine.
We get things done. We don't give excuses. We get things done. We don't give excuses.
It's so funny that I find you here this morning.
What do you need me for? What do
I
you need?
actually was just coming to GM's office and I was going to ask him if you were available because we want to do a press conference.
No,
next
no,
week.
no, you don't need me. You have your GM,
Emily,
will
you know
handle
what?
everything.
Emily, you know
you
what?
have your
don't have
GM,
to
will
worry.
handle it.
I will be there.
Emily, you know
You
what?
don't
This
have
is
to
the
worry.
So fine.
You don't have to worry. I'll be there. Okay?
Yeah, you will
I'll
handle
be there.
everything.
You
will
always
handle
do this.
everything. You will handle everything.
We get things done. We get things done. Oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, I'd like to bring up the company secretary and legal advisor of the EKO Hotels Limited, Chief Samuel Alabi.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by appreciating my employer for the opportunity that has been given to me for several years to be here. Out of the 50 years we are celebrating today, I took substantial part of it in my career. Yes, so I appreciate my employer. I also appreciate my managing director in absentia, and then the Chief Operating Officer of the company, the General Manager. He's a workaholic. Thank you very much. I also recognize the management staff of EKO Hotel. Thank you. God continue to bless you. Before I go on what brought me here, I would like to recognize the President of Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, Dr. Aliu Badaki. Please kindly stand up. You deserve special recognition from me, because we are private sector association and I need to do that. I also recognize others that I ought to have mentioned. It is not that of malice, but I don't want to go name by name so as not to meet others. Thank you, God bless you. My role here is very simple, to give a keynote address. I don't want to make it more than that. The keynote address is always brief, always few words. I don't want to make presentation and make repetition of what has been said since yesterday. But before I go into that, for my children, please permit me to call you that, the youth, my children, all my brother and my sisters here sitting, I want to tell you that the future of hospitality business is great. Hospitality business accounts for 366 million jobs all over the world, globally, both direct and indirect employees. So it means hospitality industry is a virgin land for you to grow. Number two, I want to tell you that if I don't say these following things, I will not be fair to you. Mentorship may not be formal. You pick it up. It may be by chance. Even somebody mentoring you may not know he's doing so. It may be unconscious thing. So be on the lookout. Number two is the opportunities differs. How Mr. A got his opportunity to get to the career may not be the same with you. An opportunity can come in any form, in any place. Some people's opportunity will come in the mosque, some in the church, some might even be in the bus. So you have to open your eyes very wide. Status does not matter. Opportunity is everywhere, and I pray that God will continue to be with you. For you to succeed in life as a young person, humility should be your main habit. Always be humble. Anywhere you find yourself, try and be submissive and be humble, because you never can tell where you will get into. A lot of you, because I have children of your age, when I see them, they complain about that where they are is toxic. Where they are working, where they have been training. Like one of my sisters there said, that where she's undergoing IT, that there is, they are using them, while others are not giving them mentoring services. Don't look at it like that. Every challenge in life is an opportunity for you to grow. I can say confidently like that because I left university, I left law school for this place. And since then I've been here. So I've seen a lot. So when I'm talking, you know that I'm talking authoritatively. God will continue to be with you. Tourism industry is big. It accounts for like 10% of 2025 data that we have shows that in 2025, tourism accounted for over $11 trillion of the world GDP. So it is an industry that is worth mentioning and is worth working in. Number two, I also talked about employment before. The tourism accounted for more than 366 million employees. So it is a very essential industry that we need to speak about. Furthermore, I don't want to waste our time on repeating what others have said since yesterday. We have spoken about the need for government to create infrastructure. We have also spoken severally since yesterday about the need for government to create security apparatus to make life and property safe. But what every one of us has avoided, what we have avoided, for reason best known to us, is the distractions that we get from government. And that's what I'm going to dwell on very briefly. In Nigeria, we operate a federal system of government. Each level of government has been assigned their respective legislative competence under 1999 Constitution. However, all the level of government from federal to state are finding it difficult to operate within their spheres of jurisdiction. Anytime government remembers tourism industry, what comes to their mind is taxation. What comes to their mind is levy. What comes to their mind is charges. Some of us, as far back as 2008, we have been having running battles with government to avert unnecessary legislation that we that will erode the revenue of investors in the industry. Government come in various forms. They change the nomenclature. As we win one, they evolve another one. For instance, 2001, Lagos State government came up what we call with sales tax. The hotel industry fought it. We as association, we fought it. We won. Lagos State came again with another one. They call it hotel consumption, hotel occupancy, and consumption tax. We are even there today. We have cases on it, Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Federal Court. The brief of what I'm saying in essence is that it is not enough for government to provide security. It is not enough for them to provide infrastructure. Those who have invested their money in the industry, if their revenue is not assured, if there's inconsistent government policy that will make new investors from coming, I think government needs to put their house in order. After all, they're entitled to tax under the company taxation law. That is not sufficient for them. They still come around. States themselves are not, they're not excluded. All the functions of local government are being hijacked by the state. Marketing, car parking, tenement rate, and a lot that I can mention. All of which the investor in the industry will have to contend with. Now, in Lagos now, they are planning to tax cars that are parked within the precinct of the hotel, not outside. They want to be charging money there annually. I don't think this is right. On behalf of all the private sector, we are saying this must stop. And if it doesn't stop, there will be endless litigations and distractions to investors in tourism industry from discharging their daily business. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chief Samuel Oluwalabi. Please, you may take your seat. I'm supposed to spend some minutes with you to have a chat. Thank you. Yeah. Well, let me follow your lead. You started by advising the students of hospitality, travel and tourism that are here. But let me first ask you, you have been president of FTAN, you are still president, you've been chairman of the board, you've been president, chairman of everything. You spent your entire career in this space. Now, earlier on, there was a question about gender disparity, gender balance in the system. And I heard Mrs. Dino Yewo saying that, look, for women, all you need is just to develop your capacity. And then, of course, earlier on, the general manager, EKO Hotels, had said you have to eschew, instant gratification. He talked about delayed gratification, emphasis on competence, and not promotion first. Now, but on the question of gender, can you explain to this audience what the nature of gender balancing is in the profession? Now, the perception is that, there's gender discrimination. That most women who come into the business, they are not all going to be lucky, like Dr. Gbadebo, Lady Stella Fubara, or Dr. B. Usually, women are in the front office space. And when it comes to managerial and technical opportunity, these young ladies here who want to come into the industry, what can you say to them? And what is your association doing to address that?
Thank you very much. Let me quickly correct this. The current president of EFTAN is sitting down looking at me. I don't want to receive query in our federation. I left that position in 2013, and I took over the next one, Chairman, Board of Trustees of EFTAN from 2014 to 2024. But presently, I'm now the president of Hotel and Manager Association of Lagos State. So that I want to clear that. Well, the issue of gender imbalance is not peculiar to hospitality industry. Even among political office holders, we hear it, that there's the need to give women more opportunity. If there are such imbalance in the hospitality industry, it was not a deliberate policy. There are some aspects of hospitality that men might be at an advantage position. For instance, if you have maintenance department in the hospitality industry, hardly will you get artisans so quickly from the female gender than males. Then you also have some job that requires night duty, almost in perpetuity. Some females, for reason best known to them, they might object from taking such position if I will be on night duty. Even there are some laws, archaic laws, that prevent females, except from health workers, from doing night work. So in the presence of that, chances are that males will be more favored in employment than the females. But like I tell you, in the face of competence, gender will fade. Gender consideration will fade away. And we now have the opportunity in person of Dr. Yaduni. She's a female and she's doing a wonderful job. I also saw Ms. Bode Thomas. I saw her somewhere here. She had a good career here. She's a female by every standard, and she's doing well. We also have our rooms division manager, Madam Jian. She's doing wonderfully well. So it is for every person to prove their metal and prove that they are competent to do the job that they desire. Thank you.
Okay, in some professions, in some industries, there is also discrimination at the level of pay.
Okay.
And a lot of complaints about, oh, this woman is always going on maternity leave. If you go on maternity leave, your promotion will be delayed. What do you say to that?
No. In hospitality industry, it is not so. Maternity leaves is a product of national policy. So, and it doesn't affect the pay packet of such employee. Once officially, an employee is on maternity leave officially, our salary will be paid. And in this place, and in some other hotels, what they have is scale for everybody, not for female or males. We don't do distinction in our staff role of say this is a male, this is a female. A waiter is a waiter, or a waiter is equivalent to waitress. So gender is not reckoned with in staff grading. Thank you very much.
Okay, the Federation of Tourism Associations of Nigeria, EFTAN, that's the umbrella body. Is there space for students' membership, as we have in some other professions, whereby you can join as a student for the benefit of the students that are here?
Before 1997, each subsector under tourism had the association. For instance, hospitality, we had OPSI and NHA. For travel agency, we have NANTA. For tour operators, we have NATO. And then even for the training arm, we have Nigerian Hotel and Catering. We have ATMA. So all these body, even we have Association of Tourism Practitioners, all these associations, by right, they were approaching federal government before 1997. So the federal government in 1997 came up with an idea. They formed a federation for us. They asked all those associations to operate under the umbrella of Federation of Tourism Association of Nigeria. Chief Ibru was the first president, and Dantata followed him, and them Duke, and I succeeded him. If there is going to be opportunity of IT, it can only be with those associational sectors. Like NHA now is hotel, OPSI now is hotel, travel agent is hotel. They cannot get IT opportunity from EFTA. They will surely get, and they have been getting, opportunity from those associations that form EFTA. If any one of them is so serious about IT, they will go to the establishment and apply. The problem I see with IT, maybe I should say this, most people coming for IT are coming to make money. They are not coming to get imparted with the trade secret. What interests them is how much the employer will pay them. And the other, they see the IT system as an essential tool for their growth, the better for them.
Okay, very quickly, just before we round up. The other thing you talked about was government.
Yes.
And you said the only thing government is interested in is taxation.
Yes.
Now, what do you think government owes the industry? You are a lawyer.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, tourism is under the residual list in the Constitution. Now, and I think it was Dr. Badaki, current president of EFTAN, who said that, look, there is need to move tourism from the residual list to the concurrent list. What is the disadvantage of tourism being and hospitality being under the residual list currently?
Thank you very much. The federal government cannot take it all. They have to leave some aspects for state government to raise revenue. Moving tourism to concurrent list will even do more harm than good. The federal government should be contented with those taxes that they have exclusive judicial offer. For instance, company income tax is for federal government. That should be enough for federal government. But that is not, they feel they can still get some other revenue by coming behind, imposing VAT, while the state is also imposing hotel taxes on us. For me, federal government should be contented with what the Constitution allows them to do, and not the other way.
Okay, I would have loved to ask you about reform in the sector, but I think at this point, let's just take a question from the audience, particularly with regard to policy. Well, okay. I don't see any hand up. I'd like to thank you very much for Chief Alabi. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a round of applause as we welcome the inspirational, marvelous Dada.
All right, good afternoon. So now we are here to carry out the National Academic Excellence Award, and the award is given to best student of hospitality, travel and tourism across the institutions we are represented in. And this award is solely chosen by their cumulative grade. Yes, so it is definitely by their work. So we are doing this to encourage students in institutions to give more attention to learning, to studying, and to diligence. And here are the awardees. And if you hear the name of your institution, please cheer them up. And these are
Abbas Kainde Gloria, Adebisi Dorcas, Adenekan Damilola Ojuolua, Adedire Kainde Fadekemi, Agbola Lekon.
So as you hear your name, just come out for your awards. Just come out for your awards. Abbas Kehinde Gloria from Lagos State University with a CGPA of 4.41. Abbas. Adewala Adebisi Dorcas from Federal Polytechnic Ilaro with a CGPA of 3.80/4. We have Adeneko Damilola Ojuoluwa from Yaba College of Technology, the best performing student in tourism from Yaba Tech. Now from Obafemi Awolowo University, from the Tourism Management Department, we have Kehinde Fadekemi. From the Federal University of Technology, Akure, with a CGPA of 4.65, we have Agbola Lekon Bonke. Okay, from the Redeemers University, Hospitality and Tourism Management Department, we have Aino Emanuela with a CGPA of 4.61. Okay, from Yaba College of Technology, Hospitality Management Department, we have Ajayi Fatima Oluwaseun. Say wow. Say wow. This is actually for university. This is the best student in Nigeria with a CGPA of 4.99. Amusa Tosin Chukunonso 4.99. The overall best in Nigeria University. Hospitality and Management Department, Redeemers University, we have David. David. From Taishola University of Education, we have Badmos Esther. From the Department of Hospitality Management, Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, we have Fasasi Feishayo. Okay. From Lagos State University of Science and Technology, we have Vincent Julius with a CGP of 4.79. Vincent Juliet, 4.79. From the University of Ibadan, with a CGPA of 3.70/4, we have Anna Oluwapalumi. From Lautech, Ladoke Akintola University of Technology, the best performing student with a CGPA of 4.65, Bose Demilola. From Obafemi Awolowo University, Olaleye Ademola Oluwatobiloba. From Hotel Management Department, Taishola Federal University of Education, Okola Bisola. From Federal University of Ekiti, you know they actually traveled 8 hours to be here. They came yesterday, they had to lodge at the redemption camp to be part of this experience today. Their best student, Popola Esther Oyindamola. Popola Esther Oyindamola. Ramon Ibrahim Olalekon from Mapoli, Moshood Abiola Polytechnic. Wow, this is the best, this is the best hospitality student from Polytechnic. Wavecrest College of Hospitality with a perfect CGPA of 4.0/4.0. We have Ruth Chinaza. 4.0 by 4.0. From Ekiti State University, we have Sonny David. All right, so we have 3 more awards, and these are for persons who are very exceptional. We have 3 awards for young mind doing exceptionally well outside the academic space now. We have Olawale Olamilekon David, SOA, from Lagos State University, in recognition of your exceptional impact in advancing transportation and tourism among youth in Nigeria. SOA. We equally have Chimeze Mike, Tourism Africana, in your recognition of advancing the growth of youth of hospitality and tourism in Nigeria. And Ola Bright, this is actually one of the guys championing sports tourism. He's a young man, but he's doing great. Last 2 years, and these are for institutions that are really championing hospitality, promoting tourism in Nigeria. We are celebrating these 2 institutions. First, we have University of Ibadan. Their student week is not just entertainment, they did something really impactful. And we have Yaba College of Education, Ekpe Campus, Department of Tourism. We have a gift, a small gift. We have a small gift. Can we all stand as we present this beautiful gift we have for EKO Hotel? From the TMD Foundation, we have this amazing gift for EKO Hotel and Suites for their support. And I would love to have the GM here. The management of EKO Hotel. I would love to have the management of EKO Hotel on stage, please. All the management of EKO Hotel. Madam Gian, the entire management seated.
Congratulations to all of you guys. Okay, we are very proud of you. We have a small thing for you from EKO Hotel. We're gonna give 100,000 naira to each one of you, you know, for what you have achieved. Okay, I know it's a small thing, but we are glad to have you. Another thing is, we're gonna consider some of you for joining the EKO Hotel team. So let's see how it goes. Okay, thank you so much.
So now I'm bringing on stage the head of media and event for Flutterwave first session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please celebrate as she comes on stage?
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen in the house. It is an incredible pleasure to be here today, observing the amazing and brilliant things happening in the travel, tourism, and hospitality industry. First of all, I would like to say a big thank you to the EKO Hotels and Suites and the TMD Foundation for having us here today. My name is Kumi, and I'm here on behalf of the Flutterwave team. At Flutterwave, we are passionate about helping businesses grow by making payments seamless, secure, and accessible to all the businesses that need it. One top case study we have recently worked with, still work with anyway, is Airpeace, and we are proud to be able to support Airpeace in the travel and hospitality industry. So whether it's a hotel accepting bookings online, whether it's a travel company serving international tourists, or you're a restaurant owner looking for how to process fast and reliable payments, Flutterwave is your go-to brand. We recently acquired our banking license, which means that the opportunities that are bound for your business today with Flutterwave, the opportunities are endless. I would like to say we're excited to continue to support the industry, the hospitality, travel and tourism industry as it grows and evolves. And we look forward to partnering with even more businesses in this space as time goes on. Thank you so much for having me here today, and I'm really excited to be part of this. Please enjoy the rest of the event.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, Anthony Bamidele.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you are still here, can I hear you say yeah, yeah? Okay, I think that energy is still low. If you have been getting value here, can I hear you say clock it? Amazing, amazing. So we are going straight into the final panel session for today. Yes, yeah, I know you want to stay here, but we have to go home. What? All right. You know, there is a way we do things here in Nigeria. Okay, my Oga just told me something. When we are done, there is after party. If you are happy to hear that, can I say yeah, yeah? Amazing, amazing. So don't worry, we'll compensate you on that. There's a way we do things here in Nigeria. There's a way things are done in Ghana. Namibia has their own way of life. All these are different experiences and diverse experiences. So right now, the panel session, they are going to be treating about building connected experiences across Africa's hospitality and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence as I make welcome our distinguished moderator, Mr. Ayo Adio. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. He's going to be taking us on this. So please, I want you to pay rapt attention as we go into this, building connected experiences across Africa's hospitality and tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave you into the able hands of our moderator as we take charge of the panel session. Please, a round of applause for him once again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll just crave your indulgence. This is the last panel for the day, and we will be discussing, as introduced by our wonderful MC, building connected experiences across Africa. We'll make this panel quick, and I'll take about 3 to 4 questions at the end of the panel. So I'd introduce our panelists who are ably qualified to discuss in depth the subject. I'll start by introducing Mr. Austin Cobhams. Please put your hands together for him as we welcome them upstage. Ms. Odenike Oresonya. Please put your hands together for her. We have Tomisi Oyerinde. And finally, we have Edith Ogbuagu. Please put your hands together for our Gen Z tourist. Okay, thank you all for joining us. I'll start with Mr. Cobhams. You have worked with one of the most important cultural events in the country, which is the Calabar Carnival, that pulls people from across the world and within Nigeria to experience the beautiful scenery you put up every single December. And I was going to ask you what it takes, or what it took Calabar to turn a local or a cultural experience into a magnet, for tourism destination that has pulled in thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to your beautiful state.
Okay, thank you very much, my moderator. Truly, I would first attribute it to the people. The people, because history has it that Carnival actually started here, exported to the Caribbeans, and then redefined back here. Because I grew up to see our people line in droves, display different masquerades in chains and all that. So for us, we have the warmest welcome in Africa. We are proud to say it because Calabar is one place that even the poorest of all men would always ask you, what do I offer you when you get into his house? He would just be happy to share the smallest thing he has with you. So I think the first thing that made us successful in this is who we are. And then the second thing is the determination of a people. If you know where Calabar is actually at the end of Nigeria. It is not a route, it is a destination. And so nobody just wakes up and begins to pass through Calabar to some other place. You must come to Calabar. And for you to come to Calabar, something must bring you to Calabar. So we grew this determination that if we must build a destination, then we just have to kill ourselves inside making a success story out of our carnival.
Interesting that you make that point. And I was going to follow up very quickly before I move to the next panelist. Because over time in Nigeria, we've seen carnivals have a boom and bust cycle, especially over the last 50 years. And at some point over the last decade, Calabar experienced its own bust, just like a few other places, but it's been revived again. What kind of strategic collaborations, whether government and private sector, do you think can happen to make these cultural events sustainable and to create local value for the economy sustainably?
Okay, first, if you look at our system, we run carnival in Calabar, in Cross River State, as a country. If you compare our carnival to other carnivals, it is a state against countries. Brazilian carnival is a country, Northern Hill, and even TNT. So our first challenge is the national policy that has not been able to look at our carnival as a national event. So we suffer this hitch of going against federal policies in an attempt to activate a truly international event. So we've been collaborating with a lot of agencies. Most importantly, there are key agencies that have actually been able to bridge us, like the Aquaba Travels, you understand? So basically, the major challenge is what have been discussed in this place I came to hear: government policy, actual government attention in growing, intentional tourism drive. Because right now we are experiencing a crack in African travels and tourism. If you look at other parts of the world, Europe came together, formed the European Union for easy travel through Europe. We don't have such travels in Africa. Some parts of Africa, like only in West Africa, we try to grow that easy travel between Ghana and the West African countries. But we're still having hitches here and there. So it's about government to be intentional with its policies to take one of its eyes from oil into tourism. I will have the best of it because we have the stories to tell.
Fantastic. Let me talk to Oresoya for a second, who has traveled across several states in the country. I believe even all the states of Nigeria,
yes,
right?
Everything.
Because from your page, there's you eating miyan kuka in Kano. You are also Nasarawa, enjoying the falls and all of that. And there's been a deliberate attempt to elevate storytelling as a way of sort of shaping the narrative in Nigeria and in Africa. From your experience, what challenges have you faced in trying to tell these stories of the places that you have visited, and what kinds of support and collaboration would you advise to elevate this storytelling that you are doing in your own little capacity?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I've visited every single state, and what made me start traveling was a mistake. NYSC, right? I was in Ibadan. I was posted to Ibadan, and then many people were feeling sorry for me that, oh, you didn't get Lagos, you didn't get Abuja, you didn't get, and I was surprised, because what I thought about Ibadan was that it was just the brown roof city. I did not know that it was actually like bubbling like Lagos. So when I saw that, I was so surprised, and that was when I decided that, okay, I think we need to tell these stories more. Right, so I think one of the major challenges is that we as Nigerians, we do not explore Nigeria. We do not want to explore Nigeria. When we think vacation, we think Seychelles, Maldives, blah, 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 blah. But we know so very little about our own country. So like when I started seeing how beautiful Nigeria was, I was like, nah, I needed to show people that there's more than Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. Like, in fact, those are the least impressive cities. If you go to the north, people don't talk about the north. They make it look like, oh, the north is one, like, dead zone, like you can't go there. And to me, that's like the most beautiful part of Nigeria. So like people don't want to leave their comfort zone to share these stories and like promote their own country. Like you are born in Nigeria for a reason. Even though we all complain about things, you are here for a reason, and you have to at least see for yourself what your country has to offer for you before you leave elsewhere. You say you can't travel, but like with 20K, you can visit another state within Nigeria, and you've seen beauty already. So I think one of the challenges I encountered was, thank you. So one challenge I encountered was that people were not willing or open to see Nigeria for themselves, right? So which was what I was trying to solve for my, content. Then you still see the doubting Thomas. It's a lie. The government sponsored you, blah, 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 blah. So like there's just so much that needs to be done in our mindset as Nigerians, that we need to love our country. Like you have no choice. So,
and I'm a bit curious, because I'm betting you didn't have some sort of a guide or a roadmap to explore Kano, for instance. But, I mean, from your experience, what would you suggest that states can do at a local level to provide some level of guidance for people like you who want to explore other states within the country?
Well, it's unfortunate that right now it's people like me, like individuals that are doing, more of destination marketing now. And it would have been nice if there was some form of support from the government, right? These are places that we go. You can't, the road to a particular destination is so terrible that you have to take a bike for like 1 hour. Like the roads are bad, like all of those things. I feel like if the states at least maybe the states should start by trying to make sure that what they have in their state, I feel like every state has something, definitely. So if the state's government or whatever can just do something, the few tourist attractions they have, try to make it worthwhile. Try to make it, something that people would want to go through. I mean, we shouldn't be going through so much. Waterfalls in Nigeria, if you've been to any waterfall, you know how hard it is to visit a waterfall. So yes, I think infrastructure is something that we need to work on. I mean, individuals, we can only tell these stories, but like how accessible is it for people to now go there when they get there? So yeah, then right now, individuals are tour guides. Like me now, people will reach out to me, oh, I want to go somewhere, blah, 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 blah. So I feel like we shouldn't be the ones doing that. We should have like adequate structure that, okay, maybe when you go to a museum, I know there are some states that do that. You go to a museum and then you have someone, maybe there's a leaflet. These are the places you can go, and then they just kind of give you some directions. So yeah, that's what I think.
Fantastic. Let me talk to Tomisin for a minute. The Gen Z, you work with Gen Zs across the country, and you're trying to encourage Gen Zs to travel. First, let me ask you, have you found any sort of resistance from young people opening up to traveling and experiencing Nigeria in its fullness? And what have you done in your own regard to sort of mitigate, those challenges and to encourage a lot more Gen Zs to travel and experience their country?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. So in regards to people having resistance traveling within Nigeria, I'm going to talk from the angle of a business owner. So I run a travel company. I create trips for people. And one of the recurrent thing that people say is insecurity. I don't want to, like even Cap Village that is just in Oyo State, last December I tried to plan a trip there and people were like, herdsmen, Fulani herdsmen, they don't want to go there, they don't want to do this. And I try my best because I can't, I mean, there's so much I can do to say, oh, you should go to these places. I go to these places myself. Like Nike mentioned, she has traveled to all the states in Nigeria. That's the best we can do. Like, oh, we're going to these places ourselves as well. And we're doing, we're creating videos, we're creating content and posting it out there. So you can see that we are also going to these places. So there's not much more I can do than this. But if you say that after all of these things that I've shown you, you are still holding back to travel, there's nothing I really can do. But from the business point of view, I sort of just stopped, curating trips within Nigeria because the market wasn't there, the demand wasn't there, so I had to now start doing outside Nigeria, West Africa, East Africa, like that, yeah.
And I think that's where I want to sort of dig a bit deeper, because it's sad to hear that you have stopped promoting trips within Nigeria because of the resistance that you've experienced and perhaps insecurity. Because I know you started off trying to create immersive travel experiences for people locally. Is it that there is a shortage of these specific immersive experiences that you can sell or that can attract people to these places? Or is the threat of what to expect when people go into those places? And how do you think you can make it, how can you limit the barriers of entry, whether by private or government collaboration? I know I've bundled 3 in 1.
Yeah, because I didn't get the second part.
So the first part, I think you start with the first part. Okay. Is there a shortage of these immersive experiences across the country? Or we are just struggling to tell our stories in a very unique way that make them look like immersive experiences?
So I don't think there's a shortage of these experiences. I think that there are lots of experiences that there are in Nigeria for people to have, like a whole lot of them. But I think that we are not properly telling the story. We're not properly showing people that this is what, if you come to this country, sorry, if you come to this state, if you come to this city, this is what you get to experience. For example, in Ibadan, people only tell you, oh, if you check online, you probably just see Ibadan is a state for brown roof. Like, that's all that there is to Ibadan. There is more to Ibadan than that, but nothing is being done to tell the story properly. And that's how it is across, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, I saw someone's status. He showed a video of Bauchi. It was in Bauchi State, and there were lots of giraffes. And I remember responding to the status. I'm like, this is what people pay hundreds of thousands to go to Kenya to go and experience. But these things are in Nigeria, but we're not telling our story properly. We're not showcasing it properly. So the only thing that people are just have in mind about Nigeria and visiting these places, oh, insecurity, I don't want to travel to these places. But if they only see that part of the country, then they would have that resistance. But if there is more stories about what these people can come experience in those states, I think they'll be willing to want to experience Nigeria more than the current.
Interesting. So Edith, you are all about Africa, trying to have people explore the beauty of Africa, its hidden gems, if you'd like. Firstly, what opportunities are we leaving on the table as a continent in terms of boosting intra-Africa travel, particularly to explore the continent's rich cultural heritages, its food, its hospitality? What opportunities, in your experience, are we leaving on the table and that we can leverage to boost travel across the continent?
Okay. Thank you. Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and congratulations to EKO Hotel on their Jubilee, their Golden Jubilee celebration. It's Edith, not Edith.
Oh, sorry, Edith.
Sure. And regarding opportunities that are being left on the table, I will speak from my perspective as that Gen Z tourist, a member of my generation. I believe one thing we are leaving on the table is introducing the young people into the tourism industry, as well as inculcating that mindset and power and originality that exists in us. Say that, starting from like the genesis, I started my travel journey as a 19-year-old university student, and I genuinely did not know what the industry was like. I did not know the opportunities that existed in the first place. I had to go out of my comfort zone, explore premises or natural attractions within my environment before I even began going to West Africa. So I think harnessing the people, the culture, the experiences, ecotourism, and the entirety of it is what we are leaving on the table.
Okay, I'm sure I speak for a lot of young people in the hall today when I say that for many young people, travel is expensive, especially traveling across the continent. A trip from Nigeria to Cotonou or to Ghana will cost you hundreds of thousands. Are there opportunities and collaborations or communities that young people can plug into, to make travel a lot more accessible for them, to explore the beauty of their country and, of course, the beauty of the continent?
Okay, this is a very beautiful question because it's a major hurdle we face. I'll call it a hurdle that we face, particularly with the Gen Zs, because I must confess, there is buy-in. There is interest among the young people, so financing travels is one thing. But I will tell us here, and I must commend TMD for what they do, and the young, beautiful people here, I genuinely see myself in every single one of them. I think before even extending to West Africa, chipping into part of Tomison's question, there is so much beauty in Nigeria that needs to be seen. And a wise person once told me, start from where you are. So I schooled in Enugu, by the way. There's Ohum Waterfall, there's Iyinzu Waterfall, there's a Zago Warm Spring. There are so many things to see around you, even in Lagos State. So I would say make travel a priority, start from where you are, and before you know it, you're extending, you're branching your hands and your wings into West Africa and the world at large. Thank you.
I think it's a great place to draw the audience in. I'll take 4 questions across the hall. Okay, just stand up when I point to. Yes, you can stand up. Can somebody get the microphone to her? Anybody here? Okay, 2. Anybody here? Okay, 3. Just keep standing. They'll get the microphone to you. And you, 4. All right. So let's start with her. Can you get the microphone to her?
Good afternoon, Sir Zamas. Thank you for the opportunity to ask my question. All right, I was a participant in the EKO Hotel Visionary Challenge where I specifically used the GT Food and Drink Festival and Hilda Basi recent 20,000 person Jollof Feast as case study for my pitch. Now, my question is to the leadership of EKO Hotel and Suite. In the roadmap for the next 50 years, is there a strategic move for EKO Hotel to transition from being the landlord of culture to the owner of culture?
I'm sorry, you don't have EKO Hotel on the panel. You have to ask a question that is relevant to this panel.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so I'm just going to refer it back to the panel because most of the time when we have food and cultural festivals and culinary festivals, these are individual brand-owned products. So I'm asking, I will just bring it out and ask that why can't hospitality have this, why can't it be hospitality-owned or hotel-owned products?
Okay. Okay, please ask your question. Please, can somebody get the mic across to him?
I have the mic now.
Who?
I'm 6'4" and you can't see me.
I wasn't expecting someone for the VIP, sorry.
First, I need to commend the young ones for what they have done. 10 years ago, we had another set who came up like this. Chiamaka Ubokwe, social prefect, they started the Instagram thing, and I'm seeing another generation come up. And I'm seeing the challenges we faced 10 years ago, they are facing exactly the same challenge. But there is a solution, which I want them, you create cohorts amongst yourself, and that way you can learn from each other's experience, and you can also build bigger things. So the first question I'm going to ask, which is for the young ones, Oga Austin, you're not part of this one now, is what efforts have you made to be able to engage with an organized private sector environment in which you place like NATOP, NANTA, because some people had gone through this path. You are not discovering the wheel. And to be able to learn from their own experiences, you're doing exactly the same thing they did. They couldn't sell Nigeria as a destination. Everybody starts selling international. I've seen that happen many times. So the second thing I want to say to the lady from Enugu, I'm the tourism consultant to the Enugu state government. So I'm building a canopy walkway, the longest in Africa. We are doing a zip line. We are doing a cable car. And most of these things at our home waterfall. NATOP was there on Monday. I had to fly in with them. And they are doing their AGM there in July. So I think you should be there. A lot of things are happening. Cross River, they are rebuilding practically every of those destinations. Ekiti State, or your state, Osun. So quite a lot are happening. And I think if you engage with these cohorts, people who are already established, you will get to know a lot more of what is happening. But I took your names, and I'm impressed with what you do. And I will get back to you. My team will get back to you. My name is Ikechi. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope you noted the question, though. Okay, great.
Hello? Hello.
Okay, yes, please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm directing my question to Odenike because youths are here today. What lifestyles is your group, organization, encouraging African youths in Nigerians to adopt in order to be able to organize, promote adequate, tourism concept that could be sold anywhere in the world? And another question I have is that we need to advise our policymakers, because one of the panelists talked about government policy. Government has not been able to have a very stronger policy that could back up tourism development and advancement in Nigeria. Finally, I want to encourage youths in this hall to write books, ABC of travels and tourism. Finally, EKO Hotel should organize a conference for hotel owners. I brought in a British lady to Badagry. The owner of the hotel got me arrested. What was my offense? I brought in a white lady to lodge in a hotel. So I think EKO Hotel should bring hotel owners together to know more about travels and tourism, how to treat international guests and tourists that you are bringing into the country. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the final question. He has the final question. Or you could just come forward to get the mic quicker. Yeah. He's here.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, industry professionals. My name is Samuel Ayangbele Oluwapelumi. All right. So my question goes thus: how do we connect value and ethnicity in Africa's hospitality and tourism? Reason being that it's because values, we must learn to define our values, right? And
you want to answer the question?
No, I'm not answering the question. I'm trying to elaborate so you can understand.
No, he will understand. So just ask the question.
All right. So how do we connect value and ethnicity in tourism? How do we balance both?
Fantastic. Thank you. Over to the panel. You want to start with the value?
Yeah, let me start with
Yes.
Okay, truth is that from my own perspective, Carnival is non-political, non-religious, non-cultural. It is an open mindset. It is a leveler. We call it a day of true madness. But for us in Cross River, we have a 32-day event. You know, it dovetails from the 30th of November to the 1st of December, for the 1st of January. So there's everything for everybody, from stage performances, theaters, site visitations, and then the Mother Carnival itself. So at the Mother Carnival itself, nobody checks who you are. Nobody wants to know where you come from. What they look at is how beautiful your costumes are, how interpretative your costume have been. You understand? So, and what I want to just say, because I may not have opportunity to speak again, is to try to the young people, there's so much commerce behind tourism. You only need to look at it. When we started in Calabar, you know, it's like 20 years, 21 years now, we're bringing people from outside to help us produce costumes and those beautiful floats. But I speak authoritatively, as our last year we celebrated our 20th anniversary, 85–90% of all the costumes produced were produced and made in Calabar. And then the floats, all the floats were 95% produced in Calabar. This is where technology has shifted. So right now, if you come to Calabar in December, please confirm from the IG. In December, we have very low crime rates because most young people are either making shoes, sewing something. Even the pure sachet water sellers make money from. So people look in the state. A governor came last tenure and was not very keen on putting Carnival on the road. On the day that is supposed to have been a dry run, people gathered at the dry run takeoff venue and they told him, okay, better go and return car, or they will stone you. People look forward to it because people make money. It's one period where people make money without being guided, without being controlled by anybody. Like the festival village has a daily visitor of about 150 to 200,000 persons every day for 32 days. So imagine selling inside. So we do not have cultural disparities. And even in our cultural carnival, we have almost all the states come every year. So in tourism, I do not see cultural disparities. Otherwise, Saudi Arabia will not be opening doors to welcome, Dubai will not be opening doors to welcome Christians, you know, to come and spend their money. It is who has the money to spend that the doors are open for.
Fantastic. So would you take the question that Ogaoko asked?
I think the only question I have to answer was
Yes.
to him. I personally have not done anything in that light, but now that I'm here, it would be great to connect with the team at NATO and have that conversation with them.
Okay. So that's our signal to go. I think it's been an interesting conversation with this wonderful panel. You know, and we look forward to visiting Calabar by the end of this year. I hope I get a free ticket. So thank you for enjoying this session. Thank you.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, are you still here?
Yes.
Thank you for saying no. Please, I want you to look at me from head to toe. I'm going to come here now, you're going to see me. Okay, I want to ask a simple question. Between me and 5 million naira, which one are you going to pick? I thought you just said Omoto. Okay, calm down. Between her and 2 million naira, which one will you pick? Wow, see the love they gave you.
That was not kind. That was
okay,
not
maybe it
kind.
was too high. Let me come to 1,000. Between us and 500k, which one will you pick? So we overrated ourselves. We only said from 2 million, they would have picked us. Between us and urgent 2k, which one will you pick? I know your plan. You know, we have something for you.
Absolutely.
And I will allow Neko to just
Thank
go
you
through
so
with that.
much. Thank you, Anthony. There's no need to choose because some people are going home with some cool cash today. Yes. All right. It's time for our Legacy Visionary Challenge to come to an end. A logical conclusion. Here's a bit of a backstory. As part of preparing for its 50th anniversary, EKO Hotels put out a challenge 10 weeks ago called the Legacy Visionary Challenge. And this challenge sat very nicely within the theme of reimagining the future of culture in hospitality, travel and tourism. It was supposed to awaken the responsibility of young professionals to their own role in the industry, all right? It was also supposed to spark some innovative ideas within you, and it was supposed to position EKO Hotels as a leader and an investor in the future of African culture, with 8 areas of focus across community-based tourism, creative tourism, CBT, ecotourism, and so on, for a reward amount of
9 million naira.
As well as a scholarship for the first place winner and 2 internships for the second and third place winner at EKO Hotels and Suites. We received a total of 112 entries. Please put your hands together for yourselves if you're here. And we talked to the top 10 performers. Today, we get a chance to listen to the finalists. Please put your hands again together for the brilliant minds that made it all the way up to that. But before then, let me quickly make welcome the judges, because we have independent judges who will be listening to and reviewing, coming back to tell us who the first, second, and third place will be. Today, Chief Judge is no stranger to this audience, Ayodele Adio, who you met earlier, PR consultant. Yes, please, if you're clapping, go ahead and clap. We also have our dearly beloved GM of EKO Hotels and Suites, Mr. Danny. Just thank you. No, it's okay. A wave of hand is okay, sir, for now. Just a wave. Thank you. I no need. Just wave. Okay. Just wave from where you are. Thank you. We also have Mrs. Toyindada, Head of Manpower Development at EKO Hotels and Suites. And we have the Director of Human Resources, Mr. Emmanuel Michael. 4 of them will sit together, listen to your submissions, and then we will return to listen to their results. Anthony, who are these finalists?
All right, before I go on to introduce the finalists, please, can you put your hands together for all the judges? A round of applause for them, please. All right. Now to have our finalists, I'll be calling them in no particular order. So if I'm calling number 1, that does not mean it's the first. Just calling them out to come and have their presentation. I will be having number 1 person to be Akinshola Lawson. Akinshola Lawson, please make your way to the stage now. I think we'll take it one after the other, then from
Absolutely.
there we'll move. Akishola Lawson, are you in the house? Okay, please celebrate him as he comes forward. Okay, Akishola Lawson, please, you can stand. Once again, we would like to welcome the judges now to the stage. Please, can you put your hands together for them as they come forward? So they will be listening to each contestant present. Okay, thank you so much.
I think the judges have decided to watch the contest from the front rather than the back.
And at the back, awesome.
If that's okay.
Yes,
So
ladies and
Mr.
gentlemen,
Yes.
please give it up for the finalist number one, Akinshola Lawson. A round of applause for him.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My slide, please. Technical team, please. I need my slide. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lawson Akinshola, and I'm here to introduce the EKO Canvas experience to you all. The EKO Canvas experience involves transforming EKO hotels and suites into Africa's first interactive mixed reality destination. Now, luxury African hospitality has an issue. Every hotel across the world offers basically the same thing: a great bedroom, a beautiful bed, and a nice meal. Now, the question is, when everything is the same, you don't become a destination, you become just another option. I believe that EKO hotels and suites cannot afford to become just another option. Now, my slide really, my presentation really is, how exactly does EKO hotels and suites position itself on the global stage to compete with established global hotel brands like Four Seasons and Marriott? Now, okay, so please give me a few minutes. Now, here's the truth about luxury African hospitality today. Every hotel across the world offers the same thing: a beautiful room, a great bed, and even a nice meal. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lawson Akinshola, and I'm here to present to you the EKO Canvas experience. The EKO Canvas experience involves transforming EKO hotels and suites into Africa's first interactive mixed reality destination. Now, here's the truth about luxury African hospitality today. Every hotel across the world offers basically the same thing: a beautiful room, a great bed, and even a nice meal. So the question becomes, if everything is the same, how exactly does EKO hotels and suites position itself across the world to become a destination site? Now, here's the truth about luxury hospitality today. Every five-star hotel on earth offers the same thing: a beautiful room, a great bed, and good food. That is the problem. When everything looks the same, you stop being a destination and you become just another option. EKO hotels and suites cannot afford to be just another option. That's why I'm proposing the EKO Canvas experience. The EKO Canvas experience addresses three focus areas directly: technology and innovation in guest experience, Afrocentric luxury and culture, and events, entertainment, and creative tourism. EKO Canvas is a system that uses augmented reality technology to transform every surface of this hotel into a living, interactive digital world. Now, here's how simple it is. When a guest walks into the lobby of EKO Hotels and Suites, when a guest walks into the lobby of EKO Hotels and Suites, they see discrete QR codes marked on the wall. They take out their smartphone and then they scan the QR code. Instantly, right in front of them, a 3D cultural artifact from Nigerians' rich cultural history appears in the room. Also, when they take up their smartphones and then they scan this QR code, they can have access into a 3D cinematic video experience that details the history of the Oyo Empire or the Benin Kingdom or even King George of Opobo or Queen Moremi Ajasoro. Now, the question is, with the EKO Canvas experience, how exactly does EKO Hotels and Suites deploy this? The physical architecture has not changed, but everything that the guest experiences has. We are not renovating the hotel. We are not knocking down a single wall. We are simply layering an invisible, interactive digital world directly over the physical architecture and unlocking it with the one device every guest already has in their pocket. And because this is entirely digital, there is zero construction waste, zero carbon footprint from renovation, and zero operational downtime. Now, this is not a concept. This is technology that already exists. The Louvre Museum in Paris, which is the most visited museum on earth, is using this exact AR technology to bring 3,000-year-old Egyptian artifacts to life through a smartphone camera. The NH Hotel Group in Madrid, the Pullman Hotel in France, and the Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong all use this technology. These are no experiments. These are world-class institutions that have already validated this technology. EKO Hotels will be the first in Africa to deploy it, rooted in our culture, in our history, and in our stories. So let me explain in detail. I'm going to play a video. Now, this is a case study from the Louvre Museum in Paris, which is the most visited museum on earth. You can see the creators, they are actually digitizing Egyptian cultural artifacts. When the guest scans the QR code, it instantly appears in the room. These are the creators who are digitizing the Egyptian cultural artifacts. And then, like I said earlier, once they scan the QR code, it instantly appears in the room. This positions EKO Hotels and Suites as a 3D art gallery. It also positions EKO Hotels and Suites as a living museum, as you can see. This is actually real technology that exists through augmented reality. Now, let me explain to you the use cases. So if you understand this technology is really saying that when a guest walks into the lobby of EKO Hotels and Suites, they are going to see discrete AR markers or discrete QR codes on the wall. Once they scan it, what happens is that the augmented reality comes alive. And so, like you saw in the previous video, it comes alive. So these are the use cases of this idea. The living museum and the 3D art gallery. It transforms EKO Hotels and Suites static lobby and hallways into a sprawling, interactive 3D art gallery. Now, the augmented reality also helps to stream concerts happening here at the convention center directly into the suites of a guest in 3D forms. Now, this is the core business case because I realized that beautiful technology is useless if it does not drive the bottom line. Now, how exactly does EKO Hotels and Suites monetize this technology? Number one, ticketed digital experiences. We can monetize the living museum by selling premium access into the 3D art gallery, the 3D museum, as well as the 3D cinematic history experiences. Also, we can also monetize the digital real estate, leasing dead space into premium brand partners for immersive 3D holographic advertisements. Now, let's talk about tech tourism. This will position EKO Hotels and Suites as a destination tech hub, driving higher room rates. Now, this video is going to play. And this video is, like I mentioned earlier, I spoke about the 3D cinematic video experience, right? And this video is a case study from NH Hotel Group in Madrid. And here they were showing their guests in 3D format, a video about Formula 1. So it appears in real time and it's showing in real time around the guests. So this is like a 3D cinematic experience for Formula 1 that the NH Hotel Group used in Madrid for their guests. So as you can see, it's in 3D. They're actually seeing it like live, developing around them. So it's more like they are actually inside the video. Now, the case study. This is a case study of a premier world-class hotel and museum that's already deployed this technology. So this is real technology. Augmented reality. Now, like I said, the Louvre Museum in Paris is the most visited museum on earth. And currently, they are using AR technology to bring to life Egyptian cultural artifacts. Now, if the world's greatest museum is doing this, EKO Hotels and Suites can also do it for Nigeria's greatest stories. The Oyo Empire, King Jerry of Opobo, and Queen Moremi. Now, this is why it matters. Number one, it helps to redefine African hospitality. So we stop competing purely on physical amenities and start competing on limitless experience. Also, we're able to actually own the African narrative. Because really, the question is, what makes EKO Hotels and Suites different on the global platform from hotels like Four Seasons, from hotels like Marriott? This is what makes us different. Because none of these global hotels can actually tell African stories the way we can. Thank you very much.
All right, give him a big hand. Give him a big hand. Thank you so much. Okay, right now, please, I would like to welcome the judges once again to the stage. You know, a whole lot of money is on the line. So, and I know that the contestants, they want to be ensuring that they are seeing you, they know who they are presenting. That's one of the reasons that got the guy in shape. So please, sirs and ma'ams, we would like to have you on stage, our judges. Please, a round of applause for our judges. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to be calling the next contestants now. So please, you have just 5 minutes to present. You have just 5 minutes to present. In case you exceed your time, it is part of the criteria. They are going to be deducting from it, our judges. So please, let's have the second contestant. 6 minutes. You have just 6 minutes to present. Our next contestant is Juliet Vincent Onwampa. Please, a round of applause for her. I want to cheer them up. A round of applause for her.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onwampa Vincent Juliet, and I am here to give you a presentation for the EKO Hotels Legacy Visionaries Challenge. The title of my project is The Return, a regenerative hospitality future project. The problem I have identified is that, as a sector, heritage tourism in Africa is severely underdeveloped. Africa is one of the biggest continents that has some of the richest and the most rooted history and heritage globally. Now we have come to see that we develop mainstream tourism and we tend to be so carried away by civilization that we tend to forget our roots. And this is the core of my concept. The birth of the focus on heritage. Thank you so much. The birth of the focus on heritage tourism in Africa has given rise to my idea, the EKO Sanctuary Resorts. It is a regenerative destination model that focuses on building sustainable, economically sustainable destinations on heritage destinations in Africa. This is not just a resort. It is a model that decides to refurbish our culture, revive our communities, redefine the way Africa is experienced by the world. The picture before you is a sample of what the EKO Sanctuary Resort decides to bring to the table. What I mean by regenerative is, think of it like this. You have an abandoned piece of land. Everybody in your community knows that piece of land, it belongs to you, right? You have bushes on it, but they know that this thing belongs to person A. They know that, oh, this is person's A land. But then, imagine I'm an investor and I'm passing by this land and I'm like, oh, this is a very beautiful place that I can build something. Who does this belong to? And then this person says, oh, look, it's for person A. And then he decides the investor decides to go to person A and says, oh, I would like to do this on this island, on this your piece of land. Person's A piece of land now becomes an important source of revenue. You know why? Because we are transforming person's A piece of land that has been abandoned. Even though people know that it belongs to person A, we are transforming it into something that people can pass by on the road and say, oh, look, that is a very beautiful resort. And whose land was it built on? It was built on person's A land. Okay. Now, a regenerative tourism destination model is founded on 4 major pillars: sustainability and ecotourism, Afrocentric luxury, destination development, and community-centered tourism. How does this work? This destination does not build to overpower the environment. It is built to blend into the landscape. It's meant to play a subordinate role to the environment, not overpower it. And by community-centered tourism, I mean the locals who own this destination, who own this piece of environment, are going to be actively involved in the initiation of it, as well as its daily operations. And then for Afrocentric luxury and culture, it means that our culture as a continent is going to be expressed in the design of the EKO sanctuary resorts. And in destination development, the resort is to be built on heritage destinations that are commonly overlooked in countries in Africa. Now, we won't be able to picture this well if we do not have a pilot model, of course. And so, for the EKO Sanctuary Resort, our pilot model is going to be built right here in Nigeria, in Badagry, Lagos, Nigeria, on an island called Gberefu Island. Gberefu Island is also known historically as the point of no return, where over 3 million slaves were transported out of Nigeria in the early 17th century. Now, as a pilot model, the EKO Sanctuary Resort is going to be named on Gberefu Island as the Gberefu Sanctuary Resort, to bring a form of return, a form of responsibility to the people of Badagry Island, who have commonly been forgotten as the people who went through most of the pain of slavery. We are trying to bring them a form of comfort in the form of heritage, building on their land, making people come to this land to express, join them in their pain, experience all of these stories that they have so much pain concerned about. But we're not trying to commercialize heritage here. No, we're trying to create economic sustainability for destinations that are normally considered as sources of pain. Now, aside from the fact that this is culturally immersive, it brings a lot of cultural preservation to the people who own it. It is also economically sustainable. With the establishment of a EKO Sanctuary Resort on Gberefu Island, we are able to create 50 to 120 jobs during the initiation process. I don't mean in operation. We are building this resort and we are creating 50 to 120 jobs for the locals in Badagry, on Badagry town, and up to 360 indirect jobs from local businesses, transportation, you can name it. Aside that, the annual income to be generated from this destination, how I came about this figure is, if each guest coming to Gberefu Sanctuary Resort is to pay a premium of 300,000 naira to experience a 2-night stay on this resort, and we have up to 75,000 guests come in a year, we will be able to generate over 4 billion naira in terms of gross income. This is without deduction of expenses and all of that. Okay. It is also important to note that this model is easily scalable. I keep buttressing the point of Africa because after we establish the first results on Berefo Island, we can use this framework to replicate this result across destinations in Africa. We can begin with West Africa and keep it regional for the beginning, and then we can now spread it across the African continent. EKO Hotels is no longer playing a role as a resort builder. No, we are building a legacy. We are building a brand name that is known for being in the driving seat of regenerative hospitality in Africa. These are the 4-phase roadmap for how we are going to implement this. We start with feasibility studies, we do the pilot launch of the destination, and then we start to expand regionally like I explained in the past, and then we spread to the entire African continent. You see, some places are not meant to just exist. Their stories are meant to be preserved, to be protected. They're supposed to be heard and listened to by everyone on this planet. You know why? Because if the world is going to experience Africa, then Africa should be experienced through us.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Juliet, Vincent. Oh, a round of applause for all, ladies and gentlemen. Somebody says serious business. You can see that she even put up her footwear. That is awesome. We are going to be having the third contestant right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I make welcome Adebayo Oluwabusayomi. A round of applause for him. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please celebrate them as they come forward. Please remember, it is a competition. 6 minutes is 6 minutes. Do not exceed your time for you not to be deducted by your criteria. Over to you, Adebayo Oluwabusayomi.
Good day, everyone. Esteemed guests, all protocols well and duly observed. I'm Adebayo Oluwabusayomi. Standing on the existing protocol, I present to you my project, EKO Roots, a QR-powered community cultural experience catalog. As we've discussed in today's meeting, we see that African luxury, hospitality in Africa, has gone beyond the luxury, the buildings and the facilities, but rather to authentic cultural experiences. And if we are familiar with the EKO Hotels building, at the lobby, there's a reception area there. And beside it, there's a desk tagged Experience Curators. Experience Curators. And what if these experience curators, you could have them right inside your room? So EKO Roots, it's a QR-powered community cultural experience catalog. The problem. EKO Hotels has hosted thousands of guests. And what's the use of coming to a place when we don't meet the real Lagos? EKO Hotels is an edifice that sprang up from the roots of Lagos State. But not everyone experienced the real Lagos. The Badagry Weaver, the Ashoke Weaver, the slave trade, most don't even know the stories of Lagos. I heard Mr. El Gabai, he said he came last night, and he was like, he would say 2 more days, and he was like, he did not know what to do. But I believed if he had had a QR code, which he would scan, that would lead him to a catalog where he has access not just to experiences, but authentic experiences without anybody probably talking to him, like from his room, because I believe when you enter a room, you would explore your environment, you check everything that is there. I was also privileged to spend the night in the hotel, and I saw they have QR codes probably to reach the front desks and for their dinners and all that. And I was imagining what if this QR code could be in their room, and they could scan it, and they would be able to have access to a personalized tour guide. So this is because there is not that the guests don't want to experience Lagos, or Nigeria, or Africa as a whole, but there is no structured access bridge. EKO Roots is a QR-powered community cultural experience where guests have access to authentic cultural experiences. This is centered on technology and innovation in guest experience, sustainability in hospitality, and community-centered tourism. Our target audience are the hotel guests and community partners, the local food vendors, cultural and heritage guides, the visual artists, the EKO tour operators, etc. I've heard Ambassador Wale say that culture is diplomacy, that culture is economic power. And we can't talk about culture without talking about the people in the community, because the people are the custodian of culture. And I've heard Mr. Danny, the GM of EKO Hotel, say that hospitality is rooted in people. Now, how can we connect hotel guests to these authentic cultural experiences? Because EKO Hotels doesn't just start as an hotel alone, but it holds a national identity. Guests can scan this QR code, explore the categories, they can book and confirm these experiences. And after these experiences, they earn a digital password stamp, a digital passport stamp. So this is a prototype. You can try it, although it's not something that I would love someone to scan this QR code and you can tell me what you see. Probably you show the audience. It's a prototype of what EKO Roots would look like. It is scalable and sustainable. Oh, all right, let me take it back. I'm sorry. It is scalable and sustainable because we need zero capital to invest in this. It's just about partnering with local artisans. And the stage of Nigeria here, artisans are hungry. They are hungry to be connected with high-yield guests. They are hungry to offer value. Lady Stella once said that culture, that tourism is the business of moving people towards value. So we are changing the identity of Nigeria and Africa as a whole. So I don't know if anyone has scanned this QR code. Okay, please, what is in the QR code? So we are seeing authentic experiences. It is beyond the beaches. We are seeing the Ashoke Weaver there, right? All right, thank you very much. Then we will be able to redefine African luxury this way. Because this way, we are presenting tourism, not just as an hospitality industry, but we are driving tourism. Hospitality, with EKO Hotels implementing these EKO routes, they cease from becoming just an institution at the back end of tourism, but they move on to become the driver of tourism. Because any guest who scans this QR code is literally saying, "Show me Africa," and EKO Hotel gives the answer. So it is very implementable because we would need to just partner with about 15 to 30 people. Then we would experiment by getting guest feedbacks. And through this, we'll be able to expand. And we don't just plan to stop in Lagos. We plan to expand to different locations, partner with different tour operators around, not just tour operators, but even storytellers. Imagine, there are a lot of people in Nigeria that know these Nigerian stories, even more than the most popular journalists in Nigeria. But these people don't get to be seen. But we're implementing this partnership with local artisans, sitting down with the aged and learning the history of Africa. We would move from just the surface knowledge that we have, but going back to our roots. Just like the name of my project implies, EKO Roots, we are revisiting our roots. Why this matters? For 50 years, EKO Hotel has built a legacy on excellence and African hospitality. And EKO Roots is how this legacy is sustained, because most hotels are built on land, but EKO Roots is built on people, on culture and community. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a generous applause for Adebayo Oluwabusayomi. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting us know that EKO Route is not about mixture. God bless you. Did you scan the code, ladies and gentlemen? Awesome, awesome. We are getting to it. Please don't get tired. Right now, I would like to invite the fourth contestant. After this, we are going to the last round. Don't forget, we have 9 million naira on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, make welcome Abimbola Samuel. Ladies and gentlemen, little bird just told me, update, update, update. It is now 10 million naira. Please remember, stick to your 6 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much. How many creatives do you have seated in this room today? And how many creatives have ever felt limited due to lack of funding? All protocolally observed. My name is Abimbola Samuel. The reality is that African culture and creative industry are filled with talent, but however, they remain underfunded. Grassroots creators struggle to access platform for recognition. Grassroots creators struggle to access platform for recognition, while many hospitality and tourism systems benefit from African culture without adequately reinvesting into this community and creative that sustains it. Over time, culture becomes commercialized. Why the local people behind it receive little long-term benefits. Today, hospitality and tourism proudly host African culture. However, its features remain underfunded. This is the gap the idea is designed to bridge. This initiative transforms hospitality from just a transactional industry to a transformational system. The EKO Legacy Fund is a transformative innovation that turns every guest experience. The EKO Legacy Fund is a transformative innovation that redefines the roles of hospitality into an economy and cultural development. It is a hospitality-based fund that turns every guest experience into. It's a hospitality-based fund that turns every guest experience. It's a hospitality-based fund that turns every guest experience into a direct source of finance for cultural preservation and community development. I'm sure many of you might feel, okay, how do I solve the problem? Okay. The fund revenue will be generated from 2% from Afrocentric suits. The fund revenue will be generated from 2% from Afrocentric suits, 1.5% from food and beverages, 0.5% from conference and event bookings. For transparency's sake, a digital live board will be set up for. Sorry, please. Please, can somebody change my slide? Sorry, I'm having issue switching this. Sorry. Yeah. For transparency's sake, a digital live board. Will be set up, and a 7-board member will be set up for governance. The EKO Legacy Fund is an initiative whereby every guest walking into a EKO hotel is contributing into a cultural fund that sustains the local artisans, the cultural custodians, and the creative entrepreneurs. So this goes thus. This goes thus.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big hand. He's doing a good job.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having a bit issue figuring this out. The target audience for this initiative are the African diasporas, cultural explorers, and environmental social governance conscious traveler. Our core beneficiaries for this initiative are the local artisans, creative entrepreneurs, and the cultural custodians. The local artisans, which include the bead makers, are the rare weavers, leather craftsmen, the creative entrepreneurs, are the fashion designers, filmmakers, musicians. Cultural custodians are the festival organizers, indigenous storytellers, and traditional rulers. So before we fully go into the implementation phase, this idea is positioning hospitality and tourism from just being a transactional industry into a transformational system that sustains the local community. The focus idea of this initiative is based on community-centered tourism, whereby community members are actively involved in building the hospitality and tourism industry with their crafts and skills. So the implementation roadmap for this initiative would go firstly with the pilot phase, which will run from the first year to the second year. In this phase, we'll be establishing a governance board whereby we would bring 2 members from EKO Hotel and Suites, 3 elected members from Lagos, communities in Lagos, one industry expert, and also we'll be bringing 1 youth expert. In this pilot phase, we'll be testing the medium in which we'll be generating the revenue, which is the 2% from Afrocentric Suites, 1.5% from food and beverages, and 0.5% from conference and event booking. So in this phase, every guest that walks into the Eco Hotel will be committing into this cultural fund, which will be given to cultural custodians, local artisans, and creative explorers, creative entrepreneurs. I mean, in the first phase, which will run from the 3rd year to the 5th year, which is the expansion phase. Now, we are not just looking beyond. We are not just looking down on the services Eco Hotel has to offer, which is the rooms, the food and beverages, and the conference. We are launching this phase into other Eco Hotel and Suites services, the product itself. So this expansion phase is basically we expanding into other products that fits into the initiative. This expansion phase also, we are also every phase carries each grant. So for the first grant, which is the pilot phase, we would be giving local artisans particular amount of money. While in the expansion phase, we'll be moving into the creative entrepreneurs, which are the festival organizers and other individuals in that phase. The third phase, which is the endowment phase, over the years, after we've built a self-sustaining initiative, funds will be reserved to sustain the initiative, which will run from the 6th year to the 10th year. The first phase is the legacy phase. This is the phase whereby we bring in NGOs and we've actually executed the whole initiative of raising 5 billion naira. The impact of this initiative. This creates jobs across cultural and creative industry, whereby they help provide funding for local artisans, for creative custodians, and creative entrepreneurs. It helps strengthen community identity by preserving community initiative. They preserve their traditions and initiative. This increases tourism spending by creating more. This increases tourism spending by creating more immersive experience. This increases tourism spending by creating more immersive experience, and this also empowers youth, inclusive participation, and community pride and cohesion. For sustainability and scalability, the initiative is self-sustaining, whereby we don't need to wait for goodwill budget or wait for fundraising events. We actually get to raise funds through every guest that walks into a hotel. They have the let me give a scenario. Once a guest walks into a hotel, if their initial payment is 300k, they are taxed to pay 2% of the 300k, which is around 6k or 5k of the initial payment. So basically, this initiative is self-sustaining in the sense that we don't need to rely on goodwill funds to run through the phase.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Abimbola Samuel. Round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that this is a life-changing opportunity here. So please, we will need your cooperation. Whenever anyone is up here, kindly respect the contestant by keeping decorum. Please, we beg of you, so that we can have them not distracted. And you can, this stage is big enough, and what is at stake can make you nervous. So please, help the contestant. The last person we have today is none other than Dorcas Olabode. Round of applause for them. Dorcas Olabode. Please keep cheering her up. Keep cheering her up. A round of applause for her.
Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm Olabode Dorcas, and I'll be talking on Access Tour XL, tourism accessibility. I want us to all imagine planning a trip, booking a hotel, arriving at your destination just to realize you can't enter the building. About 16% of humanity live with disability. And for this million of people with disability, this uncertainty is their reality every single day. And Access Tour XL is here to fix that. We are building the first intelligent accessible tourism platform app that allows travelers to experience accessibility before they travel. The Access Tour XL is an app that combines is a digital app that combines virtual reality tourism and immersive tourism with real verified accessibility data made available to travelers to access before they travel. Accessibility is now considered as an afterthought, no longer a priority. Hospitality brand and tourism destination has created systemic exclusion through inaccessible destination, whereby hotels and tourism destination create infrastructure without the end users in mind. Through information void, the barrier isn't just physical, it is the absence of real and verified accessibility data available to travelers before they travel that they can also trust to. The systemic limitation is also one of the reasons why people are limited to accessibility. And this is because the issue is not with the travelers, it is with the system that fails to communicate existing accessibility to travelers. Access Tour XL solve the problem or questions that travelers ask. Can I visit the place? To I have already arrived. And what are the means to which we can solve this problem? Through a VR experience, a 360-degree immersion that allows guests to navigate through hotel rooms, entrance, and tourism destination, thereby eliminating fear or uncertainty. Through a verified data, a reliable and audited accessibility data made available to travelers before they arrive. Also, we have a an empowerment, that is a confidence-based planning for every traveler or every trip. Access Tour XL is bridging the information gap to make hotels and tourism destination globally discoverable with verified accessible data information available to travelers before they eventually travel. They are able to make informed decisions about the destination they want to visit, and this is made available. For instance, EKO Hotel, they have existing infrastructures such as ramp, elevator, and flat entrance for physical disabled people. But globally, many travelers cannot discover these features online, not because they did not put it on Chrome or Google, but because it is not globally discoverable, because it is not yet verified, and people are having this uncertainty within them about having to arrive at destination without being able to enter due to, for instance, for a visual impaired person, having an uncertainty of what if I get to a hotel and I'm not able to navigate through the place? Who will assist me? So this app is curing that, and the help is to ensure that we make existing accessibility features visible, verified, and globally discoverable by travelers before they eventually travel.
what are our product futures? Our product futures that Access Store Actal will integrate is a voice navigation for visual impaired people and a haptic vibration guidance for hearing impaired people, a wheelchair first routing, or a special check-in desk for wheelchair guests. I noticed that the special check-in desk, the check-in desk for the reception there is not low enough for people who are wheelchair to access. So there should be a special check-in desk for wheelchair people to access. Also, a sign language video display whereby people who can understand through sign language can have access to the place before they eventually visit. And also emergency support access from trained staff. And the last one is the VR pre-visit, whereby they have a 360 digital tour of every amenities in the hotel or tourism destination before arrival. Tourism accessible market is worth $8 trillion globally. And what are the ways that we can get this revenue? The only way we can get this revenue is through premium listing, whereby hotel pay to monetize trust and verified accessibility. A targeted advertising, brand reach $8 trillion visibility-driven market with a laser-targeted precision. And the data insights, we sell anonymized analytic data to African hospitality brand and government. The multiplier effect. We all know that accessible travelers don't travel alone. They are always coming with a companion. So that companion is also creating a multiplier effect for tourism operators, for hospitalities, and for the local economy. The impact. The impact is not just to solve tourism challenge, but also to create a job opportunity whereby we train African youth to be local accessible champions who verify accessibility physically on site. Also, we have the digital auditors, a new class of skilled and local data ownership built by Africans and for Africa. We have a cultural shift that include that creates that promotes equality, normalizes disability among disabled people, that reduces the stigma, encourages diverse participation in tourism, and also for making Africa the global standard for inclusive travel. So, how do we do this? How do we do this? The first thing to do is that we digitally map out existing infrastructures in hotel and tourism destination into the platform database. Also, the step 2 is that we deploy the local champions to verify location accessibility in order to build the app trust rating. The third step is to launch the app by connecting travelers directly to verified destination. And the last step is to use the proven operational blueprint. To expand across the city and in the country also. From Lagos to the world, we begin in Nigeria, across Lagos and Abuja, then expand to the African city, the Kenya and Ghana, then across all countries in Africa. As I conclude, I want us to all know that tourism should be for everyone. But in a way today, it has excluded people because of inaccessibility of physical disabled people, not because there are not systems existing, but the systems are not built with the end users in mind. So Access Store Excel, we are transforming accessibility from a challenge into an opportunity for inclusion. So I want you all to say with me, as I say Access Store Excel, you will repeat after me, experience before you travel. Access Store Excel. Access Store Excel. Thank you for listening. Woo!
The adrenaline is much. Gentlemen and ladies, a round of applause for the top 5 in the Legacy Visionary Challenge, please. Thank you very much. For the prize of 5 million naira and a scholarship, 3 million naira and an internship, 1 million naira and an internship, and a bonus 1 million. That was a stiff competition. At this point in time, we would ask our judges to please take 5 minutes go off backstage to deliberate, and when you return, we will be announcing the winners. Just before that, did you receive something like this when you came into the hall today? Please hold on to it because we will be using it when we return. Judges, your 5 minutes are on.
This is DJ Q.
Sassy girls from my city, Lagos, Lagos. They don't know we get status. Money talk and shut up. Don't you talk too much, you get easy. FCC, Kilo busy, Obafia, Wheezy, Obafia, Lemufia. Come out from mind. I dey lie in my mind. The money in my mind. The money where you dey owe me, you go pay me today. Make you no go judge me. Obafia dey my side. May months, for research. Anytime see my money, pull up closer. Kilo, if you owe me my money, you go pay me my money. Money no go complete, money no go complete. Shoot my color, oh my Insta blow, my sister. Fresh block go jembe, fresh block go dance. Kese, kese, bese, 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 baby. Fresh block go jembe, fresh block go dance. Kese, kese, bese, bese, baby. Tell me I want something from you, put a jam in you. Hey, put a jam in you, baby, kill it. Sorry, I got fast, fast. The money constant. Fast, fast. Sorry, I got fast, fast. The money constant.
Kese, my police I go kese. Wheezy kese, even mommy go kese. Spending money like it's nothing. You fake back anybody. Oh yeah, play the bed to make me jembe. Yeah, 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 yeah. Backy day, Wheezy day, the girl them day, I'm on plenty day, money day, Prada day, no come take and blow, Wheezy day, Backy day, my police are do, mommy day, DJ choose yourself, you done day.
go dance. When Kamoto don't start to play.
Hi, Mr. Barry. I'm at the Chanel store and I need $5 million for the bag.
I'm at you. You want buy for two? Buy for two. I'm at you. That's right. Say what? Say what? Baba Anita, I'm a good debate. To Baba debate. I'm a good debate. Tori kosi yeye, kosi yeye. Lago ọmọ lọ́pẹ́, lago tiwa lazi. To Baba Anita, I'm a good debate. To Baba debate. I'm a good debate. Tori.
Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry.
Say what?
Mr. Barry.
I can hear you. What?
Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry. Mr. Barry.
Say, little bitch, you can fuck with me if you wanted to. These expensive, these is red bottles, these is blood shoes. Hit the school, I can get them both. I don't want to, then I'm quick. Cut a nigga off, so don't get comfortable. Look, I don't dance now, I make money move. Say, I don't gotta dance, I make money move. If I see you now speak, that means I don't fuck with you. I'm a boss.
Yeah. SQM baby. You gotta come up for this one, yeah. Every time I come around, every time I come around, every time I come around. Crazy, oh Gaga going crazy, oh Gaga going crazy, oh yeah she's going crazy. I see the dance they go, they dance dirty. I see the wine they go, my eyes dirty. Like the chicks they plenty, yeah. Sugar cane on the bamboo. Now we do it easy. Down Papa G. Money cold. Now we do the beat, oh. Down Papa J. 2 years ago when I was in Mushi, some of them there, you me see, me low, I'm a flashy, I'm classy, I'm a come on, let me, enjoy my love, bini, come follow me, spend my money, my love, bini, come follow me, spend my, make it follow me, bumper to bumper, when I stop, make it stop, when I stop, try stop, make it follow me, bumper to bumper, and you can celebrate, make it follow me, bumper to bumper, if you want to enjoy, follow my bumper, make it follow me, bumper to bumper, and you can celebrate, make it follow me, bumper to bumper. Follow me, bumper to bumper.
No need to ask no question, just follow my lead.
Follow me, bumper to bumper.
To make sure I don't lose you, keep eyes on me.
Follow
me.
Anytime we talk, say we go rock. We go all the way. Anytime we talk, say we go rock. We go all the way. We go all the way. Better cars, better clothes on me, better parties, better house, and better girls on me. See, I can take it there, champagne everywhere. See, that's the life we live, like every day. Feeling my superstar, 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 feeling my superstar.
Charlie, if you say I make a fool, oh, understand. Charlie, if you say I make a fool, oh, understand. First of all, introduction. First of all, introduction. Okay, you don't know. First of all, introduction. I mean you were sing and you drew an amateur. You know the news. You love my boo and another place, another one above. Bagoshi, Shemo Jamagana. Honey, mo da bend don't bagbana. She mo jọ keke fosu, mo fo gbagbe. Now we don't control the whole arena. Either we there for Nigeria or Ghana. In London news, I'm a bad man. Why they intimidate Superman a Batman? When other boys that they wear one shirt, different shows, not me, give fair for a check. Do I look like a woman?
When you see a woman with a bishaka, you don't know. Are you ready now? Baby girl, show them. Show them. Mr. Flavor, party on! Shake you. Shake you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to announce the winners. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to announce the winners. Please take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are about to announce the winners.
All right, welcome back. After a heated deliberation, the judges are back, and at this point, I will invite up to the lectern the Chief Judge, Mr. Ayo Adio, to talk us a little bit about, to stay alongside with me as we present the winners for this competition. But before then, just hold on. We would like to play a video that indicates the passing of the torch. Now, this competition is not held only for the sake of a competition. It symbolizes the passing of the key to the future to the next generation. So let us take a look at this video. While we watch the video, please do exactly what the video says. I believe everyone has their card. Please let's do exactly as the video says. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished guests.
Good evening, honored leaders, partners, and pioneers. Today, we welcome you to more than a gathering.
To a declaration, to a moment of vision.
To a future waiting to be claimed.
The future is not given, it is built. Today, we do not just discuss the future of African hospitality, we take ownership of it.
You have been given a symbol. Hold it in your hand, raise it up to the sky. From many hands.
From many hands.
One future.
One future.
The future of African hospitality begins with us.
The future of African hospitality begins with us. Can we say that together? The future of African hospitality begins with us. And it is in this regard that I would like to invite all the finalists to come up the stage. Come up the stage, put your hands together for them. The judges will please stay on my left, while the finalists stay on my right.
No, I thought it was important to just quickly talk about what the criteria that we have used to judge the presentation. We took 7 key variables in making the judgment and arriving at the decisions that we have arrived at. The first was an alignment with EKO Hotels and Suites legacy and values. The second, obviously, was originality and innovation. The third was the practicability and the feasibility of the ideas. The fourth is how it impacts on the business and guest experience. The fifth is sustainability and long-term value. The sixth is presentation and communication skills. And the seventh, obviously, is problem solving and strategic thinking. And so we have done a cumulative of how these wonderful students have done in all of these 7 key areas. And the top 3 were formed out of that, on that basis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready?
No, that is not the energy.
Hold on.
That is not the, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Now we are talking.
All right. Anthony seems to be ready for the after party.
Yes.
All right, but at this point, let me ask all the checks to please come up and stay right behind me. Come up. Let's fill up the stage. Just stay right behind us here. And when we are ready, Chief Judge, you will announce 3rd place, 2nd place, and then 1st place. So, in 3rd place, Mr. Chief Judge.
All right. So in 3rd place, for the price of 2 million naira, I believe, goes to Dorcas Olabode.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dorcas Olabode.
Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much for that bonus 1 million naira, which we added to the original 1 million to ensure that the 3rd place winner walked away with, yes, a whopping sum of 2 million. Thank you.
Well done, Dorcas. And so for 2nd place, going home with 3 million naira, goes to none other than Akinshola Lawson. Put your hands together for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a job well done, Akinshola Lawson! This is to let you know that your ideas are viable. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Dorcas Olabode and Akishola Lawson. Now, who is ready for the winner of EKO Hotel Legacy Visionary Competition? Ladies and gentlemen, and the winner is... I don't know, I'm not the chief judge. Over to you.
And so for the winner of the first Visionaries Challenge, sponsored and organized by EKO Hotels and Suites, goes to none other than... Feels like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, right? Adebayo Oluwabusayami, EKO Roots. Put your hands together for her. EKO Roots.
We did not hear her.
Adebayo Oluwabusayami.
Oluwabusayami, the winner of EKO Legacy Visionary Challenge. Adebayo Oluwabusayami,
the best.
For the prize of 1 million naira
Lead me to
and master
my
scholarship.
destiny. I have waited patiently.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I have vision, oh I believe.
Don't play.
I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Thank you, DJ. Hold on. While we are celebrating, everybody is leaving the stage a winner. EKO Hotels and Suites has just told us that in 4th and 5th place winners will walk away from here with 500,000 naira each. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you love EKO Hotels and Suites, can I say yeah? Now I want you to do something for me. Can we echo? Thank you, EKO Hotels. Thank you, EKO Hotels. God bless you, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the winners of this competition.
All right, please don't go yet. Don't leave the stage.
Don't leave the stage yet.
Let's convene in front of the celebratory cake while the director of HR.
Congratulations, congratulations.
Closing remarks.
Please, let's all move to the cake stand.
Can our finalists come to the cake, please?
I don't know why I'm so happy. As if I'm the one who won the money.
All right. Can our VIP guests kindly join us? Hostesses, please direct our VIPs to the cake while we listen to the director of HR's closing remarks.
Hello. Are we still here? Okay. Distinguished guests, our revered traditional rulers, excellencies, honorable commissioners and government officials here present, members of the diplomatic corps, captains of industry, esteemed speakers and panelists, partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As we bring the African Legacy Summit to a close, I stand here this evening with a deep sense of gratitude, pride, and optimism. Over the last 2 days, this room has been more than a conference venue, and you will agree with me. It has been a meeting point of vision, influence, culture, leadership, innovation, diplomacy, enterprise, creativity, and possibility. We gathered here under one important idea: legacy. And perhaps the biggest reminder from this summit is that legacy is not something we inherit accidentally. It is something we build intentionally. Over the course of these conversations, we have had bold ideas. We have challenged assumptions. We have explored the future of African hospitality tourism, culture, leadership, enterprise, storytelling, investment, innovation, and collaboration. But beyond all the presentations and conversations, I believe something even more important happened here. We were reminded that Africa's story is far too important to be told by outsiders alone. Africa must define Africa. Africa must position Africa. Africa must build Africa. And that responsibility belongs to all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout this summit, one message kept echoing clearly. Africa's future will not be built in silos. Our strength will come from connection, collaboration, and the courage to see ourselves not merely as separate nations, but as a shared continental force. Over these 2 days, we witnessed something remarkable. Different voices, different sectors, different generations, different perspectives, yet united by one belief that Africa's greatest days are still ahead. We heard from diplomats and policymakers, from professors and business leaders, from hospitality professionals and investors, from innovators, creatives, and cultural advocates. And one of the most beautiful things about this summit is that it brought generations together. We had the wisdom of elders, the conviction of leaders, the creativity of innovators, and the passion of young people who will carry Africa's future forward. That is how legacy is sustained, when one generation intentionally prepares the next. Ladies and gentlemen, during this summit, we explored an important question: culture versus technology. But perhaps the real answer is this: Africa does not have to choose between preserving its identity and embracing innovation. We can modernize without losing our soul. This summit reminded us that Africa's story is not told only through policy and economics. It is also told through music, art, language, theater, spoken word, hospitality, creativity, and human connection. And over these 2 days, we experienced all of that beautifully. Ladies and gentlemen, many organizations celebrate anniversaries with ceremonies and celebrations alone. But as EKO Hotels and Suites marks 50 remarkable years, we chose to celebrate by convening minds, institutions, leaders, innovators, and change makers from across sectors and across borders to have meaningful conversations about Africa's future. That decision says a lot about who we are. For 50 years, EKO Hotels and Suites has welcomed the world to Lagos. But through this summit, EKO has done something even more significant. It has helped Africa speak to itself about its future. For 5 decades, EKO Hotels and Suites has stood not only as a hospitality institution, but as a place where history has happened, a place where leaders have met, where nations have connected, where cultures have been celebrated, where global conversations have taken place, and where unforgettable memories and transformative ideas have been born. This evening, this summit becomes part of that legacy. And if there is one thing this summit has proven, it is legacy is not merely about longevity. Legacy is about impact. It is about relevance. It is about contribution. It is about creating something that outlives us. 50 years from now, people may not remember every speech delivered at this summit, but history may remember that in this season, African leaders, thinkers, creators, institutions, and visionaries gathered in Lagos not merely to celebrate the past, but to shape the future. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, allow me to specifically acknowledge and appreciate the individuals and institutions whose contributions made this summit a success. First, to our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and thought leaders, thank you for sharing not just your expertise, but your wisdom, your experience, and your vision for Africa's future. Thank you for challenging us intellectually, inspiring us emotionally, and reminding us repeatedly that Africa must never underestimate its own potential. To our delegates and participants who travel from different parts of Nigeria, Africa and beyond, thank you for believing in this vision and for enriching every conversation through your presence, participation. To our sponsors, partners, collaborators, and supporters, thank you for standing with us, helping us bring this vision to life. To the media partners and members of the press, thank you for helping amplify the conversation and possibilities emerging from this summit. To the planning and organizing committee, thank you for the countless hours, coordination meetings, sleepless nights, problem-solving sessions, and dedication that went into delivering this remarkable experience. To our incredible staff and support teams, protocol, security, technical teams, operations, F&B teams, housekeeping, engineering, and every member of staff who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, thank you. Your Excellence has once again demonstrated why EKO Hotels and Suites remains a leading symbol of hospitality in Africa. And permit me to make one very special acknowledgement this evening. We wish to sincerely appreciate Ambassador Wallace Williams for the invaluable role he played in supporting this summit through his influence, relationships, and unwavering commitment. Your efforts in helping to mobilize and secure the participation of several distinguished VVIPs added tremendous value, credibility, and prestige to the summit. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for your closing remarks. As part of closing today, and our final activity is a youth pledge and chant. So we ask you to please rise and take this pledge with us. Please rise.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, can we be on our feet? Can we be on our feet? We are doing this together.
All right, are we ready? Anthony, after you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll be repeating after me with all your heart and with all your might. Are you ready?
Yeah.
No, that does not sound like we are ready. Are we ready? Awesome. Repeat after me. I am the future.
I am the future
of Africa's hospitality.
Of Africa's hospitality.
Tourism and travel.
Tourism and travel.
I will not wait for opportunity.
I will not wait for opportunity.
I will create opportunity.
I will create opportunity.
I will honor those before me.
I will honor those before me.
I build with integrity.
I build with integrity.
I lead with courage.
I lead with courage.
I defend the dignity of Africa.
I defend the dignity of Africa.
I leave a legacy.
I leave a legacy
that makes Africa proud.
That makes Africa proud.
We build together.
We build together.
We welcome the world.
We welcome the world
with intentionality.
With intentionality.
Now we proudly send Africa's culture forward.
Send Africa's culture
Ladies
forward.
and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much.
And congratulations up to EKO Hotels and Suites on its 50th anniversary. Shall we?
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can.
Ladies and gentlemen,
so stand up.
Thank you so much for being part of African Legacy Summit.
Stand up.
Day 1
stand up,
and Day 2.
For the
Thank you for having us. We will continue to serve you. We are EKO Hotel and Suites. We are TMT Foundation. We are Africa. Thank you so much, our guests.
Getting close.
Thank you so much.
It's just who wants it
personalities.
It's just like
ladies and gentlemen,
cause we have
about to switch our mode into the after party tonight.
Can't you see? I'm on the move, make way for me.
And the DJ is ready for us.
For the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions,
ladies and gentlemen, in case you are looking for your properties, you are looking for your bag or your power bank, please visit the EKO Hotel Security for your properties to be retrieved. God bless you all. Once again, it's an honor to be your host. My name is Anthony Babidele, and my co-host is Uneku Wezabu. Thank you so much for having us today. Ladies and gentlemen, you bad, you want it, you bad. I want to see you vibing. You bad, you want it, all over the world. You want it, let's go. You want it 'cause you bad. You say you want it 'cause you bad. You want it 'cause you bad. Let's go. You want it 'cause you bad. See this lepa tobado, lepa tobado. See this lepa tobado, lepa tobado, aroma tobado, aroma tobado, aroma tobado, aroma tobado.
There's something they say that you're wanting, and that's something they say that you're wanting. You be hunter, you continue hunting. And that's one thing will lead to one thing.
Let's go.
And that's one thing will lead to something. Let's go. If I do how you know the front thing, straight to the point, you know get time for long thing. To play belonging. Bad girl, you are looking for trouble. If you try me, I'ma give it to you double. Right now.
Man, faster music.
You say okay. Talk to me. Let's go.
Baby, please give it to me. I'm going crazy. Oh, let me be your maga. Your maga. I want to be your maga. Your lover. Baby, please give it. Oh, I'm going crazy.
Okay.
Oh, let me be your maga.
Let's go.
Your maga. I want to be your maga. Your lover. Tell me what you want. Oh, hey.
You say.
I just wanna know your need. Cause the way you
I just came back from Ghana, and I want to share the stuff that everyone's doing over there. You tried to show me how to do it. He sat me down in this place, and he said to me, nobody wanna see you rising. When they do, they don't even like it. They just wanna see you deep in crisis. Drive yourself, you don't need a license. Holler her, she can even ride it. Go ahead, move your feet just like this. Then he showed me the latest. We walk over them haters. Now what you do, man, azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto, azonto. Now watch me do my azonto, azonto. We walk over them haters. Now what you do, man, azonto, zonto, zonto, azonto, zonto, zonto, azonto, zonto, zonto.
Let's go.
Azonto, zonto, zonto, azonto, zonto, zonto, azonto, zonto, zonto, azonto, zonto, zonto. We walk over them haters. Now what you do, man, you think I know better to do this.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, it's and your boy Weezy. Yeah. Is it yours again? Let go.
Baby, give it to me, no delay.
You say.
Baby, wine for me, no they waste time. Easy, baby, no share it. Shelly, easy, baby, auntie. Yeah, your dance they make me crazy. Yeah, your dance they make me maga. I'm feeling your sexy waist and deep to skinny baby.
To me, just go down low. Pass it to me like Ronaldo. I got the power, commando. Anywhere that you go, me, girl, me, I'll go. Yeah, if she running, I'm on to the next. When she with me, a boyfriend, a ex. Yo, cause she know we're the best. Where the ladies at?
Sexy mama.
You say. You say.
Mama.
Come on.
Mama.
Hey.
Sexy mama.
Let's go.
Where I can go, mama. Here was our mama. Where I can go, mama.
See this sexy lady, she blow my mind. This girl, she one of a kind. And yeah, she dey make me mad. Baby, shake it, give it to me, don't be late. Let's do mommy, let's relate, don't be late.
Let's go. It's a mad combo. Was that your boyfriend? I don't know. Yeah, all the girls them are running helter skelter. Them coming to my condo. Me no touch, but she follow. It's time to leave. She say don't go. Tonight is your unlucky night, so yeah, close your eyes for you. Yeah. So she call me his papa, cause see the things for you drunk us.
It's done Jazzy again.
Thank you, come on.
I'm the bunch.
Come on.
Why me? You try me. You try me. She said she wanted to be mine, and my cocoa drives her wild. So, but it was a one night stand. Baby, don't you understand? So tell me why me? Why me? They try me. They try me. Tell me why me? I don't know what to say.
Come on.
Musician the boost, or he dey perform for stage, Daddy Shoki Baba Fryo, Beton and shotgun fellas do, Blackie, Daddy Fresh, Sashina Peter Wale Thompson, Pasuma Wanda Obesile, Femi Kuti and Labaliga,
one leg up, 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 one leg up,
let's go.
One leg up,
Okay.
one leg up, 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 one leg up.
I wanna see you, baby.
One leg up, one leg up, one leg up, one leg up.
I wanna see you dancing.
One leg up, one leg up, one leg up, one leg up.
Let's go.
One leg up, one leg up, one leg
Let's go. Oh yeah now. Messenger, big body. Messenger, big body. Messenger, big body. Messenger, big body. Give me the better. 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 Say let's get it. I want her. It's an hour. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Say energy on the 100, energy on the 200, energy on the 300, and the 400, and the 500. Come on, body job. Come on, body job. Come on, body job. Dance for me, job. Come on, body job. Dance for me, job. Come on, body job. Dance for me, job. Say, DJ, turn me on. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready now? Let's go. Are you sleeping? Turn me on. Energy on the 1000 right now. Just the beat. Just the beat. Just the beat. I want to see you in the mood of celebration tonight. DJ Q. You know, Tommy on.